Chapter 626, Soul Society. As a cautious person, Ling Lan didn't go near the bead. Little Four, what is that? She had no qualms about calling Little Four out whenever she liked. She had went past the period of feeling guilty for using child labor. After all, she had been looking after him for over 20 years now. Her kindness had disappeared under the guidance of Number 5. Ling Lan was not a good person anymore. Of course, she was not an evil person too. The more powerful Ling Lan became, the more information Little Four could gather. Hence, Little Four didn't need signals to read data anymore. That is a miniature optical supercomputer. It was made using the same materials as your communicator. It is a communication bead. Little Four did some simple research and managed to find out what the bead was. Ling Lan looked down at her wrist instinctively. There was nothing on it. Her communicator had been sent back to the headquarters of the 23rd Division to facilitate their mission. However, Ling Lan's communicator was an upgraded one. Her first communicator was destroyed after she first used her domain power. She knew that she would be questioned if she went to collect a new one herself, so she looked for her father for help. To protect his daughter, Ling Zhao took much effort to settle this matter for her. He used his status and power to get a new communicator for his daughter. Of course, this communicator was not so simple too. The Federation would only give new communicators to formidable warriors who managed to achieve the domain realm. These communicators were able to withstand the energy released by domain masters. It can also change its form according to its owner's element. After Ling Lan tried out her new communicator, she was stunned. She felt that she had jumped from a technologically advanced world to a magical world. Only domain warriors could use this communicator. This was why the Federation had the information of all domain realm masters and would only distribute to those who were qualified to be called formidable warriors. To get this communicator and not become an illegal immigrant, no formidable warriors would conceal themselves, as this device represented honor and a certain status. It was a good thing to them. Also, if they didn't register, they would be unable to get the new communicator. Without it, they wouldn't be able to fully use their domain power. If they did, their old communicator would break apart. Then, they would be questioned when they would apply for a new one, so it was almost impossible for them to hide themselves. Ling Lan could conceal herself because she had an amazing father. When Ling Lan knew about the communicator, she was curious about the materials used. Ling Lan knew that assassins would not bring any communication device on them when they went on a mission, as it would increase the risk of exposing their identity. Ling Lan also suspected that the face which her opponent had might also be fake. The Federation had an agent which could temporarily change the appearance of a person. Its effects only lasted for a day, but it was enough to carry out short missions. However, no one knew what they would change into after consuming the agent. It was random. Hence, people with long missions couldn't use this agent. The communicator that Ling Lan had on her now contained her fake identity. It was just a normal communicator, so when they went out today, they left it in their room in case it would be broken in a fight. I have decoded it. Soul Society, Sky Rank Assassin number 37, nickname Demon Fire. I can even log in into the main page of Soul Society. Wow. There are all kinds of mission on their main page. I found it. Mission: Kill Princess Kuliba. S-level mission. Remarks: a domain master is protecting the princess. The level has increased from A+ to an S. The reward would also be doubled. The information that Little Four found appeared in Ling Lan's mindscape. Ling Lan looked at the blood-red words in the remarks section. She frowned. The Soul Society was the most famous assassin society in the human world. Their assassins comprised of two groups. One group of the assassins were raised within the society when they were young. Another group of them underwent many challenges and tests and to become temporary assassins. The temporary assassins were just bounty hunters who wanted to earn some extra income. The Soul Society was so famous, everyone in the Federation heard about it. The society seemed to be exposed to the public, but in actual fact, No countries were able to destroy the power that Soul Society had planted in their nation. No one knew where their headquarters were and who worked for them. They didn't know who the assassins were too. The Soul Society never gave missions face-to-face or through a third party. You needed a secret communicator to contact these people. Even if they had the communication bead, they could only see the main page of the Soul Society. They could apply for a mission to be added on the main page, and the staff members of Soul Society would gauge the difficulty level of the mission and the rewards for it. The rewards had to be sent to a designated account given by the Soul Society within 3 days. After that, Soul Society would upload the mission. All communications were carried out using the communication bead so no information could be leaked. Many countries had tried using hackers to hack into the Soul Society's mainframe, but Soul Society had its own hackers too. In the end, both parties suffered great losses. The countries didn't dare to do anything to the Soul Society anymore and let them run by themselves. After all, the Soul Society only wanted to target the assassin industry and had no intention of overtaking any countries. Thus, Ling Lan knew that the situation was bad for them. They could escape the assassination this time, but there would be more powerful opponents sent to kill the princess the next time. The longer they dragged, the worse it would get. Boss, the Soul Society's rules are weird. Once a domain realm assassin took on a mission, no other domain masters can interfere with the mission unless it was confirmed that the domain realm assassin failed or requires help. Little 4 read out the rules for Ling Lan. How long will it take for them to ascertain that Demon Fire is dead? Ling Lan heaved a sigh of relief secretly. If only one domain assassin came one at a time, she could still handle it. When the spiritual power on the nameplate of Demon Fire disappeared, Soul Society will declare Demon Fire as dead, Little 4 replied. Ling Lan asked in surprise, can a person's spiritual power still linger after they die? Of course, when you died in your past life, your spiritual power still remained for some time, right? Little 4 looked at Ling Lan with disdain. You thought that you were a ghost that time. I was the one who kept your spiritual power, passed it through the time crack, and gave you the opportunity to be reborn as your father's child. Little 4 looked up proudly. Hurry up and praise me. Ling Lan touched her head. She said in a helpless tone, yes, Little 4 is the best. Little 4 shook his butt happily when he heard the compliment. Even though 20 years had passed, Little 4 still expressed his happiness in the same way. Did you keep Demon Fire's spiritual power too? Ling Lan thought about another domain master appearing in her mindscape. She shivered. It didn't feel good. No, I didn't. I don't know him, so why would I do that? Little 4 rolled his eyes at Ling Lan. Didn't she know that it required a lot of energy to keep someone's spiritual power? He took a lot of effort to build up his energy. How can he use it just like that? A good knife must be used to cut good meat. Is that how you say it? I just kept the spiritual power in this communication bead so that the mainframe of the Soul Society will not know that he is dead, Little 4 explained. Ling Lan's eyes lit up. Little 4, how long can you keep this spiritual power for? At most 2 days. No matter how well you keep this spiritual power, it will disappear, Little 4 replied. 2 days? The time was a little short, but they should have left Planet Cookie after 2 days. Hence, before arriving at the next planet, Fiang's ship was safe. Actually, I can imitate Demon Fire's spiritual power. Little 4 thought for a moment before telling Ling Lan this news. He felt that his boss might need this information. Ling Lan was elated. Good, do that until the end of this mission. If she was alone, she would not be afraid of any domain realm masters appearing. It was beneficial for her to battle with strong opponents. However, she needed to send Princess Guliba back safely to Balaya Kingdom. She couldn't just think about herself. I understand, Little 4 smiled and replied. Tell me what you want to say. Ling Lan knew that Little 4 was up to no good when she saw this evil smile. Boss, I just intercepted the message that was sent to Demon Fire just a moment ago. He was ordered to go back immediately after the battle and report information about you. Tell me the main point. Ling Lan didn't think that Little 4 just wanted to tell her this information. He must have some request. I tracked the source of the message. The source is not far away from here. Little Four looked at her with two bright eyes. What do you want? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and asked. I want to see their headquarters, boss. Let's attack them. Bang. Little Four was thrown away by Ling Lan. When he appeared in front of her again, he was rubbing his head. He asked pitifully, Boss, why did you throw me again? Ling Lan said coldly, Attack? Do you want me to die? If it was really the headquarters, she would be looking for death if she attacked rashly. I have checked. There are only some old people and young children at the location. There are no powerful people there. If you go over, you will easily dominate over them. Little Four attempted to coax with her. Old people? Children? Ling Lan glared at Little Four. Do you think that I am stupid? Will the headquarters let these two kinds of people exist in their society? Her sharp gaze forced Little Four to lower his head. Ling Lan continued calmly, Send me the image of the location. Since Little Four said that he had checked the area, he definitely had seen the place. Little Four didn't dare to say anything. He immediately took out the images that his boss wanted. A huge room appeared in Ling Lan's mindscape with a young man and a few middle-aged men were standing in the room. Ling Lan stared at Little Four. Old people and children? Little Four pointed at them. I just reported their numbers wrongly. Ling Lan didn't want to argue with Little Four. She asked, Is there no one else besides them? Little Four nodded. He was sure. Ling Lan pondered about it. She looked at the location Little Four provided her. It was only 3 kilometers away from her. With her powers, it wouldn't require a long time. She looked at the positions of her own team members and made a decision. Let's take the risk then. The next second, Ling Lan disappeared. At this moment, Qilong and the other team members were in a bad state. They managed to snipe a portion of the assassins using the high ground advantage in their skills, but there were more people were moving towards them. They were unable to snipe all of them and some of them even managed to enter the building they were in. How many people entered? When there was no one around them, Qilong sat up and asked Lin Zonking. His finger hurt from the massive activity just now. He was in a focus state so he didn't feel it. Even his shoulder was in pain due to the recoil of the sniper rifle. Lin Zonking replied in a certain tone, 33 people have entered this building. Chapter 627. Expel? It was a formidable feat for 5 of them to kill almost 160 opponents all by themselves. The people they killed were not normal commoners, they were assassins that had been specially trained by the Soul Society. There were even some assassins from the black rank and even the red rank. Qilong smiled. I can finally do some workout. The moment he finished speaking, he disappeared. Li Lang and Zhao Jun smiled at each other. They disappeared too. Li Yingji looked at the empty balcony. He turned and asked Lin Zonking, where did they go? Lin Zonking pointed below them. They went out to kill people. Li Yingji was furious. He exclaimed, why didn't they ask me? Lin Zonking glanced at him with contempt. Do you need to be asked? Don't you know how to analyze the situation yourself? Since 33 people had entered this building, we will be surrounded if we remained on the roof. The best way is to be proactive and sneak down to kill those people. Li Yingji's expression changed when he heard what Lin Zonking said. He knew that sneaking downstairs to ambush and kill their opponents was the best course of action. However, shouldn't they gather together and discuss first before acting? Why did they move without even informing each other? How could Boss Lan allow such actions? In his team, none of his team members were allowed to act on their own. Lin Zonking noticed Li Yingji's puzzled expression. He calmly explained, our leader taught us to have our own judgment. He would only correct us if we were wrong. He suddenly stared at Li Yingji intently. Li Yingji shrunk under his gaze. If you are not able to get used to our team structure, you might be kicked out of the group after the 3-year protection period for recruits has ended. All the best to you. Kicked out? Him? That is impossible. Li Yingji was furious. Li Yingji was a proud person. He never acknowledged anyone. Ling Lan was too powerful so he had no choice but to bow down to her. This was why he was willing to joining the Lingshan battle team. However, he never expected himself to be so unwelcomed. He thought that his addition to the team would give glory to the Lingshan battle team and Boss Lan would accept him readily. However, from what Lin Zonking had said, Ling Lan seemed hesitant in accepting him. Li Yingji felt depressed. Was he worse than Chang Xinyuan, who just managed to achieve refinement? Li Yingji kicked that thought out of his mind. He was a genius in physical skills and mecha operations. A genius, damn it. Li Yingji was unconvinced. He thought about the abilities of the other members in the Lingshan battle team. His second brother likes to experiment with all kinds of agents and medicines. He was someone who liked to torture people using unscrupulous means. He should not compare himself with his second brother. Of course, Li Yingji would never admit that he was afraid of his second brother and his torture methods. Qi Long. He was better than him. Let's ignore him. Luo Lang was also as strong as him, but he would not compare himself to a ladylike man. Zhao Jun was 3 years older than him, so it was reasonable that he had gained some fame within these 3 years. There was nothing for him to compare with. Li Lan had a weak body. What was his physical skills level? Wait, he seemed to be at the late stage of Qi Jin. Wasn't that the same stage as him? He was an ace mecha operator too, right? Damn. How could he become an ace mecha operator with that body? Li Yingji suddenly felt that the world was unfair to him. He couldn't beat any of these people. He looked at Lin Zonking. At least he was stronger than Lin Zonking, who just managed to attain Qijin and was a special class operator. Li Yingji felt better about himself. Even Lin Zonking was not kicked out of the team, so why would I be kicked out? I am not convinced. Li Yingji's feelings were deeply hurt, so he didn't realize that he spoke his thoughts out loud. Lin Zonking smiled when he heard this sentence. He took out his backpack and passed it to Li Yingji. You are stronger than me, but I was never a fighter in the first place. I am the logistics leader. He signaled Li Yingji to open the backpack. Li Yingji looked inside. There were some emergency agents, a bag of compressed biscuit, a few nutrition packs, binoculars, as well as other small tools. Everything was placed neatly in the backpack. In the side pocket, a transparent box was stuffed inside. There were 2 sticks that looked like cigarette inside the box. Li Yingji was stunned. He thought about something and his face changed. Why do you have this? Li Yingji felt weak in his legs. If one of these sticks exploded, everything within 100 meters would be turned into ruins. He had never seen the real thing before, but in the military academy, they were taught about this. This was the most frightening and most primitive kind of bomb, the TNT bomb. Lin Zonking took his backpack back and looked at the surroundings with his binoculars. After confirming that there was no one around them, he continued, did you think that the opponent only placed 1 bomb on the cruise? Li Yingji was not stupid. He instantly understood what Lin Zonking was trying to say. How did you find it? The search crew from Fiang ship didn't find anything on the ship. How did Lin Zonking find them? Lin Zonking smiled. Just as Li Yingji thought that he was going to explain, Lin Zonking retracted his smile and said coldly, why are you still talking to me? Shouldn't you be killing opponents with Qilong and the rest of them? Our team don't keep useless people. Li Yingji wanted to vomit out blood. Why did you talk so much then? He refuted angrily. You didn't go down too. Lin Zonking waved the binoculars that was in his hand. Don't you know my position in the team? He was already doing what he was supposed to do. Li Yingji's expression changed again. He didn't think much of it just now. After Lin Zonking's reminder, he realized that everyone else had started doing what they were supposed to do. Only he didn't understand the situation. Li Yingji felt depressed. He was too stupid. I will not lose to you all. Li Yingji shouted angrily before disappearing from the balcony. Not lose to us? Lin Zonking smiled. He felt that he was bullying a little child. That little child didn't know what to say, so he threw this sentence at him and then ran away. Li Yingji was not so irritating after all. Lin Zonking smiled as he raised his binoculars and observed the surroundings again. He didn't notice anything, but his hand was holding a powerful handgun hidden in his bag. The assassins that managed to sneak in gave each other a hand sign when they met. After that, they formed different-sized groups and went up. Everyone had a beam handgun in their hands. A beam handgun was powerful enough and with light recoil. It was accurate and the sound of bullets was light. It was the best handgun for middle-range attacks. One of the groups consisted of 2 assassins from the Soul Society. They carefully entered the 3rd floor. One of them walked in the front while the other walked behind him. The one in front checked the path with the other one defended their tracks. They didn't know if their opponent would come down from the balcony and ambush them. This was like a hide-and-seek game. The one who spotted the other party first would win. A gentle wind blew past them. The person at the back immediately shot at the direction of the wind. The beam hit the wall and a huge hole was formed. The person heaved a sigh of relief. He wanted to ask the person in front of the current situation. However, he heard the person in front falling down to the cold hard ground. He wanted to grab the side of his throat but he didn't manage to do it. He moaned and fell to the ground. The person felt his hairs standing. He didn't see their opponent but his comrade was already killed. As he was panicking, he fired his gun all around him but there was no movement. The person that killed his comrade seemed to have left. He stopped shooting. He wanted to look at his comrade. At this moment, a muscular hand grabbed his neck. He felt a prick on his neck and his body lost its energy. He fell to the ground as well. A murderous intent flashed past Qi Long's eyes. He grabbed his opponent's jaw and twisted his head. His opponent died. Qi Long gently placed the corpse at the side. He moved quickly and went to the person who was in the front. He took out the miniature dart from his neck and with a twist, this person died too. Qi Long kept these equipments because he knew that they couldn't expose their identity. The miniature anesthesia needle was the secret weapon of their battle team. In another part of the building, similar events happened. However, the assassins that were still alive didn't know what had happened to their comrades. They continued moving upwards towards the balcony. Lin Zonking was carefully observing his surroundings. Suddenly, something flashed past his eyes. He rushed over and came to a corner of the building. He raised his handgun that had a silencer on it and aimed it down. An assassin was attempting to climb up through a window. The assassin sensed something and looked up and saw a black barrel was pointing at him. He instantly jumped at Lin Zonking. Lin Zonking pulled the trigger calmly. The assassin got rebounded off the roof. He clutched his chest in pain as he glared at Lin Zonking with bloodshot eyes. Boom. The assassin fell from the 5th floor and slammed into the ground. The area around his body were all stained with blood. People who were assassins must reach manifestation level for their physical skills. Hence, even though this assassin was hit once by a gun and fell 5 floors down, he still didn't die. He was just on the brink of death. The only thing that seemed alive were his eyes. They were filled with hatred. Lin Zonking looked at him nonchalantly. He went back to his position and continued his work. No one wanted to die. Lin Zonking didn't want to die too. Thus, the assassin had to die. The death of this assassin stopped other people who had similar thoughts. Climbing up from the window was a shortcut to them. But, to the person on the roof, they were easy targets. He could just snipe them without any difficulty. However, this shot also proved that people were still on the roof. Many assassins got bolder. They stopped hiding themselves and quickly rushed up the stairs. Boom, boom, boom. The moment they entered the staircase, bullets rained down on them. Although they were prepared, the first 2 people who entered still got hit and died on the spot. The other assassins reacted quickly and dodged their bullets. Some hid themselves in their blind spots. Li Lang and Zhao Jun had already hid themselves behind the walls. Li Lang looked at Zhao Jun as entering the room behind him. He climbed down the window and entered the floor below them. The people from Soul Society didn't dare to move outside the building but the people from Lingshan had no qualms about it. They trusted Lin Zonking. Zhao Jun entered the floor below them. Li Lang occasionally fired some shots down so the assassins were all focused on him. In the commanding center of the Soul Society, the young man kept a lookout for the news from the front line. He was relieved when he knew that 33 people managed to enter the building. He regretted choosing this point to attack. He thought that it was the weakest but instead, it was the strongest. Almost 200 assassins got killed there. Is there still no reply from number 37? The middle-aged man paced around the young man agitatedly and asked him. Chapter 628, Temptation. The young man retracted the look of disdain from his eyes. He looked up at the middle-aged man and said respectfully, number. However, number 37's signal is still there. It means that he is still alive. He might be in a close fight with his opponent. Let's just wait for his reply patiently. The young man's words calmed the middle-aged man down. At this moment, one of the middle-aged men looked towards the window. He asked with a puzzled expression, "Don't you all think that the window got thicker?" The other people looked at the window. No one noticed anything different. "Did you see wrongly, number?" "I am naturally sensitive to the thickness of things. I felt that the window got thicker." The middle-aged man walked forward. When he touched the window, he felt a piercing chill. "So cold." The middle-aged man retracted his hand. "How is that possible? Even if it is raining, the temperature on planet Cookie always remained constant at 25 degrees Celsius. Another middle-aged man didn't believe him and touched the window himself. "It is really cold." The man removed his hand almost immediately. He was surprised. As the middle-aged men were confused, the young man suddenly shouted, "Hide yourselves." The middle-aged men got a shock. They looked away from the window instinctively. The young man stared at the window as though he was trying to look for something. "What happened?" one of the middle-aged men asked. The young man smiled bitterly. "I think that our opponent might be here." "Who is it?" The middle-aged man was frightened. The young man looked at the window. "It is probably the Domain Realm Master that fought with number 37. Only he was able to get near them without anyone noticing." "Number 37. The middle-aged man didn't look good. "He is not dead but most likely heavily injured," the young man replied. This was the best situation. He was afraid that number 37 had died but they hadn't received the information. The middle-aged men were agitated. However, they quickly calmed down. "So what if he managed to find us?" Even though this was just a temporary command center, Soul Society had sent a Domain Realm warrior to protect this center. The moment he finished speaking, an old man with gray hair appeared beside them. "Ninth Elder." The young man greeted him with respect. The old man known as the Ninth Elder ignored him. He stared at the window intently and said, "Since you are here, why do you still hide?" The figure of a human appeared on the glass of the window. The figure slowly got clearer. Ninth Elder looked at the person that came out from the window. He was extremely shocked. "Impossible." The other people in the room were stunned too. The young man even asked, "Ninth Elder, can Domain warriors maintain their youthful looks?" Ninth Elder replied immediately, "No way." He was confident that the data from Soul Society was up to date and complete. It was even more complete than the data the Federation had. However, this person didn't fit the description of anyone in the list of Domain Realm warriors. Did he advance to the Domain Realm recently? Ninth Elder denied this thought. If he could defeat Sky Rank number 37, he could not be a new Domain Realm Master. Even though Sky Rank number 37 was on the slightly weaker side of the Sky Rank, he still had been in the Domain Realm for 8 years. He was not someone who could be defeated easily. "Who are you?" Ninth Elder couldn't reach a conclusion, so he asked. The person that came just looked at them coldly. Everyone felt a huge pressure weighing over them. Even the Ninth Elder felt pressured. He was surprised. "Your element is ice. In our data, there are 3 ice element domain formidable warriors. They are the Frost Monarch from the Chaotic Lands, the family head of the Northeastern Muki, and General Ray from Caesar." "You are definitely not General Ray. Are you the family head of Northeastern Muki or the Frost Monarch?" Ninth Elder asked coldly. He couldn't find any similarities between those two characters and this young boy in front of him, but they were a better fit than General Ray. Those two people were Chinese. However, the other party remained silent. The atmosphere in the room got tenser and colder. Ninth Elder's face turned red when he saw that the other party had no intention of speaking to him. He felt that he was looked down upon. Anger boiled inside his heart. Even if that old beast Northeastern Muki came, he was not afraid. No one could be stronger than that old beast. Within the ice element, if that old beast claimed to be the second, no one dared to be the first. Even the Frost Monarch would not dare to call himself a monarch in front of that old beast. Ninth Elder decided to have a fight with the other party. After he tasted defeat, he would not be so arrogant anymore. In actual fact, Ling Lan was having a conversation with Little Four. Little Four, didn't you say that there were no powerful people? Who was this person then? Ling Lan's heart dropped when she saw another domain master. She wanted to run away. Little Four looked down at his hand and said innocently, I did say that there were old people. He didn't say that the old person was not dangerous. You are getting good at talking. Ling Lan smiled coldly. Little Four shook his head fervently. I didn't say anything wrong. There is only one powerful old man. Boss, once you defeat him, the rest will be at your command. I think that I will be the one getting beaten up. Ling Lan became vigilant after she finished her sentence. She could feel the pressure from the old man getting stronger. The old man wanted to have a fight with her. Ling Lan was excited. Although she questioned Little Four, she trusted him and knew that he would not make decisions that would harm her. There was only one domain-level master here. Fighting him would be a good experience for her. Ninth Elder suddenly disappeared. Ling Lan released all her presence. She didn't know what the old man's element was. The situation that happened just now was reenacted. However, this time, she was the one at a disadvantage. In the learning space, Little Four shouted in anger as he kicked around. Why didn't you let me tell my boss the information about her opponent? Number 5 smiled. This is an order by Number 1. If you have any questions, you can personally ask Number 1. Little Four froze. Also, when are you going to tell your boss that you are secretly hiding Little Blossom? Number 5 was still smiling, but Little Four could sense the evil intentions behind his smile. Little Four fell flat on the ground. He almost forgot about this. You better hurry up. Number 1 had been suppressing Little Blossom for all these years and could no longer continue anymore. It will be undesirable for Little Blossom's evolution. Why not you don't tell your boss about this and just become Little Blossom's owner? Number 5 tempted Little Four. Little Four resisted the temptation. I will bring Little Blossom over for my boss. Only my boss can be Little Blossom's owner. Then why are you wasting your energy to help Little Blossom evolve? Your evolution was hindered because of it. Are you willing to sacrifice your future for other people? Number 5's words were always able to waver people's decision. Even though Little Four had a pure heart, he couldn't help but waver too. I am speaking the truth. If you become Little Blossom's owner, you will be even more useful to your boss. Also, you will not need to tell your boss about Little Blossom too. Your boss will not scold you for making decisions yourself. Isn't it your dream to become the best subordinate of your boss? If that is the case, don't let her have the chance to scold you. Number 5 continued tempting Little Four. Little Four was confused. He felt that Number 5 made sense, but Little Four still felt that there was something amiss with the statement. There is no but. Little Blossom is waking up soon. Number 1 said that he will not suppress Little Blossom this time. You either hurry up and tell your boss, or you will go and find Little Blossom and become the first person he sees. That way, you will be his owner. Number 5 reminded Little Four that he didn't have much time left. Little Four went into deep thought. Outside, Ling Lan had started fighting with her opponent. The huge energy broke the window. Everything in the room was a mess. The energy that the opponent released was only at Jin level. I can't sense his element. Ling Lan frowned. She felt that this opponent would be tough. Not only was he powerful, but he also hid his element better than her. She was able to fool her opponent because she concealed her cold aura. However, she still had some loopholes. This old man had no loopholes at all, as expected of an old monster who had been in the domain realm for more than 10 years. Ling Lan couldn't help but commend the old man in her heart. The young man saw that the 9th Elder was fighting the domain warrior, so he winked at the other men. The few of them sneaked to the door and attempted to leave. The most powerful person among them was at the peak of Jin. The young man had just reached Jin level. If they stayed in this room with the domain masters fighting, they might die just by the force generated in the fight. When they reached the door, they were shocked. The door was covered with a thick layer of ice. No matter how much they kicked it, the ice didn't break. The young man observed that the window, which was broken, was blocked with a layer of thick ice too. They couldn't escape through the window either. Chapter 629, Little Four's Choice. Right when the group wanted to leave this place, a strong aura suddenly appeared and moved towards them. This aura instantly caused them to fall to their knees. The young man was in an even worse condition as he instantly fell forward with blood dripping out from his mouth. They used all of the Qi Jin in their bodies to desperately endure against this pressure. The fully unleashed auras of the two domain experts were indeed forces that these individuals couldn't withstand with their lower levels. The young man tried his hardest to open both of his eyes and barely managed to look towards the fight in front of him. The young man saw the ninth elder huff and a large tornado formed, making its way towards the silhouette. Bam! A large ice shield suddenly appeared in front of the silhouette. The tornado hit the ice shield with great force. The power of the collision made the entire building tremble. The foundation and walls instantly had cracks and debris fell to the floor as though it was rain. The young man knew that this was the result after the two people had tried their best to restrain the power of their domain. The ninth elder and his opponent didn't want to make a scene. After all, they were on Planet Cookie. If they alerted Planet Cookie's government, things might become troublesome for both parties. That person is very strong. The young man had a surprised and complicated look on his face, as though he was looking at an immovable mountain when he was looking at the silhouette. In his mind, he imagined how young the opponent was. Suddenly he discovered that other than being young, he actually couldn't piece together his features. The young man only felt a heart-piercing coldness that made him not dare to look up at the opponent. If the opponent really did advance to domain level when he was very young. After thinking up to this point, the young man's heart trembled. Although he could see the disbelief in the ninth elder's expression, the young man didn't know why he actually believed that this was the reality they were living in. The powerful clashes between the ninth elder and Linglan made the two of them become more vigilant. Linglan's extremely strong ice element domain was very sturdy. The ninth elder's mysterious element was also hard for Linglan to grasp. Linglan looked at the flawless defense of the ninth elder and had a thought. Suddenly, a bone-piercing cold fell upon the atrium. Not long after, the atrium became engulfed in ice. Everything was frozen. Even the ceiling had many icicles hanging from above. The people who were subjugated to their knees or on the ground also had a layer of frost form on their bodies. The young man was also shuddering profusely. He felt as though his blood was going to be frozen solid. He felt that he would become an ice sculpture in the next second. The air was filled with a cold aura. Even breathing would make someone feel a heart-wrenching pain. However, this didn't affect the ninth elder. A defensive barrier appeared outside of his body and blocked off the cold aura Linglan had produced. Compared to demon fire, the ninth elder was much more careful since he had almost lived for a century. He valued his life and would not show any openings to his opponents. The attack the just now and the aura shield. His domain should belong to a colorless and soundless element. Is it the wind or the air? Linglan thought to herself. Then I'll feel it out once again. Linglan snapped her fingers with great force. Suddenly, the things that were frozen exploded and broke into countless ice particles scattered in the air. These particles silently gathered towards her opponent. Seeing this, the ninth elder laughed coldly. He closed his right hand and suddenly his aura shield became a black hole. It sucked in all of the ice particles into one place. Then it formed a ball of ice that was becoming bigger and bigger. You can have it back, shouted the ninth elder. The huge ice ball was sent flying towards Linglan in an instant. Right when the ice ball was about to hit Linglan, it suddenly dispersed and became particles again. Then these particles completely disappeared into thin air. This move was within the ninth elder's calculations. He knew that tossing the ice ball back to Linglan wouldn't pose any threat to him. However, what he wanted was the small window of time when his opponent gets rid of the ice ball. As the ice ball disappeared, Linglan immediately felt a strong sense of crisis approaching. She immediately conjured up an ice shield in front of her. Bang! The entire building shook once again. The originally battered building now had even larger cracks than before, as though it was about to collapse. Linglan's block was too hurried. Her ice shield didn't completely neutralize the unexpected attack. She couldn't help but take 3 steps back and then managed to stop her body. Some blood uncontrollably dripped from the side of her mouth. The opponent's attack did not leave any traces. If it wasn't for Linglan's incredible spiritual power, which felt the change in the energy in the air, Perhaps this attack would have hit her directly. Looks like it's not the wind element. Ling Lan had battled with domain masters with the wind element before. The 23rd Division's Special Forces main leader was a wind element domain expert. Even if her opponent concealed his attack, she would still be able to feel the change in the wind. It wasn't like now where the attack would come out of nowhere. If my guess is correct, it's definitely the air element. He really is a troublesome opponent. Ling Lan didn't think that she would meet up with an opponent who was an expert in the most mysterious element, air. However, I'm lucky that he can't control the elements within the air. Ling Lan celebrated a bit. The ninth elder felt the coldness in the air decreasing. He then saw his opponent being hurt by his attack, which made him quite overjoyed. The element of his domain was something unpredictable and hard to defend against. These factors gave him the upper hand against other domain experts and also helped him defeating all of his opponents, which in turn made him into the Soul Society's ninth elder. You actually dare to challenge the Soul Society, then prepare to pay the price with your life. The ninth elder laughed coldly. A force that was even stronger than the last one moved towards Ling Lan from all sides. In reality, the reason he created a tornado using his element in the beginning was to confuse his opponent. It was to make his opponent think that his attacks created sound and movement. The real sure kill techniques were the attacks afterwards, which included the technique he had just performed. It was his strongest technique, air vacuum technique. Bam! The area around Ling Lan all froze into ice. It was as though she was in an ice coffin and was able to block off the attack from all sides. The ninth elder's expression changed instantly. How is that possible? How could his opponent knew that he would attack from all sides? It was clear that for his previous attack, his opponent only created an ice shield in front of him. Air element is indeed very strong. Thank you for fighting with me for this long, Ling Lan said coldly while being inside the coffin. Number 5, who was watching in the learning space, showed a smile on his face. Little 4, your boss is going to use a strong technique. The battle is going to be over soon. Did you make your decision yet? Little 4 instantly raised his head and saw Ling Lan's right hand clenched into a fist. Ice Age, the strongest technique created by Ling Lan's domain. It was strong enough to put the world back into the Ice Age. The ninth elder felt a chill forming around his body like never before. He snorted coldly. Insolence. His domain formed as he shouted. The two forces were at odds with each other, both trying to get past the other's defenses. Ling Lan smirked and snapped her fingers once again. The ninth elder suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill in the deep recesses of his body. His expression changed instantly and screamed, "That's not possible." In the next second, he became an ice sculpture. The fear on his face was etched in detail onto the sculpture as though he was going to break the ice and jump out in the next second. Why isn't it possible? Ling Lan snapped her fingers once again and the ice sculpture instantly became countless of ice particles and dispersed into the air. No traces were left behind and it was as though the ninth elder never existed in this world. No, something was left behind. A communication bead fell out of the ice sculpture. Little Four's face was glowing. He shouted loudly, "My boss is just that awesome. Little Blossom's master should also be this awesome. However, I will definitely try my best to grow and hope that one day I will become as strong as boss. Then, I will be Little Blossom's boss." Little Four kicked number 5 and freed himself from number 5's grasp. He immediately started jumping towards Ling Lan's mind space. "Woo wah woo, boss. I was bullied by instructor number 5 just now. You have to help me get back at him." Little Four had indeed hesitated before because he was afraid that Ling Lan would yell at him. However, he remembered the words Ling Lan had said to him many years ago. As long as he treated her sincerely, the boss would treat him as her own little brother. She even let him have half of her father's love without fussing. Little Four believed this himself. However, in reality, Ling Zhao didn't know he had a son like him. How could he still hide Little Blossom like this? Also, even if the boss did yell at me, what would happen? The boss wouldn't yell at me if she didn't care about me. Did those instructors think that the boss is interested in yelling at strangers? Idiot number 5. PFFFT. Little 4 suddenly turned around and stuck his tongue out at number 5. He made a face towards number 5, brushed off the dirt from his butt and jumped into Linglan's mind space. Number 5 stared blankly for a second, then laughed. He then slowly disappeared into the lobby of the learning space. Number 5 appeared in instructor number 1's space. "Now are you now rest assured?" said number 1 as he opened his eyes and looked at number 5 calmly. Number 5 smiled and scratched his head. He said helplessly, "Looks like I worried too much." "Not really, it's just that you didn't believe in Majesty 4 from the very beginning." Number 1 said calmly, "The root of the destruction of the Mandora star system was because of the last Intellect King. I'm just afraid that Little 4's evolution would become the same as the Intellect King in the future, full of selfishness and destruction." Number 5 said plainly. It was the first time the smile on his face had faded in many years. "The rift in the relationship between humans and us, intelligence entities, in the end it isn't something that we can really say whose fault it was, right? Back then, the 10 of us decided to put our spiritual power into this learning space to watch over Majesty 4's evolution. We shouldn't interfere with his growth too much. You went overboard this time." Instructor number 1 calmly warned number 5. Majesty 4's evolution had made him show selfishness. If we let him grow on his own, it may impact Linglan negatively. Number 1. Linglan is the disciple the 10 of us developed with great care. Are you not afraid that Majesty 4 will harm her in the end? Number 5 suddenly became irritated. Little 4 wasn't any average learning space intelligent entity. Once he gains his complete form, he would be a godlike existence. This godlike entity wouldn't only have powers within the virtual world, as long as there were wires or signals. The complete form of Little 4 could easily use all this to control the real world of the humans. Back then, the instructors saw what the Intellect King had done. In the Mandora star system, faced with humans who would not bow to him, the Intellect King would even consider mutual destruction than to let the humans get their way. Now, whenever the instructors think about this, it would make them shudder in fear. Chapter 630. Did I say that? Number 5. That's something Linglan should be thinking about. Number 1's voice echoed in number 5's ear like thunder and instantly woke number 5 up. Number 5 rubbed his face and said apologetically, "Sorry number 1, I was wrong." Although number 5 seemed to have the most perverse mentality, he was actually the instructor out of all 10 of them who cared about Linglan the most. Of course this had something to do with having such a talented disciple like Linglan who would only appear once every few centuries. Linglan was number 5's most prized disciple. He was very satisfied and proud of her. Little 4's evolution is directly related to Linglan. What Little 4 evolves into in the future would actually depend on Linglan. How or why he will get to that point, whether the road is hard or easy, it would all be based on Linglan's nurturing. You and I don't have the qualifications to meddle with his evolution. Seeing number 5's mood, number 1's tone became softer. Number 5 laughed bitterly. Then we should just watch? They clearly knew that Little 4's evolution would bring harm to Linglan, but they couldn't take the reins? Yes. Number 1 looked towards the far reaches of his plane. After a long while he finally said, "I believe in Linglan. She can do it." His disciple wasn't going to disappoint him. Number 1's words calmed number 5 down completely. After a short while he said, "Number 1, maybe you're right." After he said the previous statement, number 5 left number 1's spatial plane. Number 1 looked towards the endless void then closed his eyes. When number 5 returned to his own spatial plane, a familiar, beautiful and slim silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him. Number 9, I hardly see you come by. Could it be that you missed your elder brother? The surprise in number 5's expression vanished instantly. His face now had a cynical smile that could not be easily forgotten and spoke in flirtatious manner. The coldness exuding from number 9's body became even heavier. She looked at number 5 coldly and saw that number 5 was starting to feel perturbed. However, the more number 5 was perturbed, the brighter his smile was. It was as though he had some perverted thoughts. Number 9 hated this quality of number 5 and snorted coldly. I came to the wrong place. Afterwards, She flicked her right hand and instantly sliced open a spatial tear and left this space. Number 5 watched as Number 9 disappeared into the spatial tear. He rubbed his forehead and said to himself, "Came to the wrong place? Who is she trying to lie to?" Number 9 came to me for a reason. But what is that reason? For the first time, Number 5 felt that he wasn't smart enough and actually couldn't guess the reason why his younger sister Number 9 had come. Number 9 returned to her own space in dismay. She originally thought that Number 5's inquiries towards Majesty 4 were for the sake of Ling Lan. This made Number 9 felt grateful towards Number 5, thus she wanted to thank Number 5 in person. Now that she thought about it, she was really too naive and thought too well of Number 5. Seeing the perverted and sinister smile on his face, the reason he was probing on Ling Lan's situation was probably to satisfy some perverted needs of his own and not for Ling Lan's sake. After thinking about how she almost wasted her heartfelt gratitude, the coldness exuded from Number 9's body became even colder. In the future, she would definitely not put up a nice front towards Number 5. No, she will not even talk to that pervert Number 5. Ling Lan picked up the communication bead on the ground and asked Little Four to continue keeping the Ninth Elder's spiritual power intact. Then she slowly walked towards the young man's group who were all hurt from the shock waves. Those people looked at this extremely young domain expert with fear and terror in their eyes. Most of them believed that this young man definitely used some sort of medicinal agent to change his appearance. But these people had forgotten that although there were medicinal agents that could change a person's appearance, but it wouldn't make an individual seem too far off from their actual age. For example, a young person would not suddenly become an old man and an old man wouldn't suddenly become a young man. Ling Lan bent down and showed her right palm with the communication bead on it and asked, "What is this?" The young man didn't say anything and pretended as though he didn't hear anything. "You don't want to tell me? Then there isn't any reason for you to live," Ling Lan said indifferently. She then stood up. The ice shards around their bodies slowly began to cover their entire body. The young man's face paled and he slowly closed his eyes, silently waiting for death to come to take him away. He didn't think that his plan to move up in the company in the end would actually dig his own grave. He was unwilling to die. He was still young and had a limitless future. He didn't want to die just yet. However, he couldn't betray his organization just for a chance to live. That would make him disdain and loathe himself. However, not everyone had this realization. When these people felt that their hands and feet had been frozen and the coldness slowly crawled through their bodies, they began to struggle. The feeling of watching oneself slowly reaching to the brink of death was tormenting and could easily cause a person to fall apart mentally. As expected, one of the middle-aged men couldn't endure the pressure anymore and instantly shouted, "It's a communication bead." The young man immediately opened his eyes. His eyes were full of criticism and rage. As trusted members, how could they betray so easily like that? The statement of the middle-aged man also broke the mental endurance of the men. A few other middle-aged men also shouted, "That's right. It's a communication bead." Ling Lan half smiled at the angry young man. As expected, he was still a hot-blooded youngster and was willing to spill his own blood for his dreams. This youngster probably wouldn't even care if he paid the price with his life. She glanced at these middle-aged men with joy. Fortunately, these people had already lost that passion. They were people that understood how valuable life was as compared to anything else. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to force anything out from these people. Ling Lan snapped her finger and the ice that originally frozen their hands and feet had disappeared into thin air. After seeing that their hands and feet had returned to normal, these people were instantly overjoyed. "Does every one of you have a communication bead?" Ling Lan asked. Since their psychological defense were broken down already, they would answer every question obediently. These individuals knew the cat was out of the bag and didn't hide anything anymore. They all nodded to show that she was right. "Give me your communication bead and let me have a look," Ling Lan said calmly. Not long after, these middle-aged men handed over their communicator to Ling Lan. Ling Lan randomly took one. Little Four spoke to Ling Lan in her mind space. "Boss, these are different from the communication bead you picked up earlier. Do they have a function that changes its shape?" Ling Lan inspected the communication bead in her hand closely and actually saw the difference. It seemed that only the people that understood how it worked or the people who created these communicators would be able to tell the difference, which also included Ling Lan's Little Four. Little Four nodded and said, "Yes. The material used to make these communication beads are very common. The two communication beads from before were created using special materials. Unfortunately, I didn't find this type of material on the market. This type of material is probably controlled by the government and is very scarce. Otherwise, it isn't possible that domain warriors are the only ones qualified to have." After saying all this, Little Four was squirming around as though he had something to say. However, in the end, Little Four didn't say it. Little Four's odd behavior was of course seen by Ling Lan, but she ignored it. She looked at the communication bead in her hand once again. 3 communication beads suddenly appeared in her hand. The 2 new beads were the 2 that Ling Lan had picked up earlier. "Since there's no use for them, then I won't be needing them." Ling Lan suddenly whipped her arm and 3 shadows flew out from her hand, smashing into the wall in front of her. "Ah, no." Little Four and the middle-aged man who gave the communication bead both shouted. After a bang was heard, the communication bead was instantly shattered into pieces. The face of the middle-aged man paled. He had already foreseen what kind of miserable life he would have in the future. He looked at those beside him with a terrified look. A hint of killing intent instantly flashed past his eyes. "Little Four, do you really want this?" Ling Lan opened her right hand towards herself. The communication bead she had taken from Demon Fire and the 9th Elder were still in her hand. The bead that she tossed out just now was only the communication bead of that middle-aged man. As to why there were 3 shadows, it was because Ling Lan's hand movements had reached the level of form. Creating 2 illusions out of thin air was simply too easy for her. Little Four nodded enthusiastically after he saw that the 2 communication beads were not damaged. "These are very important to you," Ling Lan said a statement. Little Four saw that he could no longer hide his intentions, thus he replied honestly, "Yes, these are very important to me." "No, not just me, but also very important to your 10 instructors." Ling Lan's expression instantly became more serious. She prompted Little Four to speak more in detail. "Actually, we aren't bound to the learning space. We can actually come out into your world, boss," Little Four said. "This I know. Back then, in order to save me, number 5 and number 9 had once controlled my body." Ling Lan remembered the crisis she was in when she was just 13 years old. She almost lost her life back then. In the end, she managed to live by a stroke of luck and thanks to number 5 and number 9 helping her. That's one way, but that way will bring harm to the host body. Normally we won't use this method to go into the real world. Little Four remembered the incident from back then. He couldn't help but clench his small fists. Back then, if he had already obtained a real body, he would definitely not let boss become that gravely injured. Ling Lan was a smart person. Even if she wasn't smart, she became smart after the endless torture from the aberrant number 5s. She had a look of understanding when she looked at the communicator. She said, "So only domain warriors are qualified to use this type of communicator?" Little Four nodded and said sternly, "Yes boss. This type of material can endure the aura of a domain warrior." The most important property was its ability to change forms when necessary that allows spiritual power to be easily attached to the material. In the Mandora star system, this type of material would be used to create humanoid shells for intelligent entities or spiritual entities to control. Then we would be able to use these shells to connect with the real world. Little Four told Ling Lan about the information he had found in his database. His eyes were filled with hope. If it was possible, he didn't want to just stay in the virtual world to help Ling Lan. He also wanted to be able to help Ling Lan in the real world. Ling Lan stared at the 2 communication beads in her hand. She was stunned by the information Little Four had given her. If she collected this material and created humanoid shells, the 10 instructors in the learning space would be able to become real humanoids and stay beside her in the real world. Also, there was Little Four. He would actually become her younger brother, call Ling Zhao daddy and call Lan Luo Feng mommy. Would the come and collected Ling Zhao be able to keep a straight face or not? And would her mother, Lan Luofen, act like a loving mother and hug and kiss little four, kissing little four until his CPU overheats and faint. That image was too perfect. Ling Lan put away the communication beads and held back the excitement building up inside her. She asked again, "How many domain masters are in this soul society?" One middle-aged man said proudly, "Our soul society has almost 300 domain masters." After calculating the volume of all 300 communication beads put together, Ling Lan regrettably said, "What a small amount." She wasn't sure whether or not it was enough to create a small little four. Hearing this, the middle-aged man almost spat out blood. Almost 300 was a small amount. This number of domain masters were close to the total of domain experts in a small country. Of course, if compared to the thousands or 10,000s of domain masters from other superpowers, it was indeed a small amount. You lot have the materials to create the communication bead, right? Ling Lan glanced at a few of the middle-aged men and asked coldly. Those words made the expression of these middle-aged men and the young man, who was ready to die, change instantly. One of the middle-aged men rolled his eyes and answered nonchalantly, "Of course we have the materials for that. In fact, the materials are very common. It's just gold alloy, pixie dust." He told her materials used to create common communication beads in an attempt to fool her. "You know what I want?" Ling Lan shot a sharp glance towards the middle-aged man. The look stunned the man and he instantly stopped speaking. "Only domain warriors can use that type of communication bead and you lot aren't in that group of people. I know that you people clearly know what I'm asking for." Ling Lan didn't allow them to avoid answering the question. Everyone was silent and stopped talking. This information was related to the secrets of the Soul Society. Even the middle-aged men who had given up beforehand did not dare to share this information. Otherwise, even if they managed to get away from this monster in front of them, they would still be hunted down by the Soul Society. Both outcomes would result in their death. Thus it was better for them to have a quick death at this place than to be hunted down by the Soul Society. "Seems like you all know." Ling Lan didn't necessarily need to hear an answer from them. She believed that these people would definitely know where this valuable material was hidden. She just wanted to surmise an answer from their reactions. The reactions of these people were terrified and frightened. Their behavior of not daring to answer even if it meant death proved that the Soul Society indeed had this material and possibly in large quantities. That was why their expressions changed so quickly. As expected, Ling Lan's words had made the faces of these individuals turn pale. The fear in their eyes was more visible. It seemed that she had guessed correctly. "Thank you for your cooperation." Ling Lan had received the answer she wanted. She stood straight up and looked at the middle-aged men with a cold expression. Her expression was cold as ice that it had made these middle-aged men afraid. One of the middle-aged men shouted, "You promised you wouldn't kill us." Ling Lan replied calmly, "Did I say that?" Chapter 631, Your Name is Little Blossom. Everyone was enlightened. Ling Lan just asked them questions. She didn't promise them that she would let them go. Despicable, shameless. The middle-aged men broke down when they knew that they were about to die. Ling Lan looked at them with pity. She truly didn't want to kill so many people. However, these people saw her face. If they just did some research, they would figure out her identity. Her father worked so hard to keep her gender a secret. If he knew that she had other secrets, he might grow more white hair. In order to make things easier for her father, Ling Lan decided to kill these people. These people were assassins. They would do anything for money. Ling Lan would feel no guilt killing them. The noisy room became silent again. These people would never be able to open their mouth again. All of them turned into ice statues. They still wore an angry expression with their mouths wide open. Boom. The ice statues exploded into ice crystals and disappeared in the air. No trace was left behind. It was as though these people never existed. The young man was shocked when he saw this scene. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, He was still frightened when he saw his comrades disappearing like that. Ling Lan looked at the young man indifferently. She seemed to be considering what to do with this person. Ling Lan had a good impression of this young man. At least he was not someone who would betray his organization to live. Those secrets might not be important in the eyes of these people. They might only be scolded when they went back to their society. Hence, it was reasonable that they would choose to betray their organization to gain a chance to live. But, Ling Lan felt that no matter how important the information was, betraying was still betraying. This young man was a loyal person. That was the reason why she left him alive. Ling Lan liked people who were loyal. Are there any poisons which only I have the antidote for? Ling Lan asked Little Four in her mindscape. Little Four pondered about the question seriously. You can ask Lisha to invent a poison. With Lisha's ability, it should be easy for him to concoct an incurable poison. However, it would be difficult to be the only person with the antidote. With how advanced technology in this era was, it was easy to create more than one specific antidote for a poison. I can only kill this young man then. Ling Lan sighed. She realized that she became more vicious. Even when she was deciding whether someone should live, she was calm. She was moving away from the person who used to lie on a hospital bed all the time. Little Four suddenly thought of something. His eyes twinkled. He asked, "Boss, do you really want to keep this person alive? Are you not afraid that he would betray you?" "Yes, I want him alive. But, I can't make sure that he will not betray us." "Actually, it might be possible," Little Four replied. Ling Lan narrowed her eyes when she heard what he said. "Little Four, did you keep something from me?" Little Four shrunk back a little when he heard the threatening tone. He lowered his head and said meekly, "There is something." "What is that something?" Ling Lan was curious. She knew that Little Four did many things behind her back, but since he never hindered her business, she would just let him off. Ling Lan knew that Little Four was lonely. The 10 instructors in the learning space wouldn't chat with him and she couldn't accompany him all the time. She had her parents, her friends, and her own life. Ling Lan hoped that Little Four could have his own hobbies when he was alone to remain happy. Thus, Ling Lan was not angry when she heard what Little Four said. But, in order to prevent Little Four from getting too overboard in the future, she still pretended to angry. Little Four already had the intention to tell Ling Lan about Little Blossom. Hence, he told Ling Lan everything what she asked. Ling Lan's mouth twitched when she heard the nickname, Little Blossom. How did Little Four manage to come up with such a mundane name? She felt sympathy for this flower that had to live with such a name. Little Blossom is going to wake up soon. Boss, hurry up and follow me. Little Four grabbed Ling Lan's hand excitedly and transported her to a dark room. Ling Lan immediately saw a pretty baby around 3 years old floating in the air. There were silver threads all around his body. She could feel the energy on these silver threads being transmitted to the baby. The baby felt a human presence, so he started opening its eyes slowly. While Ling Lan was looking at the baby intently, she was caught off her guard when Little Four suddenly pushed her forward. She almost bumped into the baby, but she managed to stop herself in time. Her face was very near the baby's face. Ling Lan looked at the watery and clear eyes in front of her. It was pure. This was what a baby's eyes should be like: innocent, clean, and pure. Her face reflected in the baby's eyes. He seemed to remembering and confirming something. "Master." The baby opened his mouth. Ling Lan frowned when she heard the term. She knew that Little Four must be behind this. "Little Four, come out." Little Four came out from the dark. He smiled and said, "Boss." Little Blossom would recognize the first person he sees as his master. "You arranged this?" Ling Lan believed that Little Four did something to this baby. However, his reply surprised her. "No. Intelligent entities like us followed one rule. If the first thing we see when we open our eyes is a human, that human becomes our master. If the first thing we see is an object, we will evolve based on that object." Little Four's explanation was not detailed because he didn't know much too. This was a restriction that happened naturally. It might exist to prevent the intelligent entities from becoming too powerful. Ling Lan pondered over his words. She glanced at Little Four and asked, "When you woke up, I was the first person that you saw?" Little Four tried to recall. "I think so. In my memory, You are my master." While Linglan and Little Four were talking, Little Blossom looked at them with a puzzled expression. He was thinking why his master wasn't talking to him. "Master?" Little Blossom didn't like Little Four. Linglan's heart skipped a beat when she heard the delicate voice. She looked over. Little Blossom was elated when he saw his master had his attention on him. He said respectfully, "Please give me a name." Ever since he saw Linglan, he couldn't help but like her. Little Blossom didn't know that he had been named by Little Four already. He looked at Linglan with anticipation. Before Linglan could speak, Little Four got agitated. He grabbed Linglan's hand and said seriously, "Boss, he is called Little Blossom." He was willing to give up Little Blossom, but he must keep the name. This was the only right he had left. Linglan felt helpless. She didn't like this name. The baby was so cute. How could he have such a mundane name? She felt pity for Little Blossom. Why was she calling him Little Blossom? Seemed like Little Four had brainwashed her. "Little Blossom," Little Four shouted firmly when he saw Linglan hesitating. "Okay, you will be called Little Blossom." Linglan looked at Little Blossom apologetically. Little Four was an important family member to her. She didn't want to reject Little Four and hurt him, so she relented. However, Linglan still felt bad for Little Blossom. She decided to treat Little Blossom better in the future to compensate him. "Little Blossom, you will be named Little Blossom from now on." Little Four jumped in front of Little Blossom happily. "Little Blossom, my name?" Little Blossom looked at Linglan. "Yes, your name will be Little Blossom." "He is Little Four. You two will be brothers from now on. You two must take care of each other." Linglan pointed at Little Four and introduced him to Little Blossom. Little Blossom didn't know how bad this name was. As a newborn, getting a name meant that he had been acknowledged. Little Blossom was happy that he had been acknowledged. He cut the silver threads around him and came in front of Linglan. He said seriously, "Little Blossom is elated. Little Blossom understand. Little Blossom will take care of Little Four." Little Four hit Little Blossom head. Little Blossom was flabbergasted as he didn't know why Little Four hit him. "You cannot call me Little Four. You must call me Elder Brother Four," Little Four said proudly. "Elder Brother Four?" Linglan snorted. Little Four immediately became sad. He looked like a deflated balloon. He said, "How about Little Brother Four?" Little Blossom looked at Linglan. He was awaiting Linglan's order. Linglan nodded. "He is older than you. You should call him Little Brother Four." Little Blossom received the order and called obediently, "Little Brother Four." Little Four was so delighted that he did a somersault in the air. He finally had a younger brother. It felt so good. Linglan looked at the excited Little Four and then looked at the puzzled Little Blossom. She smiled. With Little Blossom around, Little Four might not be so lonely anymore. Only an intelligent entity would know what other intelligent entities needed. She didn't feel so speechless anymore. However, Linglan couldn't let Little Four be excited for too long. She grabbed Little Four and asked, "Shouldn't you explain how can Little Blossom help me control the young man? Can he make poison?" Little Four didn't mind being lifted up by Linglan. He smiled. "You are right. Little Blossom can make poison. However, his poison would not harm a person's body. It would just harm the person's spiritual power." Linglan's eyes lit up. "Spiritual power? How?" "Boss, you should know that the Doomsday Flower could destroy the virtual world. The reason why it was feared by humans and intelligent entities is because it consumes a human's spiritual power as well as intelligent entities." Little Four shivered in fear. Linglan looked at Little Blossom in surprise. Little Blossom didn't know that Little Four was talking about him. She didn't expect such a cute and naive baby to be so frightening. Her expression changed. "Will he consume my spiritual power?" If he would, it would be like raising a devil inside of her. "No." Little Four rolled his eyes at his boss. How could he put his boss at risk? "Once entities like us recognize a master, we will be unable to harm him or her. Hence, Little Blossom would be unable to harm you and the things related to you. For instance, he would be unable to harm me or any other entities in your mindscape." Chapter 632, Life or Death. Linglan relaxed after hearing Little Four's explanation. Little Four continued, "Little Blossom is still a baby. Thus, He doesn't have the capability to make any independent decisions. He will not be able to consume other people's spiritual power without your approval. The energy in this space is enough for him to evolve. Little Blossom does not need to consume spiritual power and intelligent entities to fuel his evolution. Little Four glanced at Ling Lan carefully before saying, "Of course, if you voluntarily allow your spiritual power to be consumed to help Little Blossom evolve, Little Blossom would consume it." Ling Lan stared at him intently. Little Four immediately waved his hands and emphasized, "You must do it voluntarily. If you don't, Little Blossom will never consume your spiritual power." Ling Lan nodded calmly. Little Four heaved a sigh of relief. He finally managed to pass this obstacle. Sob. Boss looked so frightening just now. Even if Little Blossom can consume spiritual power, he will not be able to control the other party. He can only kill them. Although Little Blossom's ability was scary, it was different from what she wanted. Intelligent entities like us have replicas of ourselves. You can ask Little Blossom to hide his in the mindscape of the other party. Once he noticed that the other party wants to betray you, the replica will be awakened and consume the other party's spiritual power, causing him to be brain dead. Little Four finally told Ling Lan how to use Little Blossom properly. Ling Lan felt her heart pounding furiously. She didn't expect Little Blossom to be so powerful and frightening. This was an ultimate killing weapon. If she used this method to guard against other people, she would not need to worry about them betraying her. Ling Lan spent quite a long time in the learning space, but for the young man, she just went into deep thought for a moment. The next moment, Ling Lan stood in front of him and asked indifferently, "Do you want to live or do you want to die?" The young man's eyes lit up. If there was a chance, he wanted to live. However, he thought about something and his eyes dimmed again. "I will never betray the society. Just kill me." When he was at the end of his rope, one of the leaders of Soul Society found him and took him into Soul Society. His life was changed because of this opportunity. If he was a nobody in the Soul Society, he might betray the Soul Society in exchange for his life. But his talent was noticed and was specially nurtured. That meant that he would never be able to leave the Soul Society. His family members had been taken away by the Soul Society and was sent to a secret base. Every year, he would sit on a cruise sent by the Soul Society and visit his family. Yet, he could never remember the place where they were held hostage. If he betrayed Soul Society and was found out, his entire family would die a horrible death. He couldn't let that happen. "You want to live but you still chose death." Ling Lan saw the struggle in his eyes. A chair made of ice formed behind Ling Lan. Ling Lan sat down and looked at the young man who was kneeling in front of her. She seemed to be thinking about something. "It must be someone important to you to risk your life for it. If I am right, you want to protect either your family or your lover. Which one is it?" Ling Lan placed her hand on her chin and asked the young man. The young man's face changed. He didn't expect the other party to guess his secret so quickly. He pursed his lips and refused to answer Ling Lan's question. Ling Lan didn't expect the young man to reply too. She continued, "You are a calm and logical person, thus, you know how to make the best decision for yourself. I overheard your conversations when I came by. If I am not wrong, you should be the commanding officer of this operation. To reach this position, you must have spent a long time in the Soul Society. The rules of the Soul Society must have been around for quite a long time. Based on your character and ability, you will not allow yourself to have any weaknesses. Hence, you will never be in love with someone until the stage where you want to protect her with your life. That means that the people in danger are your family members." Ling Lan exposed the young man's secret. "If you are unable to find a solution for this problem until now, it could only mean that your family members had been captured by the society." Ling Lan knocked her fingers on the ice chair. "Looks like it will be difficult to have you betray the Soul Society." The young man followed Ling Lan's words carefully. When he heard the last sentence, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was grateful that this person didn't force him to betray the Soul Society. He was shocked by his own thoughts. Why did he feel grateful towards him? "However, can you be sure that once you die, the Soul Society will release your family members?" Ling Lan smiled coldly. She stared at the young man with sharp eyes. The young man was stunned. He looked at Ling Lan fearfully. This was something that worried him for many years. He wanted to find the exact location of where his family was held hostage because he was afraid that once he got killed, the Soul Society would kill his family members too, as they would be useless to them. He had stayed in the Soul Society for a long time now, so he knew how heartless the people inside Soul Society were. There were no useless people in the Soul Society. Let me remind you, young man, I will kill you using the same method as how I kill the rest of your group. You will turn into ice and disappear from the world. So do you think that the Soul Society will believe that you are dead, or will they think that you had betrayed them and ran away? Ling Lan's tone was calm, but her words were straight to the point. You know that the Soul Society will most probably feel that you had betrayed them. Only people that were alive would destroy all their traces. Dead people can't do that, unless the person who killed them had the hobby of collecting corpse. But, no matter what, there would still be some evidence left. But what could they find here? Blood, weapons, killing techniques? Can you see any traces of those left behind? Ling Lan's words were surprising, but it didn't cause the young man to waver. He knew that the Soul Society didn't need their corpse to ascertain whether they were dead or not. They had their own method. Outsiders didn't know this. He hoped that the Soul Society would keep their promise after he died, even if they didn't release his family members. He hoped that they would let them live in the secret base until they would die naturally. Suddenly, a communication bead appeared in front of him. A cold voice rang beside his ear. You think that this thing can inform the Soul Society that you died? The young man was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what Ling Lan wanted to say. Can you tell me whose communication bead is this, and has it lost its communication ability? Ling Lan asked the young man to take a closer look. The young man took the communication bead from the fair and slender hand. He looked at it carefully. His expression suddenly changed. He confirmed that it was Ninth Elder's communication bead. He saw Ninth Elder disappearing into ice particles with his own eyes. However, his communication bead still showed that he was still alive. This didn't make any sense. The spiritual power of the user is stored within the communication bead. Once the user died, the spiritual power inside will disappear naturally. Once all the spiritual power disappears, the person will be announced as dead. If I just keep the spiritual power of the user within the communication bead, I can make sure that his death would not be noticed, Ling Lan explained. The young man broke down when he heard this. He knew that if he chose death, the other party would keep his spiritual power inside his communication bead. They would think that he was still alive and had betrayed them. His family members would be killed as a result of that. I don't want to die. Since death couldn't protect his family, he had no reason to seek death. Very good. I like working with smart people. Ling Lan clapped her hand indifferently. The young man stared at Ling Lan with his cold eyes. He hated and feared this person. This was someone who played with his heart and forced him into a dead end. In the end, he had no choice but to work with him. If his family members died because of his decision this time, he would kill this demon and destroy the Soul Society. The young man calmed down after making a decision. He asked, "What do you want to know about the Soul Society?" Ling Lan smiled. "I am not interested in the Soul Society." The young man was astounded. Why did he took so much time to threaten and entice him then? "I am interested in you." Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. The young man tensed up. Was he talking about that kind of interest? Some higher authorities did like pretty boys. They would find pretty boys to satisfy their fetishes. These pretty boys willingly gave up their bodies in order to climb up in rank. But, he as a straight man, he would never. There is no such thing as never when it comes to a person's life. The young man gritted his teeth and said helplessly, "I am willing to give you anything you want." Ling Lan was stunned when she saw the young man's expression. She wondered why he looked so humiliated. Little Four started laughing uncontrollably in the mindscape. Ling Lan glared at him. Little Four stopped laughing immediately. Little Four's laughter caused Ling Lan to understand what the young man was thinking about. She looked at the young man with disdain. "Don't worry, if I like man, I have many better-looking men around me. I am just interested in your brain. I don't want my men to be exposed when they sneak into your society." The young man was relieved. He managed to keep his chrysanthemum's virginity. He accepted Ling Lan's request to be a spy. It was a better option. After that, the two of them had a peaceful conversation. Ling Lan knew that this young man was called Minutes Zenyun. In Soul Society, he was called Xiaoqianyi. There were 4 main groups in the Soul Society's East Planetary Sector business. They were known as Summer, Spring, Autumn, and Winter. Each group had 4 small teams in it. Everyone had their own nicknames. Minutes Zenyun was under the king team of the Summer group. He was ranked first in their team, so his name was called Xia, which means summer. King, name of his team, Yi, which means one. Ling Lan realized how big the Soul Society was after Xiaoqianyi's explanation. If she wanted to get the materials for the communication bead from them, it might be even harder than stealing from the Federation. However, she would not give up. It was impossible to get the materials from the Federation, so her only hope was the Soul Society. Ling Lan got Little Blossom to make a replica of himself and implanted the replica into Xiaoqianyi's mindscape. Xiaoqianyi didn't know how Ling Lan did it, but he knew that there was a frightening thing inside his mind. Ling Lan told him that if he had any thoughts about betraying her, the thing inside his mind would kill his brain. He would become brain dead. Hence, she wished that he would be careful. She didn't want him to die because of a careless mistake. Xiaoqianyi believed Ling Lan completely. His instinct told him that this thing in his mind was powerful and threatening. Xiaoqianyi didn't tell Ling Lan the reason he was taken in by the Soul Society was because of his powerful instinct. With it, he was able to make accurate predictions. Before this, he thought that his innate talent was strong enough. However, now, he felt that it was still lacking. If not, why didn't he predict that this mission would be a failure? Xiaoqianyi didn't know that Ling Lan had the profound insight, which was the highest level innate talent within the instinct talent section. When met with other innate talents from the same section, the other talents couldn't be used and the predictions made would be wrong. That was why Xiaoqianyi made many wrong decisions in this mission. He was fooled by his own innate talent. Ling Lan prepared to leave after settling everything. Xiaoqianyi shouted, "Are you planning to leave just like that? How will I explain this to my superiors?" Ling Lan looked at him with a smile. She replied nonchalantly, "This will be a test for you. If you can't pass this test, it means that you are not good enough to be my subordinate. I don't take in useless people." After finishing her sentence, Ling Lan disappeared from Xiaoqianyi's sight. Chapter 633, Fake. Xiaoqianyi scanned the empty and messy room while clenching his fists. He was not useless. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He started thinking of a way out of this mess. "I will continue to let Ninth Elder and Demon Fire appear to be alive. All the best to you." Ling Lan's voice suddenly appeared beside Xiaoqianyi. Xiaoqianyi's eyes lit up. His new master was not as heartless as he thought. He even gave him a hint. He knew what to do now. At this moment, Qilong and the rest of the team were finishing up their battle too. Zhao Jun managed to enter the floor below with Li Lan covering him. When the assassins were all focused on Li Lan, he sneaked behind their backs and fired at them furiously. Half of the assassins in the stairwell were killed. The other half managed to react in time and change the direction of their nozzle to defend their backs. When they were prepared to shoot at Zhao Jun quickly hid behind a pillar. When Li Lan heard the commotion downstairs, he knew that Zhao Jun had acted. He jumped down without any hesitation. As the assassins were pursuing Zhao Jun, they exposed their backs to Li Lan and he shot at them without any hesitation. Half of the remaining assassins were killed. Zhao Jun came out from his hiding place. With Li Lan's help, they managed to kill off the last few assassins. After confirming that there was no other assassins around them, Zhao Jun guarded Li Lan as he shot the assassins again to make sure that they were dead. They managed to kill 14 assassins. If Qilong and Li Yingji didn't manage to kill anyone, there were 19 assassins left in the building. The two people cleaned up the scene. They nodded at each other and started searching on the 3rd floor. Li Yingji was the last person to come down from the roof. The moment he reached the 5th floor, He felt a movement. He quickly hid himself in a corner. Very soon, he saw two assassins in black walking over. One was in front while the other was behind him. Li Yingji came out of the corner and punched the first assassin in his chest. The assassin flew back. He dashed to the next assassin and was ready to punch him too. Shit. Li Yingji suddenly felt a sense of danger. He quickly dodged to the side. Just as he was going to be hit on his shoulder, a beam shield appeared behind Li Yingji. Li Yingji knocked the second assassin out. After that, he pushed against the ground and rushed towards the direction where he felt the danger came from. In an instant, Li Yingji saw the third assassin who was hiding behind a pillar. He looked at Li Yingji fearfully. He raised the beam gun shakily and tried to kill him. Li Yingji didn't give him a chance to fire a second shot. His fist knocked into the assassin's chest. The assassin spit blood out of his mouth and flew several meters back. He slammed on the wall, forming cracks, and slowly slid to the ground. After hitting the third person, he rushed towards the assassin and slapped the assassin's head forcefully. The assassin's skull cracked under the force of his palm. After that, Li Yingji went to finish off the two assassins that were unconscious. He heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that all three assassins were dead. He turned off his beam shield. He was frustrated. He didn't expect someone to be hiding behind him. The third assassin had been hiding there for a long time, so Li Yingji didn't hear any movements. Truthfully speaking, Li Yingji was quite rash this time. He should have used the fact that he was in the dark to sneak an attack on the assassins. Due to his mistake, he almost lost his life. Luckily, Lin Zonking gave him this beam shield device before he came down. The defensive power of this beam shield was very strong. It was easy to use too. He didn't know it could activate automatically. When the device senses a force closing in, it would activate the shield on its own. That was how Li Yingji managed to block the gunshot and had the chance to find the third person. This is such a good equipment. Li Yingji patted the shield device on his right arm. He was envious. Boss Lan had such impressive defense equipment. Was this the result of having an excellent mechanic? Li Yingji started reflecting about himself. Was he wrong to only have mecha operators on his team? A good team required experts in various fields. That was how Boss Lan's team got so powerful. Right? Li Yingji didn't stop moving as he pondered about this. He continued searching the fifth floor, but this time, he was more careful. Li Yingji wanted to go to the fourth floor but decided against it. Lin Zonking was still on the roof. If by any chance there were assassins still hiding in this floor, they would be able to get on the roof once he was gone. There were no hiding spots on the roof. If assassins did climb up to the roof, Lin Zonking would be surrounded. The consequences would be undesirable. Also, if Lin Zonking needed any help, he could rush up immediately too. Li Lang and the other team members were split into 4 groups. Qilong was on the second floor. He met the most enemies and was under the most pressure. However, Qilong came down to the second floor because he wanted to have a good fight. Li Lang and Zhao Jun were on the third floor. There were many assassins on the second and third floor. As compared to those on the second floor, the assassins on the third floor were far more careful. It was hard to find them, but this was nothing to Li Lang and Zhao Jun. They would always be able to find the assassins before the assassins found them. Many assassins were killed by them. Li Yingji remained on the 5th floor and slowly searched the area. On the 6th floor, Lin Zonking continued to observe the surroundings. Qilong was currently fighting with 3 assassins. Suddenly, his expression changed. He released all of his strength and killed the 3 assassins instantly. Then, he jumped out of the window and climbed up to the roof. Li Lang and Zhao Jun ran up to the roof after subduing their opponents too. None of them were as fast as Li Yingji. When Li Yingji was searching the 5th floor, he felt movements on the roof. He leapt out of the window and climbed up the roof without any hesitation. He saw 3 assassins in black surrounding Lin Zonking. All of them were pointing their guns at him. Li Yingji knew that Lin Zonking was in danger. He might be able to dodge one person's shot but not 3. One of the assassins was standing at Lin Zonking's blind spot. There was no way Lin Zonking could come out unharmed. "Don't move. If you do, we will kill him," one of the assassins warned them. Li Lang, Zhao Jun, and Qilong had came up too. None of them dared to move. The three of them looked at Lin Zonking. Lin Zonking remained calmed. He explained, "They came from the building not far away from here. There were 12 of them. I killed 9. 3 of them managed to come over. 5 versus 3. There is no way you all will win. Put down your weapons and we will not attack." Li Lan lowered his gun. One of the assassins sneered, "If that is the case, why are you still holding your weapons?" Li Lan looked at Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun shrugged and put down his gun. Qilong didn't have a gun. He liked close combats. His mecha was a close combat mecha too. He was influenced by his boss. Li Yingji gritted his teeth and put down his gun. "No, number. I didn't mean putting down your weapons. Throw your guns on the floor." The assassins from the Soul Society were not satisfied. Before Li Lan could reply, Lin Zonking said, "That is impossible." Everyone focused their attention on Lin Zonking. One of the assassins moved his finger that was on the trigger. "Are you not afraid of us?" If Lin Zonking replied with a yes, all 3 of them would shoot at him. Li Yingji panicked. His forehead was filled with drops of cold sweat. "FK. Can't this brat control himself? Why is he so impatient today?" When he provoked him in the past, Lin Zonking would just ignore him. So why can't he do that now? If he provokes the other party, he will die. Even if they killed the assassins to take revenge for him, he will still be dead. Then, what is the point? As Li Yingji was complaining to himself, Lin Zonking smiled coldly. "You want to kill me? You all must suffer the consequences." A thin tube appeared in Lin Zonking's hand. The assassins from the Soul Society were experienced, so they recognized it. They were shocked. "TNT. Yes, if I throw this thing out, you all will die no matter how powerful you are," Lin Zonking said coldly. One of the assassins sneered, "Are you not afraid that your friends would get implicated?" They didn't believe that he would throw it out. Lin Zonking shouted in anger and hatred, "Do you think that I wanted to join them? They forced me. You all thought that they took me as their comrade? No, I am just their bomb courier. They forced me to carry this dangerous bomb. They knew that it would explode if there are any strong vibration, but they still forced me to carry it." Li Yingji looked at Qilong astounded. He wasn't sure if Lin Zonking was speaking the truth. Li Lan glared at him. "It is your honor to be our bomb courier. You have no other abilities at all. Our team do not keep useless people. Also, we made the necessary precautions before letting you carry the TNT. It will not explode so easily. Don't think too much about it." "Think too much?" Lin Zonking turned crazy when he heard this. "You all think that I am stupid? How did the last bomb courier die? I live with a fear of death every single day. I am going crazy. I don't want to live this kind of life anymore. Let's die together." Lin Zonking laughed like a lunatic. Then, he threw the TNT out. "Dodge." Qilong jumped down the roof in shock. The other 3 assassins saw Qilong jumping down and jumped down too. Zhao Jun and Li Lan each followed behind an assassin. Li Yingji, on the other hand, rushed towards Lin Zonking and pushed him to the ground. He protected him in his arms. "Hey, you are really heavy. Get up." Lin Zonking poked Li Yingji helplessly. Li Yingji looked at Lin Zonking with a puzzled expression. Where did the crazy expression go? Why were they still alive? Huh? He didn't feel any pain at all. There was no sound of an explosion either. Lin Zonking noticed that Li Yingji was still in a daze, so he pushed Li Yingji up. Lin Zonking didn't expect Li Yingji to save him. He was caught off his guard and lost the chance to chase after the 3 assassins. Lin Zonking felt that it was a pity. He didn't consider Li Yingji when he was planning his scheme. Li Yingji was still in a daze as he watched Lin Zonking stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. Then, he walked towards the TNT and bent down. "Don't touch it. That is TNT," Li Yingji shouted. Lin Zonking glanced at Li Yingji coldly. He seemed indifferent. He continued his action and picked up the TNT. Then, he placed it back into the transparent box and put it in his backpack. Li Yingji calmed down when he saw Lin Zonking's expression. He was not stupid. "It is a fake?" Chapter 634. Problem? Lin Zonking looked at Li Yingji with contempt. "Of course. Do you think that TNT is a common product? Do you think that I can sneak 2 TNTs onto the Fiang ship? Getting one already requires a lot of effort, so you lied to me from the start? Li Yingji looked at Lin Zonking angrily. He was his teammate. How could Lin Zonking be so evil? He didn't even blink when he fooled him. Li Yingji was sad. His pure and innocent heart got stabbed in the back. Lin Zonking looked at Li Yingji curiously. Boss said that in order to fool our enemy, we must fool our own men first. Li Yingji was fooled because he was stupid. Look at Qi Long, Li Lanfeng, and Zhao Jun. They immediately knew what he wanted to do the moment he opened his mouth. Their replies were on point too. They managed to fool the assassins. However, Li Yingji joined them recently, so it was understandable that he didn't understand them well. Lin Zonking still felt unfortunate that he was unable to kill those 3 assassins personally. Li Yingji's eyes widened. He didn't expect the Lingshan battle team to be like this. Was this still a battle team? Why were the team members lying to each other? Joining Lingshan battle team felt like boarding a pirate's ship. Was it still possible for him to leave Lingshan battle team? While Lin Zonking and Li Yingji were talking, Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Li Yingji had returned to the roof. Lin Zonking looked at them. Qi Long smiled and gave him an okay sign. Lin Zonking knew that those 3 assassins were killed. Li Yingji felt depressed. He lost again. Ever since he entered Lingshan, he was constantly depressed. Lin Zonking said, "The assassins in the building." After the 3rd batch of assassins came, no one else followed. Li Yingji wanted to prove himself to them, so he quickly replied, "Let me handle it." He disappeared from the roof. Zhao Jun looked at Li Lan, who was smiling. Then, he glanced at Qi Long, who was stretching his back. He turned to Lin Zonking and realized he looked indifferent. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Was that okay?" Li Lan replied, "What was not okay about it?" Zhao Jun looked at the other 2 people. He said with a hopeless tone, "Boss is here. He would not be of much help even if he went down." He didn't believe that they all didn't realize this. Lin Zonking replied nonchalantly, "He will learn to listen properly till the end of sentences and not be too impulsive." Lin Zonking didn't expect Li Yingji to save him just now. What that happened that year caused Lin Zonking to hate Li Yingji. However, after Li Yingji joined Lingshan, he realized that Li Yingji was not as irritating as he thought. He was just impulsive, a little difficult to talk to, and quite arrogant. Lin Zonking just hoped that Li Yingji wouldn't bring trouble for the Lingshan battle team. In actual fact, he purposely stopped halfway while speaking to fool Li Yingji. As they were speaking, a figure appeared in front of them. It was Ling Lan. Ling Lan didn't say anything. She just looked at the staircase. Li Yingji rushed out of the staircase. He looked pitifully at Qi Long and the rest of his teammates. Not long after he went down, he heard Boss Lan's voice. He knew that he was fooled by Lin Zonking again. Not bad. Ling Lan nodded at Lin Zonking. She arrived when Lin Zonking was surrounded. However, she believed that Lin Zonking could get out of the situation himself, so she just watched at the side. Reality proved that she was right. Also, Ling Lan looked at Li Yingji. She now had a different impression of this temporary team member. Just as Ling Lan was about to continue speaking, a huge explosion occurred to one of the buildings far away. The entire building collapsed. The assassins from Soul Society immediately retreated when they saw this. The other 3 battle teams were relieved. The rainbow rain stopped soon after. When multiple rainbows appeared in the sky, Ling Lan finally understood why this rain was called rainbow rain. Although the colorful lights during the rain was beautiful, this scene after the rain was even more spectacular. Ling Lan felt that her soul was being cleansed. She felt invigorated. This was why many people liked to explore the universe, right? They could see sceneries which they couldn't see on their own planet. Ling Lan looked forward to the rest of the trip. Everyone arrived on the Fiang ship safely. The tour guide waited at the boarding gate anxiously. When he saw the 6 people, he felt relieved. He hurriedly rushed towards them and asked with concern, "Are you all fine?" Li Lan gave a look of uncertainty and anxiousness. "We heard a huge explosion and then saw many policemen from Planet Cookie running over. We managed to return here due to their guidance." Tour guide Zhu, "What happened just now? Where did that huge explosion come from? Will we be in danger?" Tour guide Zhu consoled them. You all are fine now. I was worried that you all went to the old city area. Li Lan gasped in shock. Oh my god, we wanted to go to the old city. However, we took a longer time to look around the new city, so we didn't manage to go. He looked frightened. Lucky for us. Tour guide Zhu felt fortunate for them. Yes, it was lucky that you all didn't go there. He asked in a seemingly casual tone. Did you all went shopping when you were in the new city? He glanced at their backpacks. It looked the same as before. How could we be able to do any shopping? Li Lan seemed embarrassed. They saved up for a long time to get on this cruise. They didn't have the extra money to buy souvenirs. Li Lan noticed that Li Yingji was not looking at him, so he whispered to the tour guide. Young Master Ma didn't want to visit the old city, so we accompanied him in the new city. He looked at Li Yingji gratefully. We managed to escape the crisis because of him. Tour guide Zhu pouted. Even if they went to the old city, they would be fine as long as they weren't at the place where the commotion happened. However, did they really not go to the old city? Li Yingji seemed unhappy. He wasn't in the mood to talk to the tour guide, so he said, if we need to walk, don't find me. Then, he left them and boarded the Fiang ship. Lin Zonking bowed to the tour guide apologetically and followed Li Yingji. After interacting with these 6 people, tour guide Zhu knew that the timid and quiet young man had the lowest position among all of them. He was the servant of young Master Ma Rao. However, Li Yingji's statement explained why they didn't go to the old city. Only the new city had roads for hover cars. They would be able to rent some hover cars easily to bring them around. On the other hand, the old city had been abandoned for a long time and all the roads were forsaken. No hover cars were willing to go there. If people from Planet Cookie wanted to visit the old city, they would prepare their own jet rollers. The passengers on the cruise didn't have such things. Wealthy people could buy jet rollers in the new city, but poor ones would just have to rely on their legs. Among the 6 young men, only Li Yingji had a wealthy identity. The rest were all commoners, so they wouldn't have the money to buy jet rollers. A jet roller was expensive. It cost around half the price of a cruise. Getting a new jet roller was too expensive for a commoner. Normally, they would buy second-hand jet rollers. Li Lan continued chatting with the tour guide until the tour guide got irritated and left. Li Lan pretended to leave hesitantly. When they returned to their room, Li Yingji and Lin Zonking were already in the room. However, contrary to what the tour guide thought, Li Yingji was the one who was helping Lin Zonking. Lin Zonking was tidying up their items while Li Yingji stood beside him and listened to his orders. After the rest had entered the room, Li Yingji listened to the surroundings before asking, "Is there something wrong with the tour guide?" Li Lan stretched his body. He said casually, "Maybe." Li Yingji looked at him with contempt. "Who are you trying to fool? If he doesn't have a problem, why did you talk to him for so long?" Li Lan would not waste his time on a tour guide if he was just an ordinary person. Li Lan smiled but didn't reply. Li Yingji didn't need a reply from him either. He continued, "He showed too much concern for us. Compared to the other members of the tour group, our survival rate is quite high." Qilong nodded. "Yes, also, we never said that we wanted to go to the old city. We will take on whatever that comes." Ling Lan ended the topic. The Fiang ship didn't leave Planet Cookie on that day. Some passengers didn't manage to return to the Fiang ship within the designated time, so the staff members of the Fiang ship had to file a police report. The police helped to look for these missing passengers. However, the itinerary of the Fiang ship had already been planned out, so if the passengers were still not found after one day, the Fiang ship had no choice but to leave. The missing passengers list would be sent to the Federation. Some past passengers were missing, but the number of passengers on the Fiang ship increased instead. The explosion was classified as a terrorist attack, so a lot of tourists felt that it was unsafe to stay on Planet Cookie. They bought tickets for the Fiang ship so that they could leave this planet. This was why Fiang ship was almost full when it left. The first night after they left Planet Cookie, Ling Lan looked for Little Four. Little Four, what happened in the end? Just recently, the people from Soul Society found an unconscious and heavily injured Xiaoqinyi among the ruins. He had been buried for 2 days. His life is still in danger. Little Four had been monitoring the happenings on Planet Cookie. Xiaoqinyi. Ling Lan was on her guard. She didn't expect him to treat himself so harshly. This was the most effective way of getting rid of his own suspicion. This showed that he was a firm person. It would not be easy to deal with him. His injury minimized his suspicion and also allowed him to be cleared of the responsibilities for this mission. What a good scheme. Ling Lan immediately guessed what Xiak Ini's intention was. As long as he stopped handling the mission of killing the princess, he would not know any more information about this mission. That way, Ling Lan would not be able to get any information from him and would stop asking him. If she stopped asking him, he would have a lower risk of getting exposed. Without a doubt, Xiak Ini used much effort to think of this scheme. However, he didn't guess Ling Lan's motive correctly. She didn't let him go in order to acquire more information about the mission to kill the princess. She wanted to plant a seed for the future. If she didn't have the ability to fulfill her plan, Xiak Ini would never be activated. The failure of the Soul Society gave a warning to the other factions that wanted to kill the princess. They knew that the people protecting the princess were not as weak as they thought. However, Soul Society would never leak any information they had out, so the factions didn't know that there was a domain realm master within the protectors. Since they couldn't ensure that their plans would succeed, no one acted in the following week. It was a smooth journey. Ling Lan and the other people who were protecting the princess remained vigilant. Even though the week passed safely, they felt even more tense. The next stop was a country which claimed to be neutral but in actual fact was on their enemy's side. The 6 captains all felt that this was the most dangerous stop. If there were assassins, this was the country where they would plan their assassination. Aoki was the smallest country in the human world. It only had one planet. It was located between the crossroads of 3 strong countries who guarded against each other. Hence, it managed to remain as an independent country. The 3 countries around Aoki were enemies of each other. This caused Aoki to become a demilitarized zone, which resulted in its neutral status. Chapter 635. Help. Since the 3 countries guarded against each other, Aoki became the only place where trading between the 3 countries occurred. This made Aoki a shopping heaven. Merchants from all over the galaxy came to Aoki to do business. From afar, Aoki looked like a yellow ball. The planet was surrounded by vibrant colored plants, so it seemed extra striking. People wanted to visit the planet because of its vibrant colors. This might be part of the reason why it was so prosperous. The Fiang ship landed on the spaceport of Aoki slowly. Since many merchant ships came to Aoki, Aoki's spaceport was extremely huge. When the Fiang ship was a landing, many merchant ships came and went. This is a huge spaceport. The facilities here could be compared with our first-string military spaceport. Zhao Jun went for many missions before, so he could compare this spaceport with the other ones. That is how wealthy this planet is. It has no military power, so it definitely has some strong countries backing it up. If not, it will not be able to build such a huge spaceport. Qi Long pouted as he said that. Anyone who was not stupid would be able to see this. Of course, everyone knew it, but no one exposed them. Aoki belongs to Caesar. The leaders of other countries knew this. However, since Aoki didn't announce that they were on Caesar's side, they can only pretend to not know about it. Ling Lan said calmly. We have reached planet Aoki. The Fiang ship will stop for 3 days here. We will leave planet Aoki at 7 p.m. on the 19th. All passengers please take note. Please return on time. The gentle and sweet voice of JMC rang throughout the entire ship. Everyone heard this announcement. Everyone started packing up. Most of them traveled light. Only those who wanted to do business in Aoki carried many things with them. Ling Lan and her friends left most of their luggage on the Fiang ship. They didn't have much to begin with. They got off the ship with a backpack each. As they walked through the atrium, the Andes from the Shunfeng tour group waved at them enthusiastically. The 6 of them smiled and walked over. Lu Kang treated Li Yingji like her family. She grabbed Li Yingji's hand and asked him with concern, "Marao, where are you planning to go?" Li Yingji resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He replied patiently, "We are just going to look around. If we see anything interesting, we will buy them as souvenirs for our families." Lu Kang nodded. "You are a filial child. You even thought about getting souvenirs for your family." She looked proud as if Li Yingji was her child. Many aunties agreed with what Lu Kang said. They started complaining about how unfilial their own children were, further proving that the statement other people's children were the best was correct. Because of the age difference, Li Yingji and his friends went to the modern technology market while Lu Kang and the aunties went to the antique market. Oki was where collectors came to look for antiques. Because of this, Oki had a major antique auction every month. It attracted many elite families, rich corporations, and formidable warriors. Ling Lan arrived at a bad time. The antique auction for this month ended just a few days ago. If they wanted to take a look at the auction, they would have to wait for one more month. However, this had nothing to with Ling Lan and her friends. They were commoners. Even if they arrived when the auction was happening, they would be barred from the venue. Everyone's motive was different, so Ling Lan and her friends waved goodbye to their tour group members and planned their own schedules. Tour guide Zhu was worried about them. He reminded them to contact him if they needed anything and repeated the boarding time for the ship. The aunties were unwilling to part with them, but they knew that young people had their own plans, hence, they didn't force them to stay. At that moment, another bunch of people appeared in the atrium. Princess Gulabaduo, what a coincidence. We meet again. Yun Fiang smiled at the princess while looking at her intently. He was clearly expressing his love for her. To get off the ship, everyone needs to walk through this atrium. If this is a coincidence, it is a coincidence for everyone on the ship. A clear voice replied Yun Fiang. The direct reply caught Ling Lan and her friends' attention. Ling Lan and her friends didn't look over. They just continued eavesdropping on the conversation. Based on their fake abilities, they were unable to hear the conversation between Yun Fiang and the princess. Only Ling Lan was able to see what was happening with the help of Little Four. This was the first time Ling Lan and her friends saw the princess clearly. Although they saw the princess in the atrium when they were being captured, there was a huge distance between them, so they couldn't see the princess properly. After that, Ling Lan tried her best to not appear in front of the princess. That way, the factions that were observing the princess would not notice them. Also, based on their current status, it was almost impossible for them to meet the princess. Princess Gulabaduo was not the typical long hair, elegant, and beautiful princess. She had her hair cut till her ears and looked handsome and clean. She was in her casual clothes. However, it was hard to mistake her for a man. The female presence that she exuded was obvious. Princess Gulabaduo was a straightforward person. That was why she was able to say such things to Yun Fiang. Yun Fiang was nurtured by the Yun family, so he didn't get angry when met with such cold reactions. He smiled and replied, "You are right. However, we arrived in this atrium at around the same time. This means that we are more fated as compared to the other people on the ship." "That is so." Shameless. Ling Lan was amazed. How can he say such things with a straight face? Ling Lan wondered if her father said such gringy things to her mother when he chased her in the past. Thinking about how unscrupulous her father could get, Ling Lan felt that it was highly possible. She then looked at Li Lan. She remembered that Li Lan was a teenager who had reached the age of being interested in women. Li Lan had a calm expression on his face. When he saw Ling Lan looking at him, he immediately looked back. He wondered what orders his boss had for him. Ling Lan realized that her friends were not surprised by what Yun Fiang said. She was stunned. Maybe it was because she was a female, so she couldn't understand what the men of this era were thinking. She kept her questions to herself and decided to ask when there was a chance. Princess Gulabaduo sneered. She didn't reply Yun Fiang. Ling Lan could clearly see the unhappiness on her face. However, the princess didn't seem good at talking. Yun Fiang kept pestering her, but all she could do was to ignore him. It was because Yun Fiang was Princess Gulabaduo's life savior. She couldn't treat him too coldly. If not, people would think that she was a heartless and ungrateful person. The fight for the throne in the Balaya Kingdom was intense. Any small actions could cause her to lose her right to the throne. This was another reason why Princess Gulabaduo couldn't do anything to Yun Fiang. The princess had to maintain her dignity. The people from the Whirlwind Battle Team and the Brave Warriors Battle Team would not speak up for her. Her real butler and servants didn't dare to go against Yun Fiang due to his identity. Thus, Yun Fiang was able to pester the princess repetitively and make her irritated. The princess scanned her surroundings. There were many people in the atrium. The princess saw Ling Lan and her friends. She was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and walked towards them. Ling Lan's heart dropped. The smile on her face just now told her that something bad was about to happen. Before the princess could walk near them, Ling Lan turned her head nonchalantly and looked at the princess. She took the chance to knock into Li Lan's shoulder. "Do you think that she is here to look for young Master Marao?" Li Lan turned his head too. He saw the princess and shouted at Li Yingji, "Marao, a pretty lady is looking for you." Li Yingji pointed at himself with a surprised look. "Looking for me? Really? Are you lying to me?" He sized up the princess as if he was deciding if the princess had the right to come near him. Qi Long rolled his eyes when he saw this. He seemed unconvinced. "Why don't women look for me? Why do they all like Marao?" The princess heard what they said and stopped in her tracks. She blinked for a moment. After that, she continued walking towards Ling Lan and her friends. She said politely, "Hello, I am Gulabaduo. Can I ask for your help?" "Ah, so you are not looking for me?" Li Yingji said with a disappointed face. Qi Long was feeling schadenfreude. He laughed and said, "Marao, not every woman likes you." Li Yingji snorted. He decided to ignore the irritating Qi Long and went to talk to Lin Zonking. He ignored Gulabaduo too. Gulabaduo was not angry. Instead, she smiled embarrassingly and pointed behind her. She whispered, "This person keeps pestering me. I can't chase him away, so I would like to ask for your help." "How can we help you?" Zhao Jun looked at the direction she pointed at and saw Yun Fiang. He nodded. "I know him. I met him outside room 308 quite a few times." Gulabaduo looked helpless. "I live in room 308. Wow, is he chasing you?" Zhao Jun looked at Yun Fiang again. "He is quite handsome. Why don't you like him?" Gulabaduo gave a look of disdain. "He is so weak. He can't even win against me. What is so good about him?" Zhao Jun glanced at Gulabaduo. He muttered to himself, "Even a lady reached the peak of refinement." Sigh. "What am I supposed to do?" Gulabaduo glared at him angrily when she heard what he said. "Are you all males? Why are you all so indecisive? Are you going to help me or not?" Everyone looked at Li Yingji. Li Yingji was supposed to be the strongest and wealthiest among them. He was their leader. Li Yingji had been a leader for many years, but he never thought that he would be able to lead the 5 people that were around him now. Besides feeling excited, Li Yingji was frightened. Sob. If he made the wrong decision, would he get hit by his boss? Li Yingji took a deep breath. He pretended to be impatient and asked, "How do you want us to help?" "Is this the right thing to say?" Li Yingji looked at Ling Lan carefully. His expression was arrogant and made people want to hit him. Gulabaduo was angered by his attitude. She breathed a few times to calm down and replied, "I just want to walk around with you all." "No." Ling Lan and her friends as well as the people who came with Princess Gulabaduo shouted at the same time. Gulabaduo looked at her fake butler, who was actually the captain of the Brave Warriors battle team, Lieutenant Colonel Qian Jialan. She didn't know why he stopped her. These 6 people seemed harmless. Qian Jialan said seriously, "Princess, please do not interact with outsiders." Li Yingji sneered. "Yes, we are outsiders. Please stay further away from us." Qian Jialan felt awkward. Yun Fiang heard what Li Yingji said and replied in a cold voice, "Since you all know that you are outsiders, why don't you all move away from the princess?" Li Yingji was furious. He wanted to refute him, but Lin Zonking grabbed his sleeve hurriedly and shook his head. Li Yingji swallowed his anger. He glared at Yun Fiang and then said to the rest of the team, "Let's go." Chapter 636, Deal. "No, I want to go with them." Gulabaduo grabbed Li Yingji's hand. Li Yingji wanted to dodge, but his body suddenly went numb. In that instant, Gulabaduo caught him. Li Yingji glared at Gulabaduo. He wanted to push her away. "Why are you grabbing my hand?" "HMPH, I want you to help me." Gulabaduo turned fierce. She was a princess that was raised to take over the throne. If she needed to be vicious, she would. "If you all don't help me, you all can forget about having fun." She suddenly gave an order, "Surround them." Senior Colonel Mu Yian smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to surround Ling Lan and her friends. He didn't know why the princess was so interested in these 6 people. However, it was better to choose Ling Lan compared to choosing someone unfamiliar. Li Yingji pointed at the princess indignantly. "You are unreasonable." Gulabaduo raised her chin arrogantly. "Are you all going to help me?" Li Yingji wanted to say something but Qilong and Lin Zonking stopped him. They dragged Li Yingji back and the 6 of them had a small discussion. In the end, Li Yingji said unwillingly, "You can follow us. However, you must promise that you will listen to us. If not, you can leave." Gulabaduo smiled with satisfaction. "Deal." She pointed at Li Yingji and asked, "Oh right, what is your name?" Li Yingji got furious again. "You don't even know who I am? Why did you want to follow us then? You are so troublesome." "My name is Marao, don't forget it. Also, please call young Master Ma." Li Yingji didn't care whether Gulabaduo was a princess or not. He portrayed his character very well. He was a young, slightly wealthy, but inexperienced young master from the countryside. "I know it now. Your name is Marao." Gulabaduo didn't care about his poor attitude and replied to him calmly. Li Yingji gritted his teeth in anger. "Hello, you can call me Njiming. Nice to meet you." Qilong smiled as he introduced himself. As compared to Li Yingji, his attitude was much better. "Hello." Gulabaduo smiled at Qilong brightly. Gulabaduo liked this humble young man. "I am Lu Liai." Li Lan nodded at Gulabaduo with a smile. "Ken Feng." Zhao Jun waved his hand. "Hello, my name is Hianya." Ling Lan smiled at Gulabaduo. Gulabaduo's eyes lit up. She was surprised. She didn't expect this young man, who had been hiding behind Zhao Jun, to be so cute and innocent. He looked as pure as an infant. When she saw him, her mood instantly got better. She wanted to collect his smile to invigorate her. Li Lan felt Gulabaduo's gaze and tilted his body slightly to block Ling Lan. Gulabaduo regained her senses quickly. She smiled shyly and turned to look at Lin Zonking, who was standing beside Li Yingji with a timid look. Lin Zonking raised his head when he felt the princess looking at him. He says in a soft voice, "My name is Helin. Nice to meet you." Before Gulabaduo could reply to him, he lowered his head again. Gulabaduo saw his ears turning red. This young man was timid and shy. This guy must be his lackey, right? Yun Fiang was unhappy when he saw that the princess didn't want to follow him. She would rather follow a few commoners. However, he still kept his manners and bid farewell to the princess before leaving with his men. Ling Lan looked at Yun Fiang. She knew that Yun Fiang would not give up on his target this easy. They would definitely meet him again during these 3 days. Ling Lan hoped that Yun Fiang just wanted to pursue the princess and not kill her. If not, the protectors of the princess would have a hard time. "Where are you planning to go?" Princess Gulabaduo asked curiously. Li Yingji sneered. "We are planning to go to places which are suitable for commoners like us. If you think that it is not suitable for your status, you can still leave." Gulabaduo was excited. "Sure, I have never gone to a commoner's shop before. I can finally visit them." Li Yingji was puzzled at how happy she was. What was so exciting about a commoner's shop? If he was not on a mission, he would never visit those shops. Li Yingji was used to using products of the best quality. He didn't like to use things commonly used by commoners. He glanced at Ling Lan. He didn't know about the other people, but Ling Lan had a high status. Could he bear to use those items? Li Yingji didn't know that in her first life, Ling Lan was just a commoner. Li Yingji knew that Ling Lan had made a move when they were in the atrium of the ship. That was why his body went numb. Thus, he agreed to let Gulabaduo follow them. The 6-people trip became a trip with a whole group of people. The arrival of these high-class people caused an uproar among the shops. Li Yingji was furious. He asked Gulabaduo to make a decision. Either she shopped by herself with her bodyguards, or with them but with her bodyguards staying further away. The princess instantly chose to let her bodyguards stayed further away. She wanted to walk around the place with Li Yingji and his friends. Thus, the bodyguards and servants had no choice but to follow them from afar. The princess laughed happily. She felt like a bird that finally managed to regain freedom. "Are you sure that those 6 people are harmless?" In a room, a person held a small device in his hand. His eyes were closed. He was the second son-in-law of the Yun family, Luo Chengwen. He was contacting the hackers of the Yun family and ascertaining the data of Ling Lan and her friends. Yes, they are just ordinary students from Yiping Academy. They plan to have a graduation trip at the end of their school year. Very soon, the hackers sent over the fake identities of Ling Lan and her friends. Luo Chengwen hung up only after receiving the information. He opened his eyes slowly. An agitated Yun Fiang came into his vision. Besides Marao, the rest of them are only at manifestation. They are of no threat. Luo Chengwen passed the information to Yun Fiang. Actually, besides asking the hackers from the Yun family to check their identities, Luo Chengwen personally went to Yiping Academy's mainframe and flipped through their documents. He even went to look at the information about their parents as well as their records in their Scout Academy. They were clean. Luo Chengwen believed that even an ace hacker would not be able to design such a perfect disguise. Hence, the data of these 6 people must be true. Only real data had no loopholes. Luo Chengwen didn't know that one of the 6 people had an ultimate hacker as a subordinate. Little 4. When Luo Chengwen hacked into the mainframe of Yiping Academy, Little 4's replica noticed him. Thus, all the information that he saw was what Little 4 wanted him to see. Luo Chengwen was wrong when he said that only real data had no loopholes. The god of the virtual world could do it too. Unfortunately, Little 4 was the god of the virtual world. Yun Fiang looked at the identities of those 6 people. One of them was a wealthy person who came from the countryside. He couldn't be compared with him. After all, he was a member of an elite family. He slammed the documents on the table and said angrily, "How dare those bastards try to interfere in this matter? They are looking for death." Luo Chengwen replied calmly, "Don't be rash. We might not need the prince's help. Let's wait and see if the princess survives these 3 days." Yun Fiang was shocked. "Will something happen to the princess?" "No way. I need to protect her. Come back." Luo Chengwen shouted, "Did you really fall in love with the princess?" Yun Fiang stopped in his tracks. He said in a low voice, "Since you ask me to pursue the princess, why can't I fall in love with her?" "You should shun away from relationships if you want to achieve great success," Luo Chengwen said seriously. "What about you? When you pursued my second and last time, did you not love her? Were you just trying to make use of her?" Yun Fiang turned around and shouted in anger. Luo Chengwen's expression changed. He took a while before he replied, "I love your second aunt and that is why I am being restricted by the Yun family. If I didn't fall in love with your aunt, I will not." Yun Fiang's heart became softer when he heard what Luo Chengwen said. "Uncle, I know what sacrifices you made for my second aunt. You became the hacker of the Yun family and even helped us nurture a group of hackers. You allowed our status in the business world to rise. We have the chance of moving up from a small-sized family into a middle-sized family. This is the dream of everyone in the Yun family." Yun Fiang's eyes were shining with ambition. "Now, we are very close to achieving our dream. As long as I get Gulabaduo's heart and marry her, as long as Gulabaduo gained a portion of the power to rule the Balaya kingdom, we can make use of this power and become a middle-sized family. No, we might even become a big-sized family." Luo Chengwen looked down. He hid the contempt in his eyes. "I also hope that the Yun family would rise too. Aya would be happy. That is why I am willing to help you all. However, I know what a man is willing to sacrifice for the woman he loves. I am an example. I can't let you be in the same situation as me." When Luo Chengwen looked up again, his eyes were sincere. He was bound by love. He didn't want Yun Fiang to go through the same thing. "Uncle, Gulabaduo is a smart person. She could feel whether I am sincere or not. If I don't actually love her, I will never be able to get her heart." Yun Fiang lowered his head. He knew what he wanted. Everyone was unique. He was not Luo Chengwen. He loved the princess but he would not give up his ambition for her. He had gathered information about Gulabaduo and knew that she didn't have many friends. However, all her friends treated her sincerely. This caused Yun Fiang to suspect that Gulabaduo had an innate talent which allowed her to spot out who was sincere and who was not. This was why he allowed himself to fall in love with her. That was the only way he could win her over. Luo Chengwen seemed convinced. "As long as you know what you are doing, everything will be fine. Just don't go down the same path as me." He had thrown away all his ambitions for the sake of love. Yun Fiang nodded. He left the room with his men. He needed to stay beside the princess these 3 days and protect her. Yun Fiang was clear that the princess was his best shortcut. It was hard to find another person as good as the princess. He might not even be able to get close even if he found someone better. Also, he was the princess' life savior. He couldn't give up just like this. He had fallen in love with the princess, so whether it was personal or for business, he could not let her die. The first day passed peacefully. Ling Lan and her friends were dragged to a 9-star hotel. They were excited and scared. As expected of a 9-star hotel, it was very comfortable. While they were staying at the hotel, they created many laughable moments. As a wealthy young master from the country, Li Yingji had stayed in 5-star and 6-star hotels before. He also saw photos of 7-star and 8-star hotels to satisfy his fantasy. However, 9 stars. Even Li Yingji couldn't handle this kind of wealth. The 6 people had a great time in the hotel. They had a wonderful night of sleep and felt energetic the next morning. Li Yingji told them that he would ask his father to earn more money so that he could stay in a 9-star hotel all the time. Ling Lan and the rest of them scolded him and said that he was living off his parents. The 6 of them packed up and wanted to continue shopping. However, Gulabaduo stopped them. Gulabaduo received an order from her father, who was the king of the Balaya kingdom. She needed to attend an underground auction held at 1 p.m. today and get the Babu scepter back. The Babu scepter represented the right to rule the Balaya kingdom. It had been missing for 4 centuries. Chapter 637, Going Too Far. The Babu scepter was first used by the founder of Balaya kingdom, King Babu. It represented the highest authority of the Balaya kingdom. However, 400 years ago, this scepter was stolen and disappeared without a trace. The Balaya kingdom had been searching for it for 400 years and finally found that it was at the auction. However, they received the news too late. It was impossible for them to rush to Oki on time. Luckily, Gulabaduo was in Oki at that specific moment. The king of Balaya felt that it was a blessing given to them by King Babu. He immediately contacted Gulabaduo and transferred a huge amount of credits to her. He told Gulabaduo that she must buy the Babu scepter back no matter what. When Ling Lan heard this news, she knew that their opponents had acted. There would definitely be a trap waiting for them at this underground auction. Ling Lan also knew that Gulabaduo would definitely show up at this auction. If she managed to get back the Babu scepter, her right to inherit the throne would be confirmed. Hence, no matter how dangerous this trip would be, she would still go. Gulabaduo invited Ling Lan and her friends to came to this underground auction. Ling Lan and her friends thought about it but rejected the offer. There was a limited number of people who could attend an underground auction. If they went, Gulabaduo would not be able to bring in her bodyguards. Gulabaduo solved their worries. In order to ensure that they could get the Babu scepter back, Balaya Kingdom prepared 3 invitation cards for Gulabaduo. Each invitation card allowed 5 people to enter the auction. Gulabaduo gave Ling Lan and her friends 1 invitation card. She hoped that Ling Lan and her friends would bid for the Babu scepter if by any chance she was prevented from bidding. The Balaya Kingdom would pay the guarantee and be their insurer. Hence, they did not have to worry that they wouldn't be able to pay the credits. Ling Lan and her friends were moved. They hesitated for a moment before accepting the invitation. Gulabaduo gave another invitation card to her bodyguards, Senior Colonel Mu Yian and the Whirlwind Battle Team. She brought Lieutenant Colonel Qian Jialin and 3 of his strongest team members with her. She also brought along her trusted personal servant. Of course, even if they had the invitation card, they would not be able to find and enter the auction without a point of contact. Since she managed to get the invitation cards, Gulabaduo knew where to find the person who would be their point of contact. Very soon, they were taken into an extravagant 8-star hotel by the person of contact. Because they had stayed in a 9-star hotel, Ling Lan and her friends were a lot calmer when they entered the 8-star hotel. The hotel was located in a prime district. When Ling Lan entered the hotel, She quickly scanned the surroundings. She discovered the Ministry of State Security was diagonally opposite of the hotel. Ling Lan lowered her eyes. She smiled. Things are indeed very interesting. The person of contact didn't walk to the main lift in the lobby. Instead, he led them to a secluded passage and walked for quite a distance. The passage was connected to many other passages intertwined together, so only someone familiar with the path would be able to find the way in. After walking for around 5 minutes, they finally arrived in front of a lift. The person of contact pressed a button and the lift door opened. It was a huge lift. Its size was about 30 square meters. When 19 of them entered the lift, it was not cramped at all. There were still some room between them. The person of contact didn't press the buttons in the lift. Instead, he took out a metal card and scanned it at the area where the buttons were at. Clang. The lift started operating automatically. It went down. The screen showed that they were at before. Suddenly, red lights started flickering and the word malfunction appeared on the screen. A loud siren rang in the lift. The princess' expression changed. However, she controlled herself and looked at the person of contact as he continued his act. The person of contact pressed the emergency button. A gentle voice rose. "Hello, did the lift malfunction?" The person of contact replied calmly, "Yes, it can't go down to B47. B47? Mister, did you say it wrongly? We only have 39 floors here." The gentle voice reminded him. 39 floors? Did I remember the wrong floor? Ah. I'm sorry, I want to go to B7. I'm sorry, we only have before. Before? Am I wrong again? The person of contact took out his card and looked at it carefully. He saw the number on the card and said, "I was mistaken about B7. I should be going to B9. I'm sorry, we only have before." The gentle voice reminded him again calmly. "I don't care, you must send me to a floor with the number 9 on it." The attitude of the person of contact turned bad. "Do you want us to stay in this old lift?" The other party seemed shocked by the sudden change in attitude. She remained silent for 3 seconds before replying, "I understand. I will send you to the 9th floor." The lift started operating again. The screen showed that they have reached the 9th floor. "Boss, the lift is going downwards." Little Four suddenly told Ling Lan. The lifts in this era were very stable. Normal people would not be able to distinguish whether they were going up or down. Also, that was not B9, we were at B17. Little Four reported his findings to Ling Lan. The numbers that were shown on the screen were fake. Ever since the person of contact scanned his metal card, all the information shown was fake. Ding. The lift door slowly opened. An entrance laid with gold carpets appeared before them. 2 guards in uniform were standing in front of the entrance. They saw the people in the lift and bowed to them. They said politely, "There is a banquet happening in this place. Do you have an invitation card?" The person of contact smiled and tilted his body. His mission was completed. It was time for him to leave. The princess took out her invitation card without any hesitation. The guards scanned the card with a device. Beep. The information stored in the card appeared on his device. "Honored guest from the Balea Kingdom, please enter with your men." The guard smiled and pointed at the passage on his right. The princess nodded at Ling Lan and Mu Yian. She entered the place with her personal servant, Qian Jialan, and his men. Mu Yian didn't look at Ling Lan and her friends. He seemed as though he didn't recognize them at all. He handed his invitation card over to the bodyguard and left quickly. Li Yingji passed the invitation card over. After the inspection, the 6 of them waited at the side for the staff member to bring them in. They didn't meet any people along the way. There were no signs of Gulabuduo or Mu Yian. Ling Lan knew that they were taken to different locations. Although this looked like a normal hallway, it could actually move. When they were waiting at the entrance, the people in front had already been shifted to another area. Seems like this underground auction put a lot of effort to ensure the safety and security of their location. Little Four told Ling Lan all the secrets of this hallway. He also told her that a similar banquet was being held on the 9th floor of the hotel. Those people that attempted to sneak in were brought there. Although she was separated from the princess and didn't know where the princess was at, Ling Lan was not agitated as Little Four had located the princess. They were not in the same hallway, but they were heading towards the same direction. This meant that they would meet each other in the end. Around 10 minutes later, Li Yingji started to look impatient. The staff member finally led them into a booth. The decorations in the booth was luxurious. There were all kinds of fruits, drinks, and rare wines prepared for them. Besides Li Yingji, who managed to control his emotions, the rest of them turned into country bumpkins. They kept gasping in surprise. Qi Long and Zhao Jun even laid on the expensive sofa and touched all the things in the booth. Then, they started jumping on the sofa. The staff member seemed to be well trained and experienced. He maintained the smile on his face calmly. There was no change in his expression at all. In the end, Li Yingji couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at them to stop. The staff member smiled and started explaining to them the rules of the auction and how it would be operated. After confirming that the 6 of them understood the rules, he bowed and left the booth. He turned a few corners and walked quickly for around 3 minutes. He entered a corridor. He pressed against the wall of the corridor and knocked 3 times. Then he knocked another 5 times, followed by another 4 times. A hole appeared in the wall and the staff member quickly entered it. The wall resumed its original appearance almost immediately after the staff member had entered. There was a small room in the wall. It was filled with screens. There were humans in certain screens while others were empty. The booth that Ling Lan was in was on the screen too. Without someone scrutinizing them, Zhao Jun and Qi Long took off their shoes and started stepping on the sofa. Li Yingji and Lin Zonking tried to persuade them to get off the sofa. Lin Zonking was talking softly while Li Yingji just directly shouted at them. Li Lan and Ling Lan were looking at the various wines at the corner of the booth. They had an excited look on their faces. They glanced around them and then opened a wine that cost a few thousand credits. They had a taste of it secretly. From the looks of it, they were trying to get the most out of their visit here. 27. What do you think of these 6 people? A 30-years-old man in a suit was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the room. He looked a little sinister. Brother Zhu, it is the same as what was described. A slightly wealthy young master bringing 5 commoners to see the world. The smile on 27's face had disappeared. Why did the princess choose 6 normal people and even gave them a precious invitation card? The sinister-looking man was puzzled. This was why he asked his subordinate to disguise as a staff member and check on them. 27 thought about the question carefully before replying. Is the princess trying to stay away from the young master from the Yun family? She might be going around with them so that she wouldn't have to walk around with the young master. That is possible. We plan to let all of the princess men to enter this place, but now 5 are left outside. Brother Zhu frowned. The appearance of Ling Lan and her friends spoiled their plans and he was unhappy about it. He was worried that the 5 people left outside would cause them to fail their plan. 27 glanced at Brother Zhu. Brother Zhu noticed it and said, 27, if you have anything to say, just say it. Actually, it is not important if the princess men are captured. The most important person is the princess. 27 said his real thoughts. Brother Zhu hesitated for a moment. He nodded. Go and make the necessary arrangements. He agreed with what 27 said. As long as they managed to kill the princess, the 5 people outside would not be a problem. 27 left with the order. Brother Zhu raised his hand. His hand moved and 6 photos appeared in his hand. They were photos of Ling Lan and her friends. They were taken when they were shopping. Brother Zhu glanced at them for a few seconds. He suddenly threw his hand forward. The 6 photos shot out. A silver light appeared in his hand and in the next moment, one of the photos got stuck on the wall with a knife. It was a photo of a side profile of Ling Lan, but her face couldn't be seen because she lowered her head. Everyone had a few photos of their face. You are the only one that didn't have a front shot. Is it because my men are not skilled enough, or are you not as simple as you look? Brother Zhu smiled coldly. He was unable to clear his suspicion because of this. The show is about to start. I will know whether you are as simple as you look soon. Don't disappoint me. Brother Zhu flipped his hand and shot out a knife. It flew straight into Ling Lan's heart. On the screen, Ling Lan was lowering her head and seemed to be immersed in tasting the wine. A cold gaze appeared in her eyes. Little Four, You said that I am being suspected? Yes, boss. Did I go too far? Ling Lan realized her mistake. Being too careful was her weakness. She didn't expect herself to be the one who made the first mistake. Chapter 638, Disdain? Ling Lan knew that she was suspected, but she wasn't upset. She was prepared to be exposed when she made the decision to follow the princess to this auction. However, it happened faster than she expected. With Little Four's help, Ling Lan found out where the princess and Senior Colonel Mu Yun were at. The organizers of the auction put a lot of effort into making sure that they were far away from each other. If something really did happen to the princess, they would be unable to come to her aid. Ling Lan pondered over her actions and decided to stay put. She believed that although the organizers of the auction wanted to kill the princess, they couldn't bear to destroy the underground auction. Hence, they would not act during the auction. They would most probably do something after the auction when they would be heading back with the Babu scepter. This meant that the princess was safe for now. Thus, Ling Lan and her friends played around happily in their booth without any worries. Soon, it was time for the auction to start. An image suddenly appeared on the wall that was made of glass. It was a live broadcast of the auction. There were many people at the auction. No seats were left empty. Not everyone had a booth like them. A huge portion of the guests were at the auction. Ling Lan glanced at Li Lang secretly. Li Lang understood what she wanted. He wore a curious expression on his face and walked to the optical supercomputer in the room. He started looking through the items up for auction. There were all kinds of items up for auction. The total number of items were 6,000. However, only 50 of them would be auctioned off on the spot. Those were all rare items. You could bid for the other 5,950 items before the auction for the 50 rare items starts. As long as your bid was the highest, you would win the bid. The item would be sent to you personally after the auction ended, and the necessary documents would be signed on the spot. The rest of the group gathered around the computer. When they saw a used ace mecha of the Federation on the auction list, they gasped in shock. Everyone knew that an ace mecha was forbidden to be sold on the market. If the Federation knew that someone bought an ace mecha privately, they would use all means to snatch the ace mecha back. To protect the Federation, powerful weapons like an ace mecha, which might be the deciding factor in a battle, was not allowed to be in the hands of the public. Even elite families couldn't own any weapons like this. However, the Federation probably never expected their ace mecha to be auctioned off on a planet a few millions of light years away. The ace mecha wasn't the only forbidden weapon on the list. Other powerful technology from other countries appeared on the list too. For instance, the information about the atomic beam bazooka invented by the Caesar Kingdom. Based on rumors, it could be equipped onto a mecha and its power was enough to destroy a military vessel. However, the Caesar Kingdom hadn't made the atomic beam bazooka into a mecha weapon yet. It was still an explosive that could only be used on a military vessel. Ling Lan believed that many countries would be interested in this set of information. Boss, they are not selling the information of the latest version of the atomic beam bazooka. It is just information about the first generation atomic beam bazooka. Little Four could hear Ling Lan's thoughts, so he quickly told her what he found out. Can someone make the atomic beam bazooka based on this information alone? Ling Lan didn't believe that that was the most updated information for the weapon too. As a subordinate of the Caesar Kingdom, Aoki would not sell such important information. You can make the atomic beam bazooka, but the materials are very difficult to obtain. Even if you could obtain the materials, you would need to research for a long time before succeeding in making the weapon, Little Four said with disdain. As expected, Caesar would not release the results of their research so easily, Ling Lan replied. She suspected the appearance of the information about the atomic beam bazooka was to cover up the appearance of the ace mecha. That way, the Federation would not be able to do anything to Aoki even though they knew that their ace mecha was being auctioned off. After all, even the weapon invented by Caesar was on the auction list. This showed that the auction was based on a free market. Yes, Caesar is already researching the third generation of atomic beam bazooka. Even if other countries bought that information, they would be behind Caesar Kingdom by 10 to 20 years. Caesar would still be the leading nation in atomic weapons. If the other countries placed their emphasis on this document, they would be unable to surpass Caesar in terms of weapon making. I hope that our Federation will not fall into their trap, Ling Lan said. Let me tell you a piece of bad news. I just gathered the guest list for this auction. There are at least 4 different groups of people who came from the Federation. Little Four replied. Who are they? Ling Lan was curious. One of them is a merchant with the surname Zhang. His background is a mystery. He seemed to have some business with the 3rd Division, Little Four said in a mysterious manner. Ling Lan flicked his forehead and said coldly, speak properly. He is just a representative of the 3rd Division. Little Four rubbed his forehead. He asked in a depressed tone, Boss, how do you know that? He wanted to create some excitement for his boss, but before he could say anything else, his boss exposed him. Even my father doesn't dare to offend the 3 great marshals of the Federation. If he has a business relationship with the great marshals, it would mean that he is under their wing. As she aged, Ling Lan understood more things. After entering the 23rd Division, she experienced how powerful the 3 great marshals were. They were so powerful they could control almost anything. That was why her proud father chose to work under the 1st Marshal. Little Four didn't dare to fool around anymore. He quickly told her about the other 3 batches of people. The other 2 groups came from the 2 most powerful elite families of the Federation, Li family and Yi family. However, I don't know what their motives are. The last group is from the Yun family. Li family? Ling Lan looked at Li Lan instinctively. Although Li Lan was just a branch descendant of the Li family, Ling Lan felt that the Li family placed a huge importance on him. He was treated differently from the other branch descendant, Li Jingong. This was Ling Lan's instinct. She trusted her instinct. However, Ling Lan would not ask Little Four to research about Li Lan's background. That was his personal affairs. As his friend, she respected Li Lan's private life. Li Lan noticed Ling Lan's gaze and looked at her with a puzzled look. Ling Lan smiled. Li Lan was stunned. He quickly lowered his head and looked at the optical supercomputer. He looked as though he just saw a ghost. Ling Lan's smile froze. After a while, her facial expression turned cold. Do I look ugly when I smile? Ling Lan gritted her teeth and asked herself. She rarely smiled, so her smile might seem a little stiff. However, she didn't think that she would be that bad. Little Four pinched his nose. He wondered if he should tell his boss the truth. Her smile was. Little Four recalled the smile that he saw just now. He felt blood flowing out of his nose. To protect his image in front of his little brother, Little Four decided to make a move first. As for the explanation, he was not the one being misunderstood. Li Lan wanted to snatch his boss's love from him. He would not be so kind and help him. Little Four disappeared from Ling Lan's mindscape. Li Lan felt the cold aura coming from Ling Lan. He regretted his actions just now. He didn't expect himself to be stunned by her smile. It was not something he should do to his rabbit. He thought about how he hated it when other people looked at Ling Lan. His rabbit must hate him now. Li Lan's mind was in a mess. He was controlling the optical supercomputer, but his mind was blank. All he was thinking about was the fact that Ling Lan disliked him. Li Lan started to lose his composure. Hey, don't flip through the list that fast. Li Lan was forced out of his position by a huge force. The huge force allowed Li Lan to regain his senses. Li Yingji had angrily taken over Li Lan's spot. He started observing the items on the optical supercomputer carefully. Li Lan flipped through it too quickly just now, so they couldn't read the description of the items properly. If it was only done once, they could bear with it. However, Li Lan did it too many times. Hence, Li Yingji got angry and pushed him away. Li Lan calmed down a little. He saw Ling Lan standing at the side. He thought about it for a while and walked towards her. Rabbit, I'm sorry. Ling Lan glanced at him. What are you sorry about? I couldn't control myself just now. Li Lan was not someone who gives up halfway. Was it scary? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. Li Lan smiled bitterly. Yes, it was scary. That smile was too enchanting. Ling Lan was unhappy. With Ling Zhao and Lan Luofeng as her parents, She could never be ugly. Ling Zhao's smile was able to warm people's heart, but her smile could only scare people. Her mother's smile was as gentle as her father's. Was it because her parents' smiles were too beautiful so he didn't like the way she smiled? Rabbit, I think that you should just keep a cold face. Li Lan knew that some powerful people like to collect all kinds of pretty faces. Although Ling Lan had Ling Zhao helping her, it was still better to be careful. Some people would do anything to get what they wanted. Keeping a cold face is better. Does he not like my smile that much? Ling Lan looked at Li Lan coldly. She squeezed the words out of her mouth. Leopard, I thank you for your advice. She would never forgive this stupid leopard. Ling Lan turned her head and looked at Li Yingji. She ignored Li Lan. Li Lan felt an even colder aura coming from Ling Lan. His rabbit seemed to be really angry at him. Li Lan felt cold sweat on his forehead. A sense of danger, which he never felt before, rose in his heart. No way, he must regain his image in Rabbit's heart. Li Lan clenched his fist secretly. The other 4 people in the room didn't notice the strange atmosphere between Li Lan and Ling Lan. They were enthralled by the list of items in the auction. Unfortunately, they were supposed to be poor people, so they couldn't get anything. Even Li Yingji's fake identity wouldn't have the money to buy these items. They decided that when they go on another vacation, they must find a way into this auction again. Then, they would get anything they wanted. Of course, not everything in the auction was expensive. There were many interesting little gifts and items which couldn't be identified. The difference between the prices were enormous. Some was only worth a few thousand credits while others needed a few hundred millions. 1,000 credits was the lowest price in this auction. Anything lower than 1,000 credits would not appear in the underground auction. Boss. Little 4 suddenly appeared with an obedient-looking expression. What? Ling Lan was on her guard. Every time Little 4 looked at her with that expression, nothing good would come out of it. A 3D image of an item appeared in front of her. It was a cylinder made from an unknown material. It was yellowish-brown in color and there was a layer of dirt on it. The description said that the dirt couldn't be removed and the material underneath the dirt was unknown. The Oki auction identified this item as a part of a building which had been around for a long time. Most of its other parts were lost, so they couldn't identify its true form. Hence, the price was low. The starting price was 3,000 credits. A few people had started bidding for it. However, the highest bid was just 3,280 credits. Not many people were interested in it. The people that bidded just felt that since it was cheap, there was no harm buying it and bringing it back for research. If it was just a useless thing, all they lost was just 3,000 credits. It was not a lot to them. Chapter 639. Bidding. What is that? Ling Lan asked curiously. Little 4 replied, an energy block. An energy block? Really? Why didn't anyone find out? Based on the description of the item, it was only around 200 years old. How could they not recognize an energy block made 200 years ago? That is because it is not from your star system, it is from the Mandora star system. With the technology now, there is no way to test the energy stored inside this block. Of course, this might be an energy block that had been used. Little 4 replied immediately. Ling Lan frowned. She asked Little 4 in a serious tone, how did that energy block appeared here? That year, Little 4 came to Earth for some reason and met her by coincidence. He recognized her as his master during that time. This was already a rare occurrence. However, 10,000 years later, another item from the Mandora star system appeared. Ling Lan was vigilant. How many things had entered this star system after the Mandora star system was destroyed? Was there other intelligent entities like Little 4? If it was only small items like the energy block appearing into their star system, it was fine for them. However, if there was another intelligent entity, Little 4 and Ling Lan would have to be careful. They might be exposed. It might be because of the spatial tier. If I can come out from the spatial tier, other objects could too, Little 4 replied. Is there a possibility that another intelligent entity entered into our star system? Ling Lan asked. Little Four thought about the question seriously. I don't think so. I can't sense any similar presence in the virtual world. Little Four explained again when he saw his boss's serious expression. We are very sensitive to the presence of other intelligent entities. Even if we never met, we can sense each other's presence. I have only found a few entities that have been evolving by themselves in the virtual world after so many years. They are very weak compared to me. Ah. Little Four thought about something. Does Little Blossom count? Although Little Blossom was the doomsday flower of the Mandora star system, he was initially just a seedling. He could evolve due to the help of hackers. By right, Little Blossom wasn't from the Mandora star system. Ling Lan knew where Little Blossom came from, so she shook her head firmly. Little Blossom does not count. Then there are no intelligent entities like me, Little Four said firmly. Little Four's reply made Ling Lan felt at ease. She looked at Qilong and the others. They were not looking at her, but she felt someone was staring at her intently. Ling Lan knew that it had to be Li Lan. Her other companions would only look for her when they needed her or had something to tell her. However, Li Lan would stare her all the time. He would be the first person to know if she had any request or needed anything. Ling Lan was puzzled. Li Lan knew her better than her companions who grew up with her. Ling Lan remembered the time when she trained with Leopard and felt that this might be the reason. That year, she trained hard together with Li Lan and they improved together. This was a real form of companionship, as compared to her other friends who only viewed her as an almighty boss. Li Lan took her as his close friend. That was why he always paid attention to her. All these little things caused Ling Lan to view Li Lan differently. Compared to Qilong and the rest, Li Lan had a special position in her heart. Ling Lan put away her unhappiness and lowered her hands. She did the series of actions surreptitiously. Li Lan moved towards Li Yingji and patted his shoulder. Marao, you looked at it for a long time already. Can I take a look now? Li Yingji glared at him. I am still looking. Li Lan popped his head over the shoulder and laughed. You are looking at things which cost more than 10,000 credits. Can you even afford it? We can widen our perspective. Lin Zonking glanced at Li Yingji and hurriedly replied for him. Li Yingji controlled his temper and snorted. He looked back at the screen. Li Lan didn't care if he offended Li Yingji. He pushed Li Yingji away and took over the control of the optical supercomputer. He flipped to the items which had the lowest price. We should look at things which we could afford. Maybe we can buy one back and boast it to our friends. Li Yingji wanted to yell at Li Lan. However, his eyes lit up at Li Lan's words and his anger dissipated. He said, that's right. Since we are here, we should buy something back as proof. He leaned over and started to discuss with Li Lan about what to buy. Li Yingji adapted quickly. Since Li Lan was with Boss Lan just now, he must be acting on Boss Lan's orders. He needed to cooperate with Li Lan. Finally, after looking through all the items, they chose the 3 cheapest ones. One of them was a thumb-sized white porcelain piece. It was more than 10,000 years old, but since it was broken and so small, no one was sure what it was. Hence, the price was low. The starting bid was 1,500 credits and only one person had bidded for it. Li Yingji thought for a while and pressed 1,550. He kicked the other bidder out of the bid. Another item was the cylinder that Ling Lan wanted. It was still at 3,280 credits. Li Lan discussed with Li Yingji and decided to bid 3,300 credits for it. Everyone knew that the price was just temporary. The real mind game would start a few minutes later. The last item was an old tree branch. Visually it was the cheapest and yet, it was the most expensive one. Its starting bid was 4,500 credit. It was because the branch was taken from a living plant on the newly discovered Green Sea planet. After some research, it was found that the tree was not rare. It could be found almost everywhere on the Green Sea planet. However, since the planet was not open to public, Aoki decided to put this item into the auction list for collectors who like to collect new breeds of plants or for people who just liked interesting things. Aoki predicted people's mind accurately. Among the 3 items, The tree branch had the most amount of bidders. Its current bid was at 6,700 credit. Li Yingji pressed 6,800 credit. He just wanted to have some fun. The other people were stunned. This was almost half the price of their cruise trip. However, the bidding that happened after that caused them to give up on the tree branch. Within a short time, the bid had skyrocketed to more than 10,000 credits. They didn't have that much money. Even if they had, they didn't want to waste it on a normal plant. Hence, everyone focused their attention on the other two items. It was getting near 2 p.m. In the last 5 minutes, the prices of various items shot up. There was only one bidder for the porcelain piece. After Li Yingji overbid him, he stopped bidding. Li Yingji's interest was perked up, so he turned his attention to the cylinder. There were 2 to 3 people interested in the cylinder. When the price shot up to 5,000 credits, only one person was left bidding against Li Yingji. The other party increased his bids by the hundreds. Li Yingji was irritated. In the last minute, he got angry and pressed an additional 0. The number 6,200 became 62,000. After he pressed enter, Li Yingji froze. He squatted on the floor with his head between his knees. He hit his head in despair. He cried, "I entered another 0. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid." Lin Zongqing's face turned pale. He pushed Li Lang away and stared intently at the number on the optical supercomputer. He shouted crazily, "Buy it, hurry up and buy it." He wished that the other party would act rashly and overbid them. Li Yingji was enlightened by what Lin Zongqing did. He still had some hope. He clamped his hands together and seriously prayed that the other party would overbid him. In the surveillance room, Brother Zhu smiled coldly. The one who bidded against Li Yingji was him. His anger was vivid when he saw the mistake Li Yingji made. He would take their money as payment for the room. The bidding time ended. Li Yingji and Lin Zongqing's prayer didn't work. Their bid was the highest and the cylinder was won by Li Yingji. The porcelain piece was his too. Li Yingji was in a daze. He asked, "How much in total?" 64,300 credits. Lin Zongqing lowered in head. Li Yingji gritted his teeth. He calmed down a little and said, "I only have 53,400 credits. Do you guys have extra credits?" Qi Long took out his communicator and replied, "I have around 2,200 credits." Zhao Jun scratched his head and said embarrassingly, "I used a lot of my credits recently. I only have 2,000 credits left." Li Lan sighed. "I have 2,600 credits. 1,800, Ling Lan said. Her appetite was good these past few days, so her credits were spent quickly. "I only have 1,100 credits." Lin Zongqing lowered his head in embarrassment. His family was the poorest among the 6 people. He only took 1,500 credits out for this trip and tried to save as much as possible. "We still lack some credits." Li Lan smiled bitterly. Zhao Jun blinked. "Shall we ask the princess to lend us some money?" They all looked at each other. This was their only choice. They couldn't tell the people at the auction that they didn't want the items anymore. Right? They would be killed by the organizers. Luckily, the items would only be sent to them after the auction. If they were able to help the princess get the Babu scepter, she would probably not reject their request. The people in the booth decided to get the Babu scepter so that they could get out of their predicament. The live auction started at 2 p.m. The huge screen showed the live broadcast of the auction. A handsome young man was the auctioneer of this auction. Before he introduced himself, the crowd started clapping. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the auctioneer, Aabura Oya. I will be hosting the auction today." The auctioneer smiled and bowed at the audience. Many people gasped when they heard his name. Little 4 showed Ling Lan data about Aabura Oya. Ling Lan understood why everyone was so excited. Aabura Oya was actually Aoki Abu. He was the only son of President Fila. President Fila was the person who made Aoki from a poor country into a rich business and tourist utopia within 30 years. He was well liked by the citizens of Aoki and was even requested to make the Abu family into a royal family. They are the representative of the Aoki kingdom. This suggestion was rejected by President Fila. However, the Aoki citizens got more passionate about this suggestion. This request would be brought up at the parliament. Once it went through, Oki would become Oki Kingdom and Oki family would become the royal family of the Oki Kingdom. That would mean that Aaburooya would be the next king. Of course, Aaburooya was not popular just because he was the son of President Fila. He was also an impressive explorer and a top-tier auctioneer. When he didn't reveal his true identity, he had already auctioned off many luxurious items and became the most popular auctioneer in Oki. Since this underground auction was able to hire him as the auctioneer, it meant that the organizer had a rich and powerful background. They must also have a close relationship with the government of Oki. Aaburooya calmly auctioned off the items. Ling Lan and her friends waited for the Babu scepter to appear. They ignore all the other items. However, when the ace mecha appeared, the 6 of them were tempted. The only thing that was stopping them was the price. They could only look at the mecha with greedy eyes. Of course, even if they had the money, it would be useless if they bought it. There were many people who wanted the ace mecha. There were 4 main bidders. One came from the South Star Galaxy, one came from the Oya Alliance, one came from the Chaotic Lands, and the last came from the Yi family. The South Star Galaxy was situated in the most southern part of the human world. The people there were all brave and skillful in warfare. However, they had a simple mind. This caused the development of mechas in that galaxy to be slower than other powerful countries. The South Star Galaxy wanted to get this mecha so that they could research it. In a battle, the mecha operator of an ace mecha would choose to self-destruct if they lost. This was to protect the secrets of the ace mecha. Hence, no one was able to scavenge any ace mechas back from battlefields. This was why the South Star Galaxy went all out and wanted to get the ace mecha. The other 2 parties wanted the ace mecha for similar reasons. The Yi family, on the other hand, received orders from the Federation to bring back the ace mecha. In the end, the Yi family managed to get the ace mecha. During the bidding, the Yi family disappeared for a while. Little 4 went to take a look and realized that the Yi family was contacting the Li family. The Yi family received the order quite late, so they didn't prepare enough credits. The price of the mecha exceeded the amount of credits they brought, so they had to borrow some from the Li family. Although the ace mecha returned to the Federation, the Yi family, or rather the military, paid a huge price for it. The amount of credits spent on this ace mecha was enough to build 40 more ace mechas. However, this was a necessary sacrifice. If other countries discovered the secret of their ace mecha, the Federation would suffer more losses. Then it would not be an issue about credits anymore. Of course, this was not the end. The military would definitely find the culprit who smuggled the ace mecha out. This would cause a huge commotion in the military. The betrayer would definitely be tortured. Since this had nothing to do with Ling Lan, she just threw it to the back of her head. She had more important things to attend to. The Babu scepter was the next item in line. When Aaburooya described the Babu scepter, everyone turned silent. They all knew that the Babu scepter was only useful to the people of the Balaya Kingdom. To other people, it could only be a collector's item. However, it was not worth provoking a huge country to get this item. Babu scepter. Starting bid, 1 million credits. Aaburooya said calmly. The ace mecha was already sold for a huge sum of credits, so he was not shocked by this amount. 1,100,000. Booth number 103 started bidding. Ling Lan looked at the booth number and knew that it was Princess Gulabaduo. As expected, she was unable to control herself and was the first one to bid. After Gulabaduo bidded, no one continued. Gulabaduo was elated. She might be able to take back the scepter easily. Booth number 103 calling once. Although the Babu scepter is just an antique, it represented the royalty of the Balaya Kingdom. The Balaya Kingdom once made a promise. They will fulfill one wish to the person who brings back the Babu scepter for them. Credits is one thing, but with the scepter, you will have a chance. You might even have another chance of living. I think that everyone here knows how important this item is. Let me ask again. Is there anyone who wants to bid? Princess Gulabaduo gritted her teeth in anger when she heard Aaburooya telling everyone the secret of the Babu scepter. She knew that getting the Babu scepter back would not be an easy task now. 1,500,000. The moment Aaburooya finished speaking, the person in booth number 7 bidded. Chapter 640, Time to Act. Boss, it is the people from Twilight. Little 4 immediately reported. They are the enemy of the Federation. They will definitely try to make things difficult for us. Ling Lan had expected trouble. After that, a few more people bidded. They were all from different countries. Although the people who bidded were merchants, everyone knew that they represented a certain faction in their country. Some even represented the entire nation. Boss, the Yun family is bidding now. Yun family? Seems like Yun Fiang really wants to gain the heart of Princess Gulabaduo. Ling Lan guessed the intention of the Yun family. After a few rounds, Princess Gulabaduo bidded again. She raised the bid of the Babu scepter to 100 million credits. She wanted to use this amount to show the other countries that the Balaya kingdom was determined to get the Babu scepter back. The other countries should weigh their choices and see if it was worth offending the Balaya kingdom. However, Gulabaduo's actions didn't have much effect. A new round of bidding started. As the price got higher, Aburuoya's smile got brighter. If the price of an item got higher, it showed that he was a good auctioneer. Seems like the other party doesn't want the princess to get the scepter so easily. Ling Lan observed for a while and understood what the other countries were trying to do. They knew how important the Babu scepter was to the Balaya kingdom, but they still bidded for it. They wanted the Balaya kingdom to lose a huge fortune. After some time, a few bidders gave up. There were only 5 bidders left. Ling Lan looked up and glanced at Li Lan. As expected, Li Lan was focusing on Ling Lan. Although his eyes were staring at the optical supercomputer, he looked up when Ling Lan glanced at him. Their eyes met. Li Lan lowered his head casually and said to Li Yingji, "Marao, do you think that we should act now?" Li Yingji looked enlightened. "Yes, the princess allowed us to come in so that we can help her. Thanks for reminding me. If not, I will feel sorry towards the princess." He added 10 million to the current bid without any hesitation. Since he was not using his own money, he didn't feel any burden when entering all the zeros. Booth number 239 bidded 580 million credits. The appearance of a new bidder silenced the crowd. Who is inside booth number 239? The businessman from Twilight narrowed his eyes when he saw a new competitor. His assistant flipped through the information that he received and said, "They are people from Aoki." The businessman pondered. Is Aoki trying to interfere in this matter? "Ah, boss, I have just received a new message." The assistant's communicator beeped. "What is it?" "Aoki says that they will be taking over the bidding from now on." The assistant replied carefully. "What is this? Didn't they ask a few of us to cooperate to bleed the Balaya kingdom?" The businessman from Twilight was furious. He was unhappy that Aoki kept changing their mind. They explained that it was because the Balaya kingdom will continue to increase the bid. "It is okay for us to reveal our bottom line, but if we reveal it too often, we will be discovered." The Yun family from the Federation is participating in the bidding too. They even have an ace hacker with them. His assistant replied. "I see. Since that is the case, we will stop after we reach the base price Aoki gave us." The businessman from Twilight was shocked that ace hacker might discover their relationship with Aoki. The anger in him died down. He decided to give up the bidding. Now, he understood why Aoki looked for him. It was to maintain the image that Aoki was a fair country. The other 2 parties received a similar messages from Aoki. After the price hit 1 billion credits, the 3 of them stopped bidding. Only the Yun family, Gulabaduo, and Li Yingji remained. Drops of cold sweat appeared on Yun Fiang's forehead. He had a limited amount of credits, but booth number 239 seemed to be very wealthy. They didn't hesitate when bidding. He didn't even have the chance to gain the favor of the princess. Yun Fiang gritted his teeth. Since he was already committed in this, he must not give up. He wanted to increase the bid, but at this moment, he felt his communicator vibrating. He glanced at it angrily. Which idiot dares to disturb him at this time? His eyes lit up with happiness. The person who messaged was Princess Gulabaduo. He opened the message and realized that Gulabaduo was asking him to stop bidding. She said that she was grateful for the help of the Yun family. Yun Fiang heaved a sigh of relief. If he didn't need to use his own credits, that would be the best. He felt that he made a good decision to contact the princess at the start of the auction to tell her his booth number. That way, she would know his intentions. Yun Fiang reached his motive, so he happily stopped bidding. At that moment, Gulabaduo received a message too. She opened the message and was elated. She immediately replied. After Yun Fiang stopped bidding, Gulabaduo bid it again. Then, Li Yingji was provoked by Abu Ruoya's words and bidded against her. Just as everyone thought that Gulabaduo would increase her bid, but she gave up. The Babu scepter was won by booth number 239 at the heavenly price of 1,320,000,000 credits. Gulabaduo was relieved when she heard that booth number 239 got the bid. She was proud of herself. Getting Ling Lan and her friends into this auction was the right decision, as there were many people targeting her. However, Gulabaduo was curious. Why didn't the other people find out that booth number 239 was from Balaya Kingdom? Why didn't they stop them? Gulabaduo was a smart person. She immediately understood what had happened. Her eyes turned cold. Looks like my siblings doesn't want me to get the Babu scepter too. How can they ignore the interest of the Balaya Kingdom for the sake of inheriting the throne? Damn. Gulabaduo was angry. Her confidant was shocked and instantly said, "Princess, why didn't you continue bidding? We didn't reach our bottom line yet." She knew that the princess was transferred 1,000,000,000 credits from the Balaya Kingdom just in case things got out of hand. However, since she needed to use many channels to transfer the money over, she could only transfer in batches. But, she could ask the organizers for a loan first and repay them when they have the money. Gulabaduo opened her mouth. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Qiyang Jialin and stopped. These people were arranged by the Balaya Kingdom. Were they really loyal to her and the Balaya Kingdom, or were they loyal to her siblings? Gulabaduo couldn't help but smile coldly. If these people were bought over by her siblings, they would definitely leak the information to her siblings. She couldn't endanger Ling Lan and her friends. Gulabaduo knew that getting the Babu scepter was easy. Bringing it back would be difficult. Gulabaduo looked like a straightforward and simple-minded person, but she was not. She knew that some people in the Balaya Kingdom wanted her dead. She also knew that there were many assassinations that occurred behind her back. Thus, Gulabaduo swallowed her words and replied coldly. The Babu scepter is just a symbol of the Balaya royalty. It is not worth so much effort. Qiyang Jialin smiled when he heard what the princess said. Honestly, he didn't understand why the Balaya Kingdom used so much wealth and effort to get back a useless symbolic item. This wealth could be used to improve the livelihood of their citizens. Compared to the Federation, the commoners of the Balaya Kingdom were extremely poor. However, since the Balaya Kingdom was a loyal supporter of the Federation, Qiyang Jialin would not express his opinions openly. After the Babu scepter, a few more items were sold. There was a super energy storage unit which could automatically gather energy from the universe and use the energy to power up a mecha. Ling Lan was tempted, but she knew that she couldn't act now even if she wanted it. She regained her composure. No mecha master would be able to resist against an energy storage unit that could automatically replenish its energy. Mecha masters knew that if they met an opponent who were as strong as them, the person who had a higher capacity energy storage unit would win. Unfortunately, it was hard to make a super energy storage unit. Only Imperial mechas would be equipped with it. The only ace mechas that could get a super energy storage unit were the mechas used by people like the Sky God and the King of Hell. There was no such items sold on the market. Even in the black market, it rarely appeared. This showed how well the various countries protected this item. Little Four started searching for a super energy storage unit the moment Ling Lan advanced to an ace operator, but to no avail. He didn't expect it to appear in Oki. Little Four wanted to create a fake identity to buy the super energy storage unit. Ling Lan stopped him. She knew that even if they managed to buy the super energy storage unit, they would not be able to find someone to collect it. Also, Ling Lan suspected that this super energy storage unit was used to test her since it was not on the initial auction list. Little Four calmed down after Ling Lan reminded him. This item was indeed not on the initial auction list. Little Four was not prepared for it to show up, so he was caught off guard and became extremely excited. In the end, they didn't bid for the super energy storage unit. Am I thinking too much? Brother Zhu started doubting himself. The appearance of the super energy storage unit only caused a commotion in booth number 239, but they didn't bid for it. If they were actually powerful warriors, They would not be able to resist the temptation. The super energy storage unit caused another uproar in the audience. Many people started bidding for it. It was more expensive than the Ace Mecha. The starting bid was 5 million credits. It shot up to a few hundred million and crossed the billion mark within a short time. It was sold to the Lee family in the end. The Lee family increased the price by 100 million credit each time they bid, scaring their competitors away. The people in booth number 11 are wealthy. Ling Lan suddenly exclaimed. Li Yingji and Li Lan felt their mouth twitching when they saw the jealous look on her face. Was their captain mocking the Li family? The Li family had to buy the super energy storage unit, but their boss just had to ask his father if he ever wanted one. This was the difference between their power. The Li family had a strong influence in the political world, but their power in the military was weak. This was why the Li family envied the Yi family. The Yi family didn't have any political power, but they controlled an entire division. The Li family was not able to do this. They had their own people in 2 divisions, but they didn't have control over the entire divisions. Their faction was suppressed by other factions. If the Li family didn't have influence in the political world, their position as the first elite family of the Federation would be overtaken by the Yi family. The two of them pretended that they didn't hear anything and focused on looking at the next item. Soon, it was time for the atomic beam bazooka documents to show up. Ling Lan just wanted to be a bystander, but when she saw the businessman with the surname Zhang, the Li family, and the Yi family bidding for it, she frowned. As the price climbed higher, Ling Lan made a decision. Little 4, ask them to stop bidding. Little 4 got excited immediately. Yes, boss. Boss finally allowed him to act. He didn't have to hide himself anymore. It was time to show you my true power. A long time ago, Little 4 gave himself a nickname. He didn't have the chance to use it for so long, but now, it was finally time for him to make his nickname known to the human world. Chapter 641, The Son of God. Ling Lan thought for a second, then ordered, Little 4, you make the decision. Was letting Little 4 take charge correct? It was the first time Little 4 received the power to make a decision. He didn't hesitate and rushed into the circuitry to help his boss resolve this issue. In the Li family's booth, the assistant responsible for bidding in the auction saw that the price he bidded was raised by his competitor. He didn't even think for a second. He entered a new bid and sent it out. Sending. After a while, another round had passed, but it didn't actually show their bid. The assistant knew something was wrong. He immediately raised his head and yelled, Boss, I think something malfunctioned. The representative from the Li family, from who was originally half asleep, immediately opened his eyes. He coldly asked, what happened? The bid I had just entered was not received by the auction house. They didn't show our bid. It was clear that his bidding price was the highest in that round. The representative from the Li family's expression changed slightly and immediately ordered, contact the auction house and have them resolve this issue as soon as possible. After saying that, he could help but swear under his breath. He didn't successfully acquire the data of the atomic beam bazooka today. His big boss would not let him live it down. He knew clearly that his big boss wanted to use this data to his advantage by acquiring another bargaining chip in competing for the position of master in the faction. After thinking about the outcome of his failure, sweat began to drip from his forehead. He had lost the composure he had in the beginning, and a hint of anxiousness began to show in his expression. Boss, I have already requested for help from the auction house. The assistant responded immediately. The representative from the Li family nodded his head. He endured the anxiousness and waited for the auction house to resolve this issue. In the booth of the Yi family, Boss, our bid wasn't received by the auction house. Similarly, the assistant responsible for bidding saw that the new round of bids did not have the one he had sent in. He immediately reported this to his boss. The representative of Yi family frowned. He knew the underground auction house on Oki very well. Although it seemed like a black market on the outside, it was actually controlled by government officials. It was just that the items being auctioned were considered smuggled goods, and the auction house could not explain their origin to the countries bidding for it. Thus, it went from public to private and changed these items into black market goods. However, The auction house's defense system and military force was top tier on Oki. It was impossible for a malfunction like bids not being received to happen. The representative from the Yi family's first thought was that the auction house was being attacked. Major Lu, the anti-hacker barrier we borrowed doesn't have any issues, right? The representative from the Yi family asked the astute young man standing beside him with an imposing look. The representative was thinking whether if the attack was by a group that was hostile towards the Federation, the military and the Yi family. There won't be any issues. Even Imperial-level hackers wouldn't be able to find an opening. Major Lu said without hesitation. The anti-hacker barrier was something that was created by a group of Imperial-level hackers from the military. It wasn't something that one or two Imperial hackers could easily crack. The representative from the Yi family had a grasp of the situation. He turned around and spoke to the bidding assistant. Contact the auction house and ask them to resolve this issue immediately. Since the situation was playing out like this, they could force the auction house to give them an explanation. Secretly, the representative even hoped that this problem would persist and continue until the auction ended. This way he would be able to have the auction house to give him a copy of the weapon data for a lower price. Using the least amount of money to get what they wanted was something he very much wanted to do. The merchant with the surname Zhang had also discovered this problem. He showed a faint smile on his face. Similarly with the Yi family, he also patiently waited for the auction house to give them an explanation. Although the top three competitors were out, the other competitors didn't care. These other competitors were enthusiastically bidding for the data of this weapon that used a new energy source. Aburuoya had said that this weapon could change the fate of the entire universe. The price of the data rose to a shocking sky-high price. They're all crazy. Ling Lan saw the auction and speculated that the only reason this universe constantly had wars was completely because humans were too selfish and didn't want to give up on their own agendas. This was what caused the universe to be tainted by war. However, waiting would not give them any results. Little Four had cut off all communications from all three booths, and Brother Zhu, who was responsible for monitoring the booths, only saw what Little Four allowed him to see on his screens. In the auction house, everything was perfectly fine. It showed that there were no bids coming from the three booths. Although the auction house felt something was off, they didn't suspect any foul play. After all, not bidding was a right the client had, and the auction house had no right to intervene. Of course, if they had suspected a little bit more and compared the images in all three booths, the auction house could have found a flaw in the surveillance footage. That was because the surveillance footage were actually on a loop. However, Little Four had split the video clips apart. If the person watching wasn't a top expert, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. How come they're still not here? Seeing that the amount of people bidding decreasing, the auction house did not notify them and didn't even send a staff member to their booth. The representative from the Li family couldn't wait any longer. The guard standing at the door turned to the keypad after his boss gave him the order. He inputted a string of numbers and was getting ready to open the door of the booth. However, the door didn't open. Now, everyone knew something had happened. They first used their communicators to contact the people outside, but discovered that their communicators didn't not work too. They were like a rat in a hole, unable to contact the outside world. Everyone's expressions changed instantly and suspected this act was the auction house purposefully going against them. After the Li family's representative gave the signal, the guard was ready to take out his beam gun to take the door down by force. Right when he was about to do that, the assistant who was staring at the screen the entire time shouted, "Boss, take a look at this." The representative from the Li family immediately jumped over. The screen showed a savage skull. The skull's mouth cracked open and a string of words flew out. "The data of the atomic beam bazooka only belongs to me. I will definitely not let you people meddle with it. If you all obey, I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I will be very very angry and then I'll..." The other two booths also had this image pop up. After this string of words appeared, another image appeared. The images were the large palace-like mansion of the Yi family and the residence of the people backing the merchant with the surname Zhang. These images suddenly exploded and turned to dust in a raging inferno. "Completely destroy them. so don't make me angry, okay? Finally, please regard me as the son of God. After saying that, all the images vanished. The screen returned to the image of the auction. The bid for the data of the atomic beam bazooka had already gone past 5 billion credits. It had set the record for highest ever bid in the auction house. Its hackers, seeing the images, the representatives from the 3 booths understood the situation. They were at ease temporarily, but smiled bitterly right after. Now, they definitely couldn't acquire the data of the atomic beam bazooka. They knew very well that Oki's organization would station 3 Imperial-level hackers for this auction specifically. However, an existence that even 3 Imperial-level hacker could not track was definitely a God-level hacker for the Imperial hackers to not be able to find out the problem. However, God-level hackers were a country's last line of defense and would never step out of the country. Who was this God-level hacker? He named himself as the Son of God. Could it be that he actually thought he was a descendant of a godlike deity? The 3 of them from the booths thought deeply for a while, then they ordered their subordinates to not publicize this incident. They knew that the government of Oki probably wouldn't be able to do anything if a mysterious God-level hacker had made a move. Oki would definitely not be able to find any problems and would even suspect them deliberately causing a disturbance. Pestering the organization might also expose their own background. The representative from the Yi family thought about his plans with regret. At that moment, they were more in a hurry to return to the Federation and contact the only God-level hacker within the Federation. He may know which God-level hacker had made a move. After all, only an expert of the same caliber would be able to find the details. Not long after, the data for the atomic beam bazooka was won by booth number 91. As the bid for the data had ended, the government of Oki also declared that the auction had ended. After all that, those who were in the 3 booths could finally communicate with the outside world. These people didn't hesitate and contacted their forces in the outside world. They ordered their forces to dig up all the details of the people in booth number 91. Since the people from that booth had won the bid, then the Son of God definitely had a connection with them. The Son of God could have been invited by those from booth number 91. After auction ended, the people from the 3 booths didn't stay at the auction house. After they paid the organizer for their items, the 3 parties quickly left the location. Not long after, the starships that belonged to all 3 parties all flew out of planet Oki. Since they left in a hurry, they didn't get to know the string of events that happened on planet Oki afterwards. Those events almost crippled planet Oki's economy to the Dark Ages. Because of the Yi family and Merchant Jiangx concealed the information. Oki's organizer didn't know that a hacker had presented himself. However, Oki wasn't completely off the hook because the Babu Scepter caused some friction between them and their allies. As for the Babu Scepter, it was originally going to be won by the Balaya Kingdom with a high price. However, the person who won the bid for the Babu Scepter wanted Balaya to buy it from him. Although the bidding price for the scepter was very high in the end, it had not reached half of the amount the person had requested. This fiasco made Oki blame their allies for giving up early. Their partners of course felt very wronged. They blamed Oki for sending them a message to tell them to stop. Oki's government of course thought their allies were spouting nonsense and asked their allies for proof. Their allies were originally very confident, but when they searched through their messages, they couldn't find that specific message. Their allies instantly understood that they had fallen into Oki's trap. They fully believed that Oki had silently betrayed them and sided with the Federation. The 2 sides criticized each other. Oki's government also suspected that their allies were preparing to throw Oki out as a scapegoat. The perfect relationship between the 2 parties instantly had cracks formed between them. Even after the country, Caesar, had comforted both sides, the 2 parties still couldn't control their anger. On the outside it seemed as though they were just as friendly as before, but the relationship between them could never return to what it once was. Both sides now held grudges against each other. Little Four didn't know that his barbaric, unreasonable, and completely flawed move actually caused Oki and Caesar to have grudges against each other. In the future, the relationship between Oki and Caesar will completely break into pieces. Of course, all this was in the future. This whole event had this kind of effect because Oki was confident in their hackers' capabilities. Of course, at the same time, Caesar was also confident in Aoki's hackers' capabilities. The people that could cause trouble during the auction could only be Aoki. Thus, confidence was a good thing and an advantage. But too much confidence would create problems. Too much of anything would be a bad thing. Ling Lan's group didn't know that Aoki and their allies were at each other's throats. They settled their bids with Aoki's auction house. They were lucky the account that was bound to the invitation card had enough money. They successfully acquired the 3 items they had bid on. They left the booth with the help of a staff member. After getting to the elevator, Li Lan smiled and said, "Thank you. We can go down from here ourselves. You don't need to come with us." The staff member politely said, "It is part of our job to take our customers to the front door. Please get into the elevator." The staff member ignored Li Lan's polite rejection of his services. He stood beside the elevator and asked Ling Lan's group to enter the elevator as the doors opened. Li Lan smiled, shook his head and led his group into the elevator. The elevator was so big, out of habit, Ling Lan walked to a corner and leaned on the wall of the elevator with her head down as though she was thinking about something. The others didn't bother her. The rest of them stood there nonchalantly as they watched the number on the screen, waiting for the elevator to reach the first floor. Right as the screen showed the number for the 3rd floor and everyone waited for the next number to show up, all of the lights in the elevator suddenly turned off. At the same time, a draft of wind suddenly flew towards Ling Lan, who was at the corner. Bang! The clash between blades caused sparks to fly within the darkness. Right after another sound was heard and something had hit the wall of the elevator with great force, causing the entire elevator to shake. Bam! The elevator was lit up once again as all of the lights lit up at the same time. At that moment it could be clearly seen that the staff member was lying on a corner lifelessly while Qilong stood in front of him waving his arm. In the staff member's right hand was a 3-inch military knife. "You actually dare to ambush my boss in front of me. You're looking for a death wish." Qilong snorted coldly. Li Lan, who stood in front of Ling Lan, curled his finger. A short sword retracted into his sleeve. The person who had blocked the staff member's sneak attack on Ling Lan was none other than Li Lan. The staff member spat out a mouthful of blood and said without any expression on his face, "You won't be able to escape." The video feed would instantly be sent to the control room. Ling Lan tapped on the shoulder in front of her that was seemingly weak and frail, but was actually full of strength. She meant for Li Lan to move aside. Li Lan knew Ling Lan had something to say and moved aside without hesitation. Ling Lan walked towards the staff member slowly. Seeing this, Qilong automatically moved back and opened up a spot for Ling Lan. Ling Lan stared at the staff member, bent down slightly and said, "There are 8 surveillance cameras in total with a 360-degree view of everything. Since I know you have that many surveillance cameras, then why would I turn on the lights in the elevator?" The staff member's expression changed instantly. He remembered that the plan was for him to turn on the lights after he succeeded in killing the 6 of them. Otherwise, the mission would be deemed as failed. However, his mission had failed, but the lights were turned on. He clearly knew that he was the only one who knew about the mechanism to turn on the light. "You're wondering how I knew, right?" Ling Lan snapped her fingers and the elevator turned pitch black once again. She snapped again and the lights turned back on. "Who the hell are you?" Elder Brother Zhu said that this seemingly harmless young man was the strongest out of all 6 of them. At that time, the staff member didn't believe that, but he still listened to Elder Brother Zhu's orders to attack this person first. However, he didn't think that he wouldn't even have a chance to get close to his target and was taken down by those around his target. "Who am I? You probably guessed it, haven't you?" Ling Lan stood up and looked down at the staff member as if a giant looking down at an ant. This act made the staff member's expression changed instantly. "You're very smart. Of course, since I turned on the lights, I of course have the ability to show the people in the security room a fake video feed. Even as we speak, the video feed they see is still pitch black. Then after a while it will show an image of you standing in the elevator and the 6 of us lying on the floor." Ling Lan's words were slow, but the staff member's heart became heavier and heavier. "Of course, if you were to fail, those at the security room would send a group of gunmen to the elevator door. If you were to succeed, those gunmen would become the people who gets rid of our bodies. The Babu scepter would be taken back to your side. Then your people would create the illusion that we had taken the scepter and run off in order to get Balaya's attention. The expression the staff member had as he looked toward Ling Lan was becoming more instilled with fear. That was because all Ling Lan had said was actually what they were planning to do afterwards. You probably also sent a group of people to assassinate the princess. Yes, I'm sure that with the way your organization does things, you will definitely send 6 people who have similar body types like us and pretend to be us. Then when the princess meets up with those 6, they will suddenly attack the princess while the princess does not have her guard up. If they succeed, the blame would be put on our heads. If they don't succeed, they could still cause the princess and the entire country of Balaya to use all their might to find us and kill us because we were greedy for the Babu scepter. Then your organization would no longer be a suspect in this case. Ling Lan half smiled and said, as expected, "What a great plan." "You're the devil." Ling Lan's words caused the staff member to lose all hope. He instantly opened his mouth and bit down hard, preparing to bite his tongue to take his own life. Qi Long, who was staring at the staff member this entire time, held the staff member's jaw. After a hard twist, Qi Long broke the staff member's jaw. "That's not enough." Ling Lan focused her eyes and punched the staff member's right cheek with great force. The staff member groaned and spat out a few teeth. Before Ling Lan gave an order, Lin Zonking went up and carefully examined the teeth. "I found it. One of the teeth is hollow. There's a pill inside it. It's probably poison." "That's right. In today's world, who dies from just biting off their tongue?" Ling Lan replied indifferently. Li Lan immediately took out a clean handkerchief and handed it to Ling Lan. Ling Lan looked at him with an odd look, thinking in her mind why this man liked being clean this much and always had a handkerchief with him. In Ling Lan's mind, an image of Li Lan holding his hand out all ladylike and wiping his mouth made her uncontrollably shudder. Yes, she needed to make Li Lan more manly in the future in case he becomes the second Luo Lang. Ling Lan already felt that an oddball like Luo Lang in her team already made her felt she had sinned greatly. She couldn't let herself create another oddball. However, Ling Lan didn't refuse Li Lan's kindness. She took the handkerchief and wiped the back of her right hand, then tossed it back to Li Lan. She used her actions to tell him that a man should use a handkerchief just like how she did. Li Lan folded the handkerchief that was crumpled into a ball and then carefully put it back into his own pocket. Ling Lan saw Li Lan's movements and twitched a little. Could it be that Li Lan had spent too much time with Luo Lang and was affected by that bung? Ling Lan didn't like the idea and was prepared to give Luo Lang a ruthless beating when she returned. Man, it was fine if it was just him who was weird, but to also make his team members weird as well? Luo Lang, who was so busy in the 23rd Division, suddenly felt chills throughout his entire body. He shuddered a bit and caused the comrades around him to worry for him. Li Shi didn't care about Luo Lang's protest and immediately pulled down Luo Lang's pants. He injected a vaccine into his buttocks to make sure he didn't affect his other team members. They were currently fighting against the commander. Having one less capable individual was not allowed. Thus Luo Lang could only endure the pain and suck in his tears while Li Shi treated him. Ding! The elevator had reached the first floor. Ling Lan looked towards Qi Long. Qi Long instantly held up a staff member in front of him and stood at the door of the elevator. The elevator door was open. What appeared in front of them was 6 to 7 nozzles. These gunmen didn't even look to see who was inside and emptied their magazines. Zhao Jun and Li Yingji, who hid on the roof of the elevator, suddenly pounced towards the enemy. The two of them took down 2 people in an instant. Qi Long, who was standing in the middle, used the staff member as a shield. A slew of bullets all hit the staff member. Qi Long used the chaos to get out of the surrounding. Before the gunman could react, Qi Long used a whirlwind kick to send the lot of them to the ground. Hidden behind the sides of the elevator, Li Lan and Lin Zonking was just a bit slower than the other 3, following on their heels and struck down the 2 people Qi Long had missed. In an instant, the 7 or 8 people at the door was taken out by Ling Lan's group. It seems that our enemy wasn't thinking of leaving anyone alive, including you. Ling Lan passed by the staff member Qilong had tossed to the side. The hateful glare he had before dying was full of vengeance. It still had a hint of sorrow from being abandoned. That's why, you should not be a piece in someone else's game. Instead, you should be the player. Ling Lan's indifferent words echoed through the staff member's ear. The staff member's eyes showed a hint of regret and stared blankly towards Ling Lan. In the end, his expression was condensed into hate as he drew his last breath. However, it wasn't sure whether his hate was towards Ling Lan's group or because he was abandoned heartlessly. In the end, he died without purpose. However, this had nothing to do with Ling Lan's group. When the staff member decided to make a move on Ling Lan, he had already signed his death wish. It was just that there was a difference between dying at the hands of Ling Lan's group or his own comrades. Chapter 642, Disguise. After taking down the gunman, Qilong asked, "Boss, what do we do now?" "Find the princess." Ling Lan instantly made the decision. Little Four said that everyone from the auction house began to make their move. It seemed that these people didn't want the princess to leave the auction house. It was because these people had found us as their scapegoats and weren't afraid of becoming suspects. These people wanted to kill the princess on their own turf at the right time. This time, they didn't have a choice but to make a move. Ling Lan thought to herself, "All right, I can finally let loose." Hearing Ling Lan's words, Qilong instantly cracked his knuckles. He was going insane from all the boredom. "Zonking, the tools." Ling Lan turned around and said to Lin Zonking. Lin Zonking quickly took out 2 masks from the backpack and 3 black stripe-like items. He handed one mask to Ling Lan. Seeing this, Li Lan slightly smiled towards him. Lin Zonking decisively gave the other mask to Li Lan. Lin Zonking knew clearly that although Li Lan seemed to be an easygoing individual, he was actually the most difficult to please. Lin Zonking didn't want to unknowingly get screwed over by Li Lan. Qilong held the black stripe-like item and asked Lin Zonking, "Zonking, what is this thing? Why did it seem so familiar?" "It's stocking used by women." Lin Zonking replied calmly and ignored Qilong and Zhao Jun's stunned expressions. "You want us to use a woman's stockings?" Li Yingji blushed. "Could you not have prepared a few more masks like that one?" he said as he pointed towards Ling Lan's mask. Although the mask was simple and crude, and looked terrible, it was still better than a woman's stockings by a whole lot. Lin Zonking glanced at Li Yingji indifferently and replied coldly, "That takes up space." Afterwards, he took out another mask from his backpack. "Then why do you have a mask and not stockings?" Li Yingji asked angrily. "That's because I have the power of distribution." Lin Zonking replied calmly and then began to ignore Li Yingji as he followed Ling Lan. Zhao Jun looked at the stocking in his hands with frustration. Then he took a deep breath and put the stocking on his head, and thus, a sleazy bad guy was born. Qilong saw that his boss had already gone far away and knew he couldn't hesitate anymore. He bit his lip, put it on and quickly followed. "You guys just put it on like that?" Li Yingji pointed at the 2 raiders angrily. Zhao Jun didn't answer him and only pointed towards the front. Li Yingji looked and saw that Ling Lan was about to disappear from his sights, and thus he bit his lip and reluctantly put on the stocking. Since Boss Lan had moved out without giving any orders, it meant that he accepted Lin Zonking's way of distributing the items. If he dawdled for too long and angered Boss Lan, Li Yingji knew very well what his life in the future would be like. After remembering the training Boss Lan had arranged a while back, Li Yingji's body trembled uncontrollably. Ling Lan, who was at the front of the group, took out a suit as she moved hurriedly. She pulled on the 2 sleeves and the suit became a jacket. She pulled on it again and the tidy light gray suit immediately turned into a short black windbreaker. Making a move didn't mean that she had to expose herself. Ling Lan didn't want to expose their identities just yet, thus a disguise was necessary. After putting on the windbreaker, Ling Lan's aura changed from soft and harmless to cold and dangerous. One glance would make a person unable to disregard the chills of Ling Lan's aura. The team members that followed Ling Lan all changed their presence as well. They, who were originally inconspicuous, instantly became the focus of attention. The killing intent they had hidden silently spewed out, especially Zhao Jun, who, after training in the division for the past few years and battling in the battlefield, had his killing intent became even thicker. It was just that it wasn't as strong as Ling Lan's killing intent. Zhao Jun looked in front of him at Ling Lan, whose killing intent was through the roof. He thought for a second and was very curious how their boss could have a killing intent that even veterans, who had fought countless battles in the battlefield, didn't have. Ling Lan followed the route Little Four had mapped out and didn't take any unnecessary detours. At the same time, she also told Little Four to notify Senior Colonel Mu Yian of the prince's current movements. After all, Senior Colonel Mu Yian's whirlwind battle team was acting as the Princess Royal Guard. Princess Gulabaduo and her group followed the auction house's staff member to one of the booths. She asked curiously, "Is it here?" "Yes, booth number 239 has already settled their payment with our staff members. After receiving the Babu Scepter, they had requested the auction house to have you come with us to their booth. Since you are our VIP guests, our boss accepted this request. That's why I have led you here," explained the staff member. "Your Majesty, these people really have no respect. Shouldn't they be the ones who comes to you instead?" said the princess's confidant angrily. "You shouldn't say that. They have the Babu Scepter now. For the safety of the scepter, they definitely wouldn't make any sudden moves. Having me coming to them was the safest choice." Gulabaduo didn't think that Ling Lan and the others were wrong. If it was her, she would also make this decision. While the two of them were talking, the staff member had already entered the passcode and the door opened automatically. The staff member politely bowed and said, "Your Majesty, this way." Princess Gulabaduo took a deep breath. She was going to be able to see the Babu Scepter that had been lost for over 400 years, so it was hard for her to not become excited. Right as she wanted to walk in, Qian Jialan, who stood on the side, with a stern expression on his face, he immediately grabbed the princess and pulled her back. Gulabaduo turned around stunned. "Chamberlain Odu, what's wrong?" Qian Jialan said with all seriousness. "Your Majesty, with your status, coming here is already enough. Now, it should be the 6 of them who should come out and greet you." He turned and looked towards the staff member. "You go inside and tell them to come and greet our princess." The eyes of the staff member darted around and hesitantly said, "That." Qian Jialan glared at him angrily. "What are you blabbering on about? Why aren't you going in?" The staff member immediately respectfully said, "Yes." He walked into the room and shouted, "Respectful guests from booth number 239, the guests from number 103 would like you to come to the door and greet them personally." Gulabaduo heard a muffled reply coming from inside the booth. Then she heard a cluster of footsteps coming closer. Qian Jialan suddenly pushed the princess behind him. Suddenly, sparks flew out the door and beams of light flew towards Qian Jialan from all directions. Right at that moment, a 3 meters wide and 2 meters tall mirror-like shield appeared in front of Qian Jialan and blocked off all the shots that were coming towards him. Qian Jialan immediately ordered, "Run." He led the 3 members and carefully guarded the princess as they evacuated to the back. They could rejoice that there were walls on both sides of the corridor and they only needed to defend themselves from the gunfire coming from the front. Chapter 643, Untitled. Qian Jialan decided to retreat. He didn't know how long this shield could last. If he was alone, he would fight with the opponents, but now, he had the princess with him. Her safety was more important than to test his limits. However, as a soldier of the Federation, they weren't so passive. Qian Jialan retreated because he was waiting for Mu Yian. He had been contacting Mu Yian for quite a while now. He believed that they were not far away from each other. Mu Yian felt his communicator vibrating. He looked at it and his expression changed. At this moment, the staff member who was guiding them started running. Mu Yian's eyes turned cold. He moved and the staff member got knocked to the ground. He slid for a few meters before stopping. Mu Yian quickly walked over to him. He grabbed the person's neck with his hand and raised the person up. "Where is the princess?" The staff member vomited a mouthful of blood. He sneered at Mu Yian's question. Mu Yian felt his head hurting. Qian Jialan had sent him the room numbers which he had passed by, but Mu Yian was still unable to find him even after going there. Undoubtedly, They had fallen into a trap. Mu Yi-un felt that they were in totally different locations. "Captain, pass him to me." They needed the staff member to guide them through these maze-like tunnels. Luckily, one of their team members was an expert in questioning people. Mu Yi-un immediately handed the staff member over. The team member grabbed the staff member and took out a small box out of his pocket. There were 3 syringes inside. There was also a thumb-sized medicine tube inside. The staff member's expression changed when he saw what was inside the box. He struggled. He was already injured heavily by Mu Yi-un, so struggling worsened his internal injuries. Blood started dripping out of his mouth. The team member took out the agent and injected it into the arm of the staff member. The staff member's face turned hideous. He seemed to be inside a frightening illusion. He was in a subconscious state and his body was drenched with cold sweat. Finally, the effects ended. The team member wanted to question the staff member, but to his surprise, the staff member bit his tongue. The team member quickly grabbed his jaw, but it was too late. Blood started flowing out of his eyes, nose and mouth. Within a few seconds, he died. Damn it. He chose to commit suicide. The team member was upset. He didn't expect an ordinary staff member to commit suicide. This method was used mostly by freelance assassins. Mu Yi-un said seriously, "I think that we have made the wrong prediction." They thought that their opponents would not act during the auction. After all, the auction was held in Oki. Oki was a neutral party, so to maintain their neutral image, they would never let an assassination to occur on their turf. Yet, contrary to their belief, Oki didn't care. Were they going to reveal their true intentions, or were they confident that no one could escape? If it was the latter, they were in a dire position. Mu Yi-un's heart dropped. Suddenly, he heard footsteps coming from the 2 ends of the tunnel. He frowned. He looked at the closed door at his side. Without a second thought, he used his Chi-Jin power to smash the door open. Boom! The entire tunnel vibrated. There was a fist-shaped dent on the door. The door was made from steel, so Mu Yi-un was unable to destroy it with a single blow. Mu Yi-un expected this result. He gave the door a forceful kick. The door could no longer handle it anymore, as it had already been damaged. It was forced open and a human-sized opening was revealed. "Enter," Mu Yi-un ordered. His 5 team members cooperated well and immediately rushed in the opening. Mu Yi-un was the last one to enter. When he entered, numerous armed personnel had appeared at the 2 ends of the tunnel. The armed personnel rushed over to the room where Mu Yi-un entered. Before they got near it, they fired at the door. The half-opened door flew off its hinges. No one saw the appearance of a shield which appeared behind the door. It blocked the bullets that tried to enter the room. Mu Yi-un looked at the powerful and surreptitious shield on his arm. Before they entered the auction, the timid-looking young man from the Lingshan battle team, the one who always hid behind young Master Zhang, secretly passed this device to Qiyong Jialin and him. He even gave them a small piece of paper to tell them how to operate this device. At that time, Qiyong Jialin and him didn't care much about this little device. They felt that it was not useful, but they were grateful for the concern shown from their brother-in-arms. Surprisingly, this useless little device saved his life just now. He had escaped danger for now. However, it would be difficult to get out of this predicament. The longer they were stuck in this room, the more dangerous their situation would get. The energy of the shield could only last for a limited amount of time. Once the energy of the shield was depleted, they would most likely be dead. While Mu Yi-un and his team were stuck in a room, Qiyong Jialin tried to retreat into a tunnel with the princess. A group of armed personnel suddenly appeared at the direction where they were retreating. They were getting closer to them. In another few minutes, Qiyong Jialin might be in the same predicament as Mu Yi-un. The violent vibration caused Linglan to stop in her tracks. She frowned. She gave an order instantly. "Zhao Jun, Qi Long, go to B7 and help Senior Colonel Mu Yi-un." Linglan also sent them a site map of the auction venue to their communicator. Mu Yi-un's current location was pinned with a green dot while their opponent's location was pinned with red dots. Zhao Jun and Qi Long were stunned for a moment. They quickly regained their senses and replied, "Yes." Then, they disappeared from her sight. "A powerful master has appeared?" Li Lang asked in a low voice. 10 Qijin masters are rushing over to Senior Colonel Mu Yian's location. Senior Colonel Mu Yian might be lacking in manpower. With the addition of Zhao Jun and Qi Long, it would make things easier for him. Ling Lan had little for supervising her opponents. Hence, even though she was in a rush, she knew what her opponent's plans were and knew where Mu Yian and Qian Jialan were. Ling Lan could have sent Li Lang and Li Yingji over as well to help Mu Yian. That way, Mu Yian's side would definitely win. She believed that she was able to save the princess with just her own strength too. However, obstacles allowed people to grow. A little bit of pressure was good for Qilong and Zhao Jun. This was why she only sent the two of them over. Qilong and Zhao Jun was at the peak of Qixin. Qilong only lacked a single step before advancing to the domain realm. He needed more obstacles and experience to achieve his breakthrough. Hurry up, hasten your pace. 12 armed men were charging towards Qian Jialan. They were reaching a three-way fork road. Once they passed this fork road, they would meet their targets. The team leader was elated. If he could kill these people, he would be promoted to a higher position. The team leader could feel his bright future shining down on him. Just as he was reaching the forked road, 3 people appeared. 2 of them were wearing masks while the other was wearing a black hood that warped his face until it was unidentifiable. The team leader was stunned. He didn't expect to see people here. Who are you? Did his boss make other arrangements? The team leader thought about this possibility. He didn't have the time to think about anything else, as the 3 people rushed towards them fiercely. Boom. The team leader got thrown off his feet. He slammed heavily on the ground and vomited out blood. He struggled to get up. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a black figure walking towards the tunnel where the princess was at. The team leader didn't have the time to think. The hooded man attacked him again. This time, the team leader managed to retaliate. 2 fists collided. After the loud explosion, the team leader flew out again and fell to the ground. He was unable to get up this time. He had a convulsion on the ground. Blood was flowing out profusely from his mouth. Why didn't I receive any news of such powerful opponents? What happened to the person supervising everything? Before the team leader lost consciousness, this was his only thought. Their opponents appeared suddenly. They were caught off guard. The people in the surveillance room finally realized that something was amiss. They didn't discover Ling Lan and her friends, but they did notice that the 12-man team suddenly disappearing from their screens. Even idiots would have realized the situation by now. When Brother Zhu received this news, he almost smashed the screens in the room. He contacted the ace-level hacker in the auction and knew that they were attacked by other hackers. Their opponent was at least an ace-level hacker too. Brother Zhu suspected the Yun family. Their ace hacker noticed signs of a hacker from the Yun family and started a battle with him. No one knew what happened in the end. Those people that were fighting didn't know that an unseen battle was happening beside them. The virtual battle was as frightening as the real battle. Losers of the fight had to pay a huge price. The loser's brain would most likely be damaged in the process. A top-tier hacker could instantly become mentally disabled. Some would even be declared brain dead. Qian Jialan activated his shield and retreated hurriedly with the princess. They had been running for almost 5 minutes. Luckily, the shield was more powerful than he expected. It showed no signs of energy depletion. However, Qian Jialan was worried. He thought that Mu Yun would appear within 3 minutes, but there was still no sign of him. He knew that Mu Yun must have been led to another place by their opponents. He could only rely on himself. A figure suddenly flew out from the opposite side. Qian Jialan didn't expect his opponent to resort to close combat after shooting at them for so long. The opponent's fist punched onto the shield. The huge force caused Qian Jialan to slide a few meters back. The powerful shield dimmed. Seems like it is not impregnable. A calm voice sounded in front of Qian Jialan. The bullets had stopped. Their opponents must have decided to rely on close combat after noticing that guns didn't work. Actually, when someone reached the Qijin level, the effects of guns were minimal. Before Qian Jialan could regain his composure, his opponent attacked him again. This time, he used more power on his fist. Qian Jialan deactivated his shield and punched his opponent furiously. Boom. The two fists collided. The person flew out. Keon Jilin took 3 steps back again. Although Keon Jilin retreated, he swiftly activated the beam shield again. The shield covered the princess and the people behind him. The opponents might use their guns again. Keon Jilin didn't want to take any risk. The person who attacked him collided into a group of armed men. He bounced up and saw Keon Jilin retreating with his men. He was embarrassed and furious. Luoer, although you are a genius, there are many powerful people in the world. An old man suddenly appeared beside the person and patted his back. I know, grandfather. I want to fight with him, the person called Luoer replied firmly. Sure. The old man waved his hand and the armed men stopped moving. They started to retreat. Keon Jilin was stunned. However, he continued retreating. He wanted to use this opportunity to widen the distance between them. Chapter 644, A Chance. Suddenly, a huge pressure bore down on them. Keon Jilin couldn't move his limbs. He was stopped in his tracks. If he reacted a little slower and didn't manage to unleash his Qijin power to protect himself, he would be kneeling on the ground right now. Keon Jilin was at the late stage of Qijin and reacted quickly. Hence, his situation was not bad. However, his team members were not so lucky. They just managed to advance to Qijin, so this pressure almost forced them onto the ground. But they were soldiers of the Federation. Their unyielding spirit allowed them to stand up straight even though their legs were shaking. Compared to them, Princess Gulabaduo and her confidant were in a bad state. Gulabaduo was only at the peak of refinement. There was no way she would be able to resist against the pressure. Her entire body fell to the ground. She pushed her hands against the ground. She was unable to accept herself lying on the ground. Her dignity and her arrogance as royalty of the Balaya Kingdom wouldn't allow her to do that. Gulabaduo bit her lips until it bled. She painfully pushed her hands against the floor and forced herself to stand against the pressure. She kept encouraging herself. Gulabaduo, you can do it. You must make your country proud. You cannot taint the reputation of your country. The people of the Balaya Kingdom will not give up so easily. Gulabaduo, you can't give up. On the other hand, her confidant was not as strong as her. She laid on the ground and vomited blood. The huge pressure was enough to injure her confidant internally. While everyone was being forced down by the pressure, Luoer flew into the air like an eagle and aimed his fist at Keon Jilin. Keon Jilin watched as the fist got nearer to him. He felt unconvinced and furious. Despicable. Keon Jilin was unwilling to be defeated by his opponent in this way. Just as his anger started boiling, the pressure on him disappeared. The calm-looking old man frowned. Surprise and bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Keon Jilin didn't think about it much. He raised his fist and attacked his opponent head-on. The pressure was lifted at the right time. It left him enough time for him to prepare for his attack. Boom. Another explosion occurred. Two huge forces knocked into each other and the two people flew backwards. Luoer flew into the air and managed to land safely on the ground after spinning a few times in the air. Keon Jilin was thrown over his team and smashed onto the ground heavily. The remaining force caused him to slide out a few meters before stopping. Keon Jilin felt like vomiting blood, but he controlled it. He immediately got up and rushed in front of his team. He stood in front of them acting as shield once again. As a soldier of the Federation and a team captain, he would not let the person he was protecting or his team members to stand in front of him. Keon Jilin stood in front arrogantly. He quietly whispered, "Hurry up and run." It was impossible for everyone to retreat. He could only let his team members and the princess get away first. His team members hesitated for a moment. However, they knew that they didn't have much time left. They exchanged glances with one another and nodded. Two of them grabbed the servant on the floor while another person held the princess up by her shoulder. They ran towards the other end of the tunnel. The last team member looked back at his captain worriedly. He forced his emotions down and gritted his teeth. Then, he started running too. HMPH. The old man looked up suddenly when he noticed their small actions and figured out their intention. A light flashed past his eyes and he sneered. The sound of the old man sneering slammed into their hearts like a hammer. They couldn't control themselves and vomited blood. The princess even tripped and fell to the ground. The servant was in a worse state. She was already injured, so she was knocked unconscious. Qiyam Jialin felt uncomfortable too. He looked at the ordinary-looking old man with a pale face. He had guessed that the old man was stronger than him, but in order to injure them with just a snort, he had to be a domain master. "None of you can leave without my permission." The old man had his hands behind his back as he spoke to them nonchalantly. Qiyam Jialin and his team members couldn't help but feel defeated. How could they get out of here alive? Their opponent was a domain master. They gave up running away. They knew that no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to escape from a domain master. They gathered behind Qiyam Jialin and waited for the results. Luo'er ignored the other people. He only wanted Qiyam Jialin. He licked his lips in excitement. "You are very powerful." This was the first time he fought with such a powerful opponent. Because of his grandfather's status in this auction, the bodyguards didn't dare to hit back when they sparred with him. He was depressed. Finally, he could fight with all his might. "You are not bad too." Qiyam Jialin replied coldly. There was a huge amount of pressure placed on his shoulders, but he remained calm. While he was talking, he looked at the old man behind Luo'er. Qiyam Jialin knew that this old man was the person who controlled their life and death. He was their worst enemy. The lights in the old man's eyes dimmed. He looked like an ordinary old man again. If Qiyam Jialin met him in public, he would never believe that he was a domain realm master. Was this the true ability of a domain master? Returning to one's original nature? Qiyam Jialin felt complicated. This mission didn't look difficult at the start. He didn't expect himself to meet a domain master. Was Princess Gulabadua really that important? With his status, Qiyam Jialin knew the truth behind the collaboration between the two countries. He knew that the life and death of Gulabadua would not affect the strategic alliance between the two nations. The only thing it would affect was the inheritance of the Balaya kingdom. The Federation definitely wished that Gulabadua would be the one to inherit the throne. Gulabadua was raised in the Federation and received education from the Federation. The Federation was good at using its education system to brainwash its people. Hence, Gulabadua would support the Federation and help to maintain the relationship between the Federation and the Balaya Kingdom. The Federation sent people to protect Gulabadua and even rated this mission 4 stars because they didn't want her to die too. She was a collaborator nurtured by them personally. Based on their prediction, the combination of Qijin masters and ace operators was enough to ensure the safety of the princess. The Federation underestimated the determination of its enemy countries in killing the princess and underestimated the intensity in the fight for the throne within the Balaya kingdom. Their enemies would use all their means to cut off one of the Federation's arms. This was why they dared to blatantly appear during the auction at Oki and even sent domain masters to fight them. If the Federation knew about this, they would have rated this a 5-star mission. Of course, if that happened, Ling Lan and her friends would not have the chance to take on this mission. The amount of domain masters from both parties would increase too, and even imperial operators might be sent out. The assassinations by their enemies would probably double in amount. Each battle would be destructive. No one knew what the results would be, based on the circumstances. Qiyam Jialin actually realized this a little late. Domain masters had already appeared on planet Cookie, but they were killed by Ling Lan secretly. She also used a special method to fool their enemies into thinking that the domain masters were still alive, so their opponents would make the wrong judgments. Thus, their opponents didn't know that there was a domain master protecting the princess. It had to be said that the Federation was extremely lucky to have Lingshan in this mission. This was good news for the princess but bad news for their opponents. Qiyam Jialin knew that he was probably going to die, but he didn't give up. He focused his attention back on the young man. He recalled how the old man took care of him. A sudden thought came to him. They might have a chance to survive. Luo'er was too excited to notice the change in his opponent's gaze. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. His grandfather told him that he needed to be calm in a battle in order to display his full strength. Since his undefeatable god of war, his grandfather, was beside him. Luo'er didn't have many worries. He continued to attack with his fist even though he didn't see any openings in his opponent's defenses. He wanted to force his way in. The tunnel was narrow so there was no space to Keon Jilin to dodge. The princess and his team members were behind him. He had no choice. He needed to fight. There was no skills needed in a forced fight. The person who had stronger Qijin would win. Boom. The two fists collided again. This time, Keon Jilin did something no one expected. He suddenly released his right fist and grabbed his opponent's fist with his hand. Since he didn't use his strength to resist, his opponent's Qijin smashed into his body and he received heavy internal injuries. Blood spitted out of his mouth. Luo'er was not able to dodge as the other party was holding on to his fist. The blood was going to fall on his face so he released his Qijin and blocked the blood. Luo'er heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he didn't know that Keon Jilin's left hand was silently moving towards his throat. His vision was blocked by the blood so he didn't notice it. This was all part of Keon Jilin's plan. In order to catch Luo'er, Keon Jilin got injured. He knew that if he managed to catch Luo'er, he would be able to negotiate with the other party. This was their only chance. This was the only way they could leave this place alive. Keon Jilin made a good decision. How dare you? Keon Jilin could fool Luo'er but he couldn't fool the old man. Keon Jilin knew this clearly. He just hoped that he was able to catch Luo'er before the old man reached him. A powerful and frightening force of presence shot towards Keon Jilin. He felt a strong pressure on his body. He couldn't move his body anymore. Keon Jilin felt hopeless. If he didn't catch Luo'er's throat, there would be no way they could survive. No. I cannot die. I cannot let my team members die here. Ah! Keon Jilin shouted furiously. The Qijin on his body increased exponentially. He was focused on capturing Luo'er so he didn't realize that he broke through. He was now at the peak of Qijin. Just one step and he would reach the optimal peak. Because of this breakthrough, he managed to resist the pressure from the old man. His left hand started moving quickly and aimed itself at Luo'er's neck. A cold look flashed past the old man's eyes. He disappeared from his position and appeared in front of Keon Jilin almost at the same time. His scrawny hand moved towards Keon Jilin's neck. The old man's hand appeared clearly in Keon Jilin's vision. It looked slow but in actual fact, Keon Jilin knew that the old man's speed was much faster than him. Before he could grab Luo'er, his head would be removed from his neck. Are they really going to die here? Keon Jilin was in despair. Just as Keon Jilin was on the verge of breaking down, a fair and smooth hand with slender fingers popped out. It accurately grabbed the hand that was moving towards his throat. Keon Jilin felt the pressure on his body disappearing. He got a hold of Luo'er's throat and retreated 3 meters away. He finally managed to see the owner of the hand. A man in a mask and a black cloak was standing in front of him. His hair was black and his back was straight. He was holding the old man's hand and standing at the same spot like a mountain. He didn't move at all. Keon Jilin didn't know who he was or whether he was a friend or foe. However, he had calmed down. The suffocating force of presence from the old man had disappeared totally. Chapter 645. Danger. Keon Jilin managed to calm down. He grabbed his opponent's throat and attacked him relentlessly. He dislocated all of Luo'er's joints. He would not allow his opponent to have any opportunity to counterattack. The old man wanted to stop him but the masked man wouldn't allow him to. He had no choice but to watch his grandson beaten into a hostage. The old man glared at the masked man furiously. This was the person who caused all these to happen. The old man wanted to skin this person alive. However, no matter how much he hated this man, he knew that the man was a difficult opponent. In order to appear silently in front of him and stop him from killing Keon Jilin on time, this person must have reached the domain realm. What is his motive? Was he on his opponent's side or was he just passing by? The old man pondered over these questions. He controlled his anger and said, I am the supervisor of the underground auction. Hermit Milieu Duob, may I know who you are? If this person was just passing by, he would stop after he revealed his identity. If this was the case, He would spare this brat. The old man didn't want to cause complications. Keon Jailen's expression changed when he heard the old man calling himself hermit. People in the domain realm were not equal. Some were more powerful than others. Those valiant masters of the domain realm were so powerful. Ordinary domain realm masters were not their match at all. They had a long list of achievements and could defeat or kill other domain masters. These powerful people would have their own title once they were recognized by the human world. Government. Hermit was the old man's title. That meant that this normal-looking scrawny old man was a domain realm warrior. Keon Jailen looked at the masked man with concern. Would the masked man be able to subdue this domain realm warrior? The masked man was not affected by Miluoduoba's self-introduction. He replied indifferently, "I am just a nobody. You don't have to know who I am." Ling Lan appeared calm, but inside her mindscape, she was shouting for Little Four furiously. "Yes, boss." Little Four was having fun watching the battle between the ace hacker of the Yun family and the hackers of the auction. He didn't feel guilty about pushing the blame to the Yun family. He even felt that the amount of ace hackers in this battle was too little for his liking. This battle was not as exciting as he wanted it to be. While he was happily watching the match, his boss called for him and he immediately ran back. "What is a hermit?" Ling Lan asked. When Miluoduoba said that he was called hermit, he looked so proud. This title was definitely not a random title which he gave himself. Ling Lan was a cautious person. Since she had a query, she needed to get Little Four to answer it. Little Four told Ling Lan how this title came about. A cold gaze appeared in Ling Lan's eyes. She knew that the situation was bad. She grabbed Little Four's face as he was trying to run away and rubbed it furiously. "Why didn't you tell me this earlier? It is such an important thing." She didn't know that domain masters were segregated into different sections. The two domain masters on planet Kaki must be normal domain masters. Luckily, she was cautious and asked Little Four about it. If she attacked this old man the same way she fought with the other two domain masters, she would pay a huge price. Little Four kept forgetting things. Ling Lan decided to punish him so that he wouldn't do it again. "I'm sorry, I've forgotten about it again." Little Four cried. He didn't dare to retaliate since he was the one in the wrong. Miluoduoba didn't know the astonishment Ling Lan was feeling right now. His heart dropped when he heard what Ling Lan said. If his opponent was able to remain calm even after hearing his title, he must have known his identity from the start. This meant that his opponent was confident in his ability and knew that he could definitely defeat him. This was not good news. There was no way this situation could end peacefully. Miluoduoba widened his eyes and a glint flashed. A frightening sense of presence exploded out of his body. But the masked man seemed to be expecting this. He released his grip and retreated 3 meters back. Miluoduoba sneered. He stepped forward. Boom. The masked man didn't do anything, but his sense of presence exploded out too. The people behind them instantly felt their blood moving up their throat. A few weaker ones had already turned pale in the face. Miluoduoba and the masked man tested each other secretly without moving their body. They were equally powerful. Miluoduoba frowned. He felt that things would be difficult for him. Miluoduoba didn't want to have a life or death battle with an equally powerful opponent. The longer you live, the more you realize how precious your life is. Also, his grandson, someone who entered the late stage of Qijin at the age of 28, was in his opponent's hands. He had no other choice but to give up. Miluoduoba pondered for a moment before opening his mouth. "You came for these people?" The man replied indifferently. "What do you think?" "You did." Miluoduoba sensed the sarcasm. If he didn't come for them, why would he bullshit with him? Miluoduoba felt the man was looking at him sarcastically. He must be mocking him for asking such an obvious question. Miluoduoba almost vomited blood in anger. "Since that is the case, why don't you put Luoer down and I will bring you all out of this place?" Miluoduoba gritted his teeth. He would bear anything for his grandson. "Do you think that I am stupid?" the man asked him back. Miluoduoba was stunned. Before he could reply, the man continued, "If I give up my hostage, will you really take us out?" He reached out and snatched Luoer over from Keon Jailen. Keon Jailen felt his heart pounding furiously. For some reason, He felt that the masked man was on his side. Hence, even though the hostage was taken away, he was neither angry nor frightened. He was just shocked by how quickly the masked man acted. The masked man was more vicious than Keon Jilin. The fair hand grabbed Luo'er's throat effortlessly. However, Luo'er's eyes started popping out after a while and his face turned purple. Gagging sounds came out of his mouth. Since his joints were broken, he couldn't move his body. But his body was squirming uncontrollably like a little worm. "Stop it!" Miluoduoba shouted in anger. The masked man relaxed his hand. Luo'ers felt slightly better. "The initiative is not on your side now, it is on mine," the masked man calmly said. Miluoduoba lost his composure. From his opponent's tone, strength, and sense of presence, he realized that he was a calm person who was not affected by threats. After so many years, he saw these traits on 3 people before. Those 3 people were people who he respected. Was this person someone like them too? The longer he stayed in the domain realm, the clearer he knew that not everyone in the domain level were equal. There were weak domain masters too. These domain masters were just slightly stronger than those Jijin masters. How powerful you were depended on how well you understood the domain realm. The deeper your understanding was, the more powerful you were. In actual fact, there were domain masters who could kill another domain master within a split of a second. These formidable warriors had special titles assigned to them. Those 3 people that he respected were the kings of the domain realm. Miluoduoba was on his guard. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I will send you all out. However, once you all reach the main gate, you must release Luo'er." The masked man nodded. He grabbed Luo'er and turned around. Keon Jilin and his team didn't hesitate. One held on to the princess while another held the servant and they quickly followed the masked man. Miluoduoba sighed. He raised his hand and waved it. The armed personnel moved back and Miluoduoba disappeared from the tunnel too. Along the way, they met 3 other people. 2 of them were wearing a mask while one was in a black hood. Keon Jilin noticed the similar pattern on the masks so he understood that these were his allies. The 3 people saw them coming out and let them pass silently. Then, they walked behind them and helped them to cover their backs. Keon Jilin looked at the man in the hood. He looked familiar. At B7, Qilong and Zhao Jun followed the map Linglan gave them and found a hidden staircase. They didn't expect the staircase to be scaling ladder instead of the normal stairs. It was located within a 3 meters wide round tunnel. On the site map, it was a sewer pipe. If their boss didn't specifically identify it as a staircase, they would never have found it. The organizers of the auction really placed a lot of effort into concealing this auction venue. Qilong and Zhao Jun didn't felt it was strange that their boss knew this secret. Their boss had shown them how impressive of a hacker he was. To them, there was nothing he didn't know. It was normal for him to know this passage. They climbed up the ladder and came to B7. The moment they reached B7, they felt a huge vibration. The location of the scaling ladder was quite near the place where Mu Yeon's team was at. They exchanged glances with one another and immediately rushed towards the source of the vibration. Mu Yeon used the shield to block the entrance of the room. He calculated how long the shield could last while thinking of a way to escape. At that moment, he heard the sound of walls crumbling. He thought about something and immediately shouted, "Be careful of the walls." Mu Yeon's team comprised of experienced members. They jumped up the moment they heard Mu Yeon's voice. Boom, boom. 2 loud explosions occurred simultaneously. The walls at their side collapsed and 5 figures from each side flew in. Mu Yeon's team members started attacking without waiting for his command. However, they only had 6 people. There were 10 opponents in total, but Mu Yeon needed to be at the door to hold on to the shield. That meant that each of them needed to take on 2 opponents. Boom. One of the team members got smashed into the wall the moment his opponent struck. He bounced off it and fell to the ground. He vomited blood. He couldn't get up from the ground anymore. Mu Yeon's team members were all Qijin masters, but one of them just advanced to Qijin recently. Hence, he was not able to withstand the attack from 2 late-stage Qijin masters. The 2 Qijin masters saw what happened and continued attacking. They received orders to kill every one of their opponents. Little Mouse. The other team members screamed with bloodshot eyes. They had been in the same team for more than 10 years, even though everyone's potential was different. They never disliked each other. They persevered through all the hard times together and made the Whirlwind Battle Team into a 4-star battle team. Hence, whenever they see their team members in danger, they would be anxious and enraged. If their hands were free, they would definitely rush over and help him. Just as the two fists were about to hit the vital spot of the little mouse, the two Chi-Jin masters suddenly flew out. One of them smashed into the wall while the other was thrown through the hole at the side of the room and landed in another room. Mu Yian held Little Mouse up and arrived at the door in a blink of an eye. He blocked the door with the shield once again and passed the shield device to Little Mouse. "Block the door for me." "Yes, Captain." Little Mouse was bleeding from his mouth, but he still replied firmly. He was heavily injured, but he told himself that if their opponents wanted to come in, they would have to step over his dead body first. He knew that he might be lacking in strength, so he grabbed the shield tightly and placed it against his waist. He used his entire body weight to resist against the vibrations of the shield. Mu Yian focused on his opponents after he finished giving his order. Since he gave his team member the task, he would trust his team member. He raised his fist and attacked the person who was getting up from the ground. Mu Yian knew that he had to finish off this opponent first. If not, his other team members would end up like Little Mouse too. There was no way they could win against two opponents with the same physical skills level as them. Chapter 646, Friends, Not Foe. Mu Yian's fist was as quick as lightning. Just as his opponent was getting up, his fist had struck him. The opponent knew that Mu Yian was stronger than him, but he was confident that he could handle the blow. Hence, he didn't defend himself but retaliated with his fist. The opponent flew out again. He slammed into the wall and a dent was created. He fell onto the floor and vomited a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured. The walls of the auction booth were extremely sturdy and stable. This was to protect the guest and ensure their privacy. Ordinary people were not able to destroy these walls. Thus, even with 10 Chi-Jin masters on their side, the organizers of the auction still had to rely on explosives to break through the wall. Thus, this showed how powerful Musha's punch was. Musha continued his attack after he subdued him. He wanted to kick the head of the person on the ground. As he moved his legs, the sound of the air bursting could be heard. The man on the ground was pale in the face. His injuries didn't give him any chance of escaping. Just as he was about to get hit, a figure came in from the broken wall and raised his fist towards Mu Yian's back. Mu Yian gritted his teeth. He didn't dodge. Even if he was injured, he must kill this person. Mu Yian took the blow of the punch but managed to kick his opponent. Crack! The skull of his opponent burst apart and blood flowed out from every orifice. He died on the spot. The person who punched Mu Yian shouted in grief, "Bastard, die!" He raised his fist again. In his despair, he used his entire strength to take revenge for his friend. Mu Yian didn't flinch. He received some internal injuries from the punch just now, but he could still fight. The force from the collision of fists impacted the people around them. The people around them had to stop and resist the force first before they continued their own battle. The team members of the Whirlwind Battle Team managed to get a short break. They went back to fighting after catching their breath. PFFT. Mu Yian spurted blood out of his mouth. His internal injuries worsened. His opponent was in a similar state. They both suffered serious injuries. Optimal peak of Chi-Jin. Mu Yian's opponent managed to determine Mu Yian's physical skills level through this round of attack. This was the highest level of Chi-Jin. No wonder he only received some internal injuries from his previous attack. Their exchange just now resulted in his loss too. Mu Yian gained the upper hand in his battle, but his team members were in a dire situation. Beside one of the team members who managed to be on par with his opponents due to his speed, the other 3 people were on the losing end. One of them was at the late stage of Chi-Jin and was experienced in fighting. Although he was at a disadvantage, his opponent couldn't defeat him anytime soon. Compared to him, his comrades were in a more dire situation. The other 2 members could only defend themselves and might be killed soon. Mu Yian was aware of what was happening around him even though he was fighting. He knew that his team members were in a bad situation. If he wanted to help them, he must defeat his opponent first. However, it was not easy to defeat a person who was at the late stage of Qijin so quickly. Mu Yian felt agitated for the first time in a while and revealed an opening. His opponent's eyes lit up. He saw an opportunity. He struck his fist at Mu Yian. Oh shit! Mu Yian sensed his opponent's intent. The moment he moved, his unstable mentality gave his opponent a chance to attack him. To dodge or to match? If he dodged, he would lose his advantage. Then, he would have to wait for another opportunity to arise to regain his advantage. If he matched with his opponent, there was not enough time for him to build up his strength. It was hard to predict the result of the match. The thoughts flashed past his mind. As a soldier, he couldn't retreat. His instinct made a decision for him and he chose to attack. Bang! The two figures retreated. Blood flowed out of their mouths. They were both seriously injured. At that moment, one of the team members couldn't hold on anymore. He was hit. He was unable to move as he flew through the air. His two opponents jumped up and attacked him with a fist and a kick. Ah! Mu Yian and the rest of the team yelled in rage. They had reached their limit and was unable to offer any help. Were they going to lose their comrade? Boom, boom. The sound of humans colliding with each other was heard twice. The next moment, two figures dropped down. The injured member started moving in a different direction. He was flying towards the member who was holding the shield at the door. The team member at the door gathered up his energy to prepare to catch his comrade. However, he realized that there was no inertia from his friend. He managed to catch him easily. Since he chose to catch his companion, it meant that he couldn't keep the shield up. The team member remembered his responsibility and was devastated. He hurriedly looked for the shield device. A big hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the device quicker than him. The team member looked up in shock. A masked man entered the room. He took a step in and picked up the device. Then, he put his other foot in. Another mysterious man in a mask had also appeared in the room. Mu Yian felt hope. He didn't know who these two people were, but he knew that they helped his team member when he was on the brink of death just now. Mu Yian believed that they were his allies. Even if they weren't, they were definitely not his foe. Chapter 647. Gratitude. The team member at the door finally noticed that the gunmen outside were subdued. No gunshots could be heard anymore. This sudden change caused the fights in the room to stop. Everyone looked at the two mysterious men. A one-sided battle is too boring. Why not we enter the fight too? 8 versus 9. This number seems more appropriate. The person at the door stretched his arms casually. He seemed as though he was here to have fun. When he said this, the people who came to kill Mu Yian knew that they were their enemies. Of course, even if he didn't say anything, they knew that he was definitely not their friend. The Whirlwind Battle team was grateful for the appearance of these two people. Without them, all 6 of them might die here. The leader of the other party could sense they were at a disadvantage. These two newcomers came without them noticing and even managed to subdue everyone outside. This showed that they were extremely powerful. The leader suddenly waved his hand and the other 8 people pounced at their opponents instantly. One of the 2 people who were hit by the mysterious man rushed towards him. The other one charged at Mu Yian. He aimed his fist at the vital point. Mu Yian was the leader of this team. Defeating him would greatly impact the rest of his team. Once their opponents lose control of their emotions, they would have a chance of defeating them. No matter how powerful those 2 men were, they wouldn't be able to take on all 9 of them. This idea was good, but it didn't happen in reality. Before his fist could reach Mu Yian, he felt a strong Qijin moving towards him. If he continued attacking Mu Yian, he would be hit by this force. This person was not as ruthless to himself as Mu Yian. He chose to dodge the attack and save himself. The masked man who was at the door just now blocked his path and prevented him from attacking Mu Yian again. The man smiled at him. Your opponent is me. The person snorted and attacked the masked man with all of his strength. Since he couldn't attack Mu Yian, he would just kill the masked man first. This person was confident that he wouldn't lose to an opponent at the Qijin level. His confidence might be gained from his past experience. However, the things that happened after destroyed all his confidence. The bones in his right arm shattered, from his fist to the end of his shoulder. Ah! He screamed in agony as he flew back and slammed forcefully into the wall. The huge impact shook the entire room. The person was stuck in the wall. He was bleeding from his nose, mouth, eyes, and ears. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The 5th level 1-inch punch, as expected of my ultimate move. Qilong retracted his hand. He suddenly remembered that his boss asked him to use it less often. Was it because it was too powerful, so his boss was afraid that he would kill someone that he shouldn't unintentionally? Thinking about it, he really couldn't control the 5th level. That was why he destroyed his opponent's arm. Qilong felt hurt when he knew the truth. His ultimate move came about because he couldn't control it. Douge. Another opponent saw his companion being hit and shouted in anger. He charged at Qilong. He wanted to take revenge for his companion. You came at the right time. Qilong felt excited. He used his 5th level 1-inch punch again. Bang! His opponent flew away just like his companion. However, this time, he didn't slam into a wall. Instead, he broke through the wall and fell into another room. He never stood up again. The person who was fighting the other masked man got knocked down too. The other people looked at their comrade who was lying on the floor convulsing and felt hopeless. In just a few seconds, they lost 3 comrades. Now, there were 6 active people on each side. The leader of the attackers felt his heart hurting. He knew that if they continued fighting, they would lose more men. He might not even be able to make it out alive too. The rewards for this mission was generous, but his life was more important. He waved his hand decisively and the 6 people threw out a gray ball towards their feet. Dodge! Mu Yian shouted in astonishment when he saw the round balls which looked like bombs. The door. One of the masked men shouted out. The other people reacted quickly and ran towards the door. 2 shields appeared in front of the 2 masked men. Bang, 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 bang. After 6 explosions, the room was filled with smoke. The 8 people coughed and rushed out of the broken door. FK, we were tricked. They managed to escape. One of the team members of the Whirlwind Battle Team was vexed. He didn't expect those gray balls to be just smoke bombs. Those smoke bombs were made to look just like real bombs. It was fine for us to be more careful. Mu Yian was not annoyed. He was happy that all his team members were still alive. Mu Yian looked at the 2 masked men. Compared to them, these 2 men didn't seem affected by the smoke at all. Thank you for your help. Please tell your captain that I owe him a favor, Mu Yian said sincerely. When they used the shields, he guessed their identity. Only that battle team had this item. He didn't expect the battle team, which he thought was the weakest, to save them. Also, they were very powerful. Mu Yian didn't believe that he would be able to defeat any of these 2 men standing in front of him. Yes, we will. Zhao Jun smiled. Zhao Jun and Qilong were not surprised that Mu Yian managed to guess their identity. When they used their shield, they were already revealing who they were. Since they were on the same side, they were not afraid of revealing their identity. Chapter 648, One-Man Battle. The Princess. Mu Yian relaxed after Zhao Jun confirmed his guess. However, he started worrying for the princess and Qian Jialin. He thought about it and felt that since these 2 were sent over to help him, they must have sent people to help the princess too. Don't worry, our boss is over there personally. It would be fine, Qilong consoled him. He looked at his communicator, said, the princess has been rescued. Our boss asked us to gather at the entrance. Hence, Mu Yian and those members that were fine carried their heavily injured comrades and followed Qilong and Zhao Jun to the 1st floor. Since there was an important hostage on their side, the organizers of the auction didn't send any more people to attack them. They managed to regroup with Ling Lan and the rest of the people at the atrium on the 1st floor. Ling Lan asked them to leave first. She would stay behind at the atrium with the hostage. Qilong and the others hesitated for a moment before leaving with the princess. Aoki was not safe anymore. They had to board the Fiang ship. Of course, whether they would remain safe on the ship depended on Aoki's attitude. If the government of Aoki didn't mind revealing their true intention, they would have a difficult time leaving this planet. The moment they left, a figure appeared behind Ling Lan. It was Miluo Duoba. I have kept my promise. It is time to keep yours, Miluo Duoba said in a cold voice. Of course. Ling Lan pushed lower towards Miluoduoba. Miluoduoba caught his grandson. He examined his body carefully. Besides his joints that were dislocated, there were no other serious injuries. He was relieved. He waved his hand and a figure appeared behind him. That figure took lower away. "Why are you still not leaving?" Since his grandson was saved, Miluoduoba started releasing his force of presence again. "I am waiting for you. Rather than letting you ambush us, I rather wait for you here." Ling Lan knew that Miluoduoba would definitely take his revenge. If she moved with Qilong and the others, she would definitely implicate them. Qijin masters were unable to withstand the force of a battle between domain masters. Miluoduoba's gaze froze. He didn't expect Ling Lan to guess his intention. He realized that his opponent was not only powerful but was also shrewd. This made him more frightened. He wondered if it was worth it to fight him. Although he took his grandson as a hostage, he returned it to him as promised. Miluoduoba was astounded. Sweat drenched his shirt. He didn't notice that he was actually afraid of his opponent. If he chose to not fight today, this person would become his nightmare. He would be unable to progress further in the domain realm. "I must kill him." Killing intent formed in his heart. He had to kill him in order to progress further. Ling Lan felt the malicious intent from Miluoduoba. It was getting stronger. She frowned and got vigilant. She didn't know why her opponent wanted to kill her so badly, but she was not afraid. The moment she decided to step on the path to become stronger, she never allowed herself to retreat. This was how stubborn Ling Lan was. Whether it was this life or her previous life, there was no stopping her once she decided to do something. The fighting spirit in Ling Lan grew stronger. She wanted to fight against this domain master too. Ling Lan didn't really fight with Miluoduoba in the tunnel, but from their short exchange earlier on, she knew that Miluoduoba was much stronger than the two domain masters she met on Planet Cookie. This person might be her true match. Suddenly, the entire atrium went dark. There was a problem with electricity. Ling Lan immediately released her domain power and surrounded herself with layers of ice. Just as Little Four wanted to remind his boss about something, a hand grabbed him and pulled him into a whirlpool. He disappeared instantly. "Why didn't you let me remind her?" Little Four screamed at Number 5 in anger. Number 5 was the person who pulled him back into the learning space. Number 5 ignored Little Four. Little Four wanted to pounce on Number 5 and bite him. He wished that he could bite the irritating and disgusting smile away on his face. Number 5 couldn't stand it anymore and explained to Little Four in a serious tone, "This is her own battle. We cannot help her." After he finished talking, he looked at the image in front of him. It was a live broadcast of Ling Lan's battle. The other instructors were standing beside him. They were all concerned about her match. Little Four was puzzled. He wanted to ask for a clearer explanation. A big hand suddenly pressed his head. This is an opportunity for Ling Lan to improve herself. She must go through it herself. If not, it would be useless. But what if boss can't find her opponent? Little Four looked at Number 1 with tears in his eyes. He knew that his boss couldn't see anything now. Number 1 didn't reply Little Four, but Little Four knew the answer. Intelligent entities in the learning space were not allowed to help their master if they met any dangers in the real world. This was a rule. If the intelligent entities in the learning space broke this rule, the learning space would self-destruct. Their master's mind would be injured heavily in the process, and she might even be brain dead. Intelligent entities like them would be destroyed too. If their master was killed in the real world, they would have to leave the mindscape of their current master and enter the mindscape of their next master. No, his boss can't die. Little Four clenched his fist. He shouted, "Boss can definitely make it." Yes. His boss never disappointed him. Little Four believed in Ling Lan. However, Little Four made a decision secretly. If his boss died, he would self-destruct. He only has one master, and that is his boss, Ling Lan. The naive Little Four was fooled by the cunning instructors. He didn't know that the instructors had already helped Ling Lan. They would not allow Ling Lan to die. Is there no light? Without any light, Ling Lan almost couldn't see her own fingers. Even though Ling Lan had good vision, she could only make out the outline of the chairs and sofas in the atrium. She couldn't see anything else. Chapter 649, Injured? The time now is 5 p.m. Aoki has 28 hours in a day. This means that the sky would only be so dark after 10 p.m. There was no noise made just now. Hence, this darkness is not caused by the doors and windows closing. This shouldn't be happening at this time. A cold gaze appeared in Linglan's eyes. There is only one possibility. This is my opponent's domain ability. What kind of ability can allow him to remove all sources of light? Am I in an illusion? Linglan remained calm. She thought through all the possibilities she could think of. When the lights went out, she protected herself with her ice element. She needed to be cautious as she didn't know what domain ability her opponent had. With the ice walls around her, she would be able to easily notice other elements if her opponent attacked her. The ice walls could act as her protective shield too. Undoubtedly, the decision that Linglan made might not be the best, but it was the safest. Besides protecting herself, Linglan used her spiritual power to fill the atrium. In order to prevent her opponent from noticing her spiritual power, she only used a small portion of it. Very soon, the entire atrium was filled with her spiritual power. However, Linglan didn't find her target. Miluoduoba seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no trace of him. As expected of the hermit, when he is hiding, there is no evidence left behind. It is perfect? Linglan finally understood how powerful domain masters with titles were. She even exclaimed secretly that the title fitted the domain master perfectly. Linglan also realized a weakness of her profound insight. When her vision was blocked, the profound insight would lose its power. She couldn't use it at this moment. Is it sealed? Such a pity. Linglan felt depressed. She wanted to use her profound insight to find some clues. Seemed like she needed to think of another way. Suddenly, a cold light appeared in the darkness. A shiny dagger popped out. The dagger was very bright. It almost blinded Linglan. The dagger was fast too. Linglan couldn't keep up with it. Linglan watched as the dagger sliced through her ice walls as though it was slicing bean curd. The dagger was so fast, Linglan was unable to dodge it. It stabbed towards into her abdomen. Linglan narrowed her eyes. She grabbed the bright dagger quickly. The dagger broke in Linglan's hands. Linglan curled up her left hand like a claw and aimed it furiously at the dagger. The dagger retreated quickly. It flashed through the darkness and disappeared once again before Linglan caught it. Damn it! It ran away. Linglan gritted her teeth. She took out the other half of the dagger which was in her abdomen. Blood flowed out of the wound and dripped onto the ground. Linglan became even more vigilant. Her ice element got stronger and the ice walls became thicker. It was more than 1 meter thick now. If the hermit wanted to sneak attack her again, he would be unable to break through the wall anymore. It was extremely quiet. Linglan could only hear her own breathing. She didn't know when her opponent would attack again. Her heart started beating faster. Very soon, Linglan realized something terrible. Her wound was unable to heal. Fresh blood kept oozing out of her wound. Linglan knew that there must be some agent applied on the dagger which prevented her wound from healing. Linglan realized the situation she was in. If she couldn't end this battle soon, she would die from bleeding. Linglan quickly used her ice blockade to freeze her wound. The blood seemed to have stopped, but Linglan knew that her blood was still dripping out. She just made the wound smaller. Her opponent's agent was too powerful. However, this bought her more time. Linglan waited patiently for her opponent to act again. As long as she caught her opponent, her crisis would be over. The hermit was more patient than she expected. He didn't attack her for a long time. More and more blood was flowing out of her wound. No matter how much ice blockade she used, it was useless. Linglan started to get agitated. Her breathing got heavier. At this moment, the bright dagger appeared again. Explode! Linglan suddenly shouted. Her spiritual power exploded. This was the spiritual blast of her spiritual power. After many practices, Linglan was able to explode her spiritual power at the same time. She didn't need to split it into 4 timings anymore. There was no backlash now too. Linglan gave a new name for her spiritual blast. It had a unique and beautiful name, Sky Full of Stars. Sky Full of Stars was extremely powerful. Linglan had released more than 50 cords of spiritual power. The explosion of these spiritual cords caused the entire atrium to shake. Boom! The dark image in front of her shattered as though it was made of glass. Numerous glass shards appeared in her eyes. Light entered her vision again. It was not dark anymore. This was how bright 5 p.m. should be. Around 10 meters away, Miluoduoba was standing with a pale face. Blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect his domain to be destroyed so quickly. The backlash from the destruction injured him. Damn it. Miluoduoba couldn't accept this result. As he cursed at Ling Lan, numerous arrows rained down on her. A 3 meters thick ice shield appeared in front of Ling Lan. The arrows struck the ice shield and bounced onto the ground. They were unable to break through the ice shield. Suddenly, an arrow on fire was shot at the ice shield. The fire on the arrow instantly melted the ice shield and a hole appeared. The fire arrow passed through the hole and struck Ling Lan. The fire arrow melted the ice really quickly. Ling Lan had no time to react. The fire arrow pierced through her abdomen. She felt something hot passing through her abdomen. The fire arrow pierced itself into the wall behind Ling Lan. The fire slowly died down. Ling Lan finally managed to see that it was a black arrow made from some unknown material. Chapter 650. King level. Ling Lan lowered her head and looked at the hole in her body. Blood gushed out of her wound. She couldn't help but frown. Miluoduoba smiled. Judging from your injury, you will die within 3 minutes. Although he couldn't see the expression under the mask, Miluoduoba could feel his opponent's heart beating furiously. His opponent's breath also got heavier. Miluoduoba knew that this was due to the fear of death. His opponent would definitely attack him soon. Miluoduoba gave a sinister smile. He disappeared. Ling Lan immediately activated her ice element. The entire atrium turned into an icy hell. Everything was covered in ice. But Miluoduoba was nowhere to be seen. I still didn't manage to catch him. Damn it. Ling Lan gritted her teeth as she said that. She held her stomach and formed another layer of ice over her wound. However, her injury was too severe. The ice was melted by the warm blood. Ling Lan tried her best, but her energy was being drained too quickly. A few seconds later, she was unable to form any ice on her wound. She panted heavily. This is my chance. Miluoduoba's eyes lit up. A pair of hands appeared behind Ling Lan. It stabbed right into Ling Lan's heart. Ling Lan didn't notice it. Miluoduoba managed to succeed in his attack easily. Miluoduoba smiled coldly as he clenched his fist. The heart that he was holding burst. Another formidable enemy died in his hands. A normal domain realm master was not his match at all. Miluoduoba felt that it was a pity. He was enjoying this match, but it ended so quickly. Crack. The masked man in front of him suddenly cracked into multiple pieces. Miluoduoba got a shock. He felt a sense of danger. He quickly retreated without any hesitation, but it was still too late. A forceful punch hit his abdomen. He vomited a mouthful of blood. His organs almost flew out in the process. He was in so much pain. At that moment, the atrium, which was covered in ice, the arrows scattered around the floor, and the black arrow on the wall, all broke into pieces and disappeared into thin air. However, his opponent didn't stop attacking. Miluoduoba couldn't retaliate at all. He was forced into midair and got kicked by a whirlwind kick. Miluoduoba flew through the air and slammed onto the ground. The impact caused him to roll on the ground for a few meters. Miluoduoba laid on the ground and forced his eyes open. He looked at the masked man who landed lightly on the ground. The masked man placed his hands behind his back and walked towards him. How did this happen? Miluoduoba asked while his mouth was filled with blood. When I broke your darkness domain, I knew what your element was, Ling Lan replied indifferently. The blood on her body had disappeared. There was no wound on her. She seemed clean and tidy, as though she never had a fight. No, impossible. Miluoduoba didn't believe that his element would be found out by his opponent. Everyone who had fought with him got stuck by his element and died in his hands. Many people believed in what they see. They thought that what they see is the truth. However, I believe in my brain and my skills. No one can break through my element skills easily and harmed me without any warning. Of course, if my opponent is a God Realm Master, that is possible. However, you are not. Anything that seems too much must be fake. You went overboard with your illusion, Ling Lan replied calmly. Overboard? Miluoduoba was puzzled. He used this method to kill many people. How did it become his weakness? If you fought with me and injured me due to a loophole in my defense, I might not be able to get out of your illusion so quickly. Ultimately, I have to thank you for creating that sharp dagger, Ling Lan said sincerely. In the beginning, she was indeed fooled by the illusion. She didn't expect it to be fake. However, the dagger appeared too strangely. She was unable to block it with her ice walls. This caused Ling Lan to ponder again. Even if her opponent was stronger than her, they were still in the same realm. She would still be able to defend herself for a while. Not only that, but her injury also gave her opponent away. Ling Lan would not tell Miluoduoba this. Ling Lan was able to bear with the pain. In her past life, she endured more than 20 years of pain in her body. During this lifetime, she forced herself to become stronger and suffered much during the process. Normal injuries would not cause her to feel any pain at all. However, when she got hurt, she felt excruciating pain. It was so clear that it seemed to be reminding her that she was injured. Strange attacks and unnatural amounts of pain. This caused Ling Lan to become suspicious. She wondered if this was all real. She thought about an illusion and linked it to Miluoduoba's element. Was his ability creating illusion? To prove this, Ling Lan decisively released her spiritual power. When her spiritual blast destroyed the first dark illusion, Ling Lan confirmed her suspicion. However, she didn't think that this was the end of his illusion. That was why she started to question everything that was happening to her. When she got hit by the arrow, she didn't believe what she saw anymore. The fear that Miluoduoba saw was part of Ling Lan's scheme. She purposely showed it to fool him. Since her opponent wanted to keep her in an illusion, she decided to use the same method to fool her opponent. Hence, when Miluoduoba thought that he killed Ling Lan and was happy about it, Ling Lan retaliated. She made use of the opportunity to injure her opponent heavily. Miluoduoba was an experienced domain realm warrior, so he understood what Ling Lan was trying to say. He smiled bitterly. So that's what happened. I overestimated myself. He suddenly refuted himself. No, I didn't overestimate myself. You are the one who is too confident. If not, how could he kill so many ordinary domain masters and get his title? If you want to become a formidable warrior, you need to believe in yourself. Ling Lan looked at Miluoduoba calmly. She saw the blood at the corner of his mouth turning into ice. The ice slowly moved into his mouth. Miluoduoba felt the coldness near his mouth. He looked at Ling Lan with fear. He screamed frighteningly, "No!" Before he could finish, he stopped. Miluoduoba had already turned into an ice sculpture. The fear on his face made him look as though he was still alive. Ling Lan heaved a sigh of relief. She talked so much with her opponent because she wanted to secretly use her ice blockade. Ling Lan was still fearful of Miluoduoba's illusion. His illusion was too real. It was hard to differentiate reality from illusion. Before she killed him, she was unable to let her guard down. Little 4, did you alter all the surveillance footage? Ling Lan asked in a low voice. Ling Lan was tired. Although the amount of domain energy she used couldn't compare to the previous 2 battles with domain masters, she used much brain power as well as spiritual power to analyze the illusion. If she could, she wanted to have a good sleep immediately and rest her brain and spiritual power. Sky full of stars would not harm Ling Lan's spiritual power, but it used up much of her spiritual power. This was why she was unable to use it a second time to destroy the second illusion. Boss, everything is done. Little 4 appeared in front of Ling Lan and smiled. Ling Lan felt that Little 4 seemed happier than before. He was looking at her with excitement. Ling Lan felt strange, but she was too tired to think about the reason. She nodded. Ling Lan snapped her fingers and Miluoduoba turned into fine dust. No traces were left behind. Unless someone with a powerful searching ability came within 2 hours, no evidence could be found. Once 2 hours passed, the ice would merge with the air. The next second, Ling Lan disappeared from the atrium. 10 minutes later, armed forces surrounded the atrium, but they were unable to find anything there. They wondered if the 2 domain masters changed their location. Later, this thought was confirmed through the surveillance images. In the images, after Luo'er was taken away, Miluoduoba and the masked man started fighting. A few rounds later, The masked man was at a disadvantage and ran away. Miluoduoba chased after the masked man. Since they knew that the two domain masters went somewhere else, the government of Oki started searching throughout the city. Yet, no signs of Miluoduoba or the masked man could be found. Even the princess and her subordinates had disappeared. Oki finally realized that this might be an act of the ace hacker from the Yun family. They remembered the auction and felt that from the start, all the images they saw might be fake. Oki started sending people to search through the atrium. Only Miluoduoba's element could be felt. The masked man didn't leave any traces behind. Who was the masked man? Oki felt that it was a domain realm master from the Federation, but since they had no evidence, they didn't know who it was. Miluoduoba's disappearance caused the people from Oki's side to feel agitated. They waited patiently for a day, but he still didn't come back. The people from Oki felt that he was probably met with some danger. However, he would not just be killed like this. After all, he was a domain master with a title. Even someone who was at the same level as him could not make him disappear without a trace. Did the Federation send out domain masters who had reached the king level of the domain realm? The people of Oki was scared by this thought. King level domain masters were people who were a step into the god realm. There were only two god realm masters in this world currently. One was Mushui King from the Federation and the other was Wadi Futasi from Caesar. In the past 10,000 years, only 11 people managed to reach the god realm. It was even harder than becoming a god-class operator. In order to break through the boundaries of a human physique and change the human DNA, they needed to experience death. God realm masters were people who managed to be reborn after death. Most people just died when they reached that state and never reaching the god realm. To have two god realm masters in this era, it showed how powerful this generation was. Since God Realm was almost impossible to reach, king-level domain masters became a frightening existence. However, it was hard to reach this level too. There were only 9 king-level domain masters in the human world. 3 came from the Federation. The Federation had the most king-level domain masters. Caesar had 2. King-level domain masters normally stayed within their country just like imperial operators. Was the princes so important that the Federation sent out a king-level domain master? However, this suggestion was rejected after a while. The 3 king-level domain masters were still within the Federation. They didn't come out. The people from Oki wanted to find out the truth, but nothing was discovered even after one day of searching. The Fiang ship left Oki during this time. Oki wanted to force the Fiang ship to stay, but a message from the Federation stopped them. Unless they wanted to cut all ties with the Federation, they didn't dare to make any more moves. The Fiang ship left Oki on time. Ling Lan looked at the yellow-colored planet on the screen. They were moving further and further away from it. She looked serious. "Boss, what is the matter?" Qi Long appeared oblivious at times, but he noticed what he should notice. "There will be a huge battle soon," Ling Lan said evenly. "Oh." Qi Long didn't feel excited. Qi Long liked to fight, but he was tired of close-range combat. "It will be a mecha battle," Ling Lan continued. "Ah." Everyone jumped up and looked at Ling Lan.